and we are very happy to have you for this very special event. For this discussion, I will have with me, starting from my right, Miss Vicky Sins. She is head of climate at the World Benchmarking Alliance. We have Sophie Mourlon. Sophie Mourlon is the Director General of Energy and Climate at the French Ministry of Energy, Ecology, Territories. Mr. Olivier Blum, who is the Executive Vice President, Energy Management of Schneider Electric. And Karine de Boissezon. Karine is the Chief Impact Officer of EDF Group. Later during this event, we'll have a presentation by Mr. Fatih Birol, who should arrive around 10. And obviously, we will make some room for him when he will join us. So for this morning, we'll have a session into two parts. We'll start with a presentation by Vicky about the outcomes of the 2023 benchmark that has been done for the electric utilities and the electricity sector, followed by a discussion. Then we will break for a presentation by Dr. Fatih Birol. And then we will switch to French, since we are here at the Pavilion Français. By the way, thank you, friends, for hosting us. And for fireside chat discussions around the role of electricity to reach net zero. So this is the program for this event. And without further ado, we'll start with the first part of this event. Vicky, you will present us the outcomes, the key findings from your 2023 benchmark. You have the floor. Thank you, Vicky.
Yes, thank you so much, Rémi, and thank you for the French Pavilion of hosting us today and for EDF partnering to organize this event with us. So, as Rémi said, my name is Vicky. I work for the World Benchmarking Alliance, and we are looking into how to create accountability for the private sector in order to reach the goals of, amongst others, the Paris Agreement, and really making this a decarbonization that is just and equitable. And one of the things that we've done is we've assessed the electric utility sector. And this electric utility sector, of course, is at the center of the global ambition to decarbonize. In all of the 1.5 degree scenarios that we have, this sector is the one that can and move the fastest and also needs to move ahead in order to really make room and accelerate the transition in the other sectors, such as buildings, transport, and heavy industries. That's why we at the World Benchmarking Alliance look at the most influential companies around the world. And with what we mean with influential is that they are very well positioned as part of their supply chain, as part of their size or location around the globe, to really make the effort in leading the way to decarbonize. So if we look at the sample of the sector, we've assessed 68 electric utility companies that are responsible of 35% of the global power generation in 2022. And you can see the ownership structure that we look at influence not from an ownership perspective per se. So these can be listed companies, but also state-owned companies or private companies. We've also this year added 11 capital goods companies, which are the renewable manufacturers and are really the ones that are enablers of this transition. And we're very pleased to see Schneider Electric as one of the companies that has actually been represented in this benchmark for the first time as well. As you can see, it's only 11 companies, but they are actually already responsible for 41% of the global capacity. And that means that with that, it shows the influence that these companies have. So what do we see as in terms of the performance of this sector? We actually see that the last time we've assessed this sector was 2021, and we've actually seen quite a good increase in performance of this sector, and we see quite good practices across the sample of this sector. We really see that if we would combine all the good practices that we see scattered around the sample into like one example, we see that we would create companies that can really truly transition. We would therefore also hope that with highlighting these good practices, that these companies can show peer-to-peer learnings and also to accelerate the transition furthermore by really replicating hopefully these best practices. So what do we see is the question mark, the end of fossil fuel dominance, because we do see that wind and solar are really signaling the beginning of the transition away from fossil fuel, right? We see that this renewable trend is really good. We see that the expected growth in solar is expected to outpace the 1.5 degree scenario that is expected in terms of production capacity, but we see that wind production is still not aligned with the 1.5 degree scenario. Of course, this increase was due to the drop in costs of the production of the renewables, but we also see that there is a big gap still between developed nations and developing nations. So we also see that we have to push for the ambition for developed nations to lead with setting clear goals to phase out fossil fuels by 2030 and by setting goals of phasing out unabated fossil fuels by 2035. We also see that there's very good transition plans from, amongst others, EDF, with good scenario analysis, good backing of financial analysis attached to that. But on average, the sector is still lacking behind in this financial transparency to back up what the transition looks like for their companies. So we urge these companies to, for example, take the lead that EDF has shown in giving transparency of what the impact is of these decarbonization plans on their financials in the company. And we also see that 84% of the sample do not have the targets that should be aligned with a 1.5 degree scenario. So that is a big gap. That's still what we need to see. Of course, we understand as well that this rise in renewables is currently hindered by some of the technical challenges that we see, and I'm sure that the people here on the panel will also raise this. But we see that, of course, there needs to be a significant push for growth in energy storage. But we also expect companies, because of their influence, to engage with their customers in order to adjust the demand side of things as well. Because we need to start balancing this supply and demand in a better way. And we also expect companies to really engage on that, because they have the power to do so. As I said, the capital goods snapshot, we call it a snapshot because it's 11 companies, so we also don't want to call it a full set of a benchmark. But we see that, of course, these companies, as I said in the introduction, they are part of the solution. These are the enablers that need to supply the solutions that this sector is needing. And we have seen that they have made significant efforts over the recent years to reduce the emissions in their operations, which we applaud. But we also expect that because of this strong demand, their direct emissions will increase in the short term, right? So we need to push that there is carbon budget available for these companies in order for them to allow this increase in emissions to happen, because they are part of this solution. But that does mean that we need carbon budget from other industries to be reallocated to this industry in order to facilitate that. That also means that it doesn't mean that these companies should not continue to invest in efficiencies, in reducing their emissions, but we also need to be realistic that due to the increase in demand, we will see an uprise in their emissions. As Remy mentioned, today is not only a decarbonization or energy day, but it's also a just transition day. And I know that luckily we have some advocates in the room, and I'm very pleased to see that. But every benchmark that we do is we not only look at the scoring of the companies on how they do on the decarbonization, but we also look at if they do that in a just and equitable way. So we have seen that the electric utility sector on average is one that shows really good examples of what a just transition looks like. This is the first time that we've seen that there is a sector that has shown that all 6 principles of a just transition, so this means that they need to plan for a just transition, they need to have commitments on green and decent job creation, they need to have commitments on social dialogue, on social protection. So all those 6 principles are available in this sector. So we see that it's not centered in one company, but we see good signs that there are companies taking good steps in any of these 6 principles. So we see really encouraging examples, and also it is needed because the electric utility sector also with cross-sector collaboration can potentially create solutions for example, green and decent job creations for jobs that fall away elsewhere. We also look at the human rights element and the workers element, and we do see that on the just transition there is still some actions needed to bring all the workers along in making this a just and equitable transition. So what we mean with that is that if you set your decarbonization plan, that we expect companies to do an assessment on what that impact is on their workers, on their communities, and start planning for it. What we don't expect is that the company solves it all themselves, but there needs to be transparency on what's needed in order to get unions at the table, to get policymakers at the table, and to get finance at the table in order to bridge that gap. So then the top 10 companies, this is all available online, so if you want to reread it again, this is where you can see on the right side, you see the social score and the ACT, so that's the assessing low carbon transition score. You see that this is the outcome of the ranking. What is nice to see, not just the names on this list, but compared to, for example, the oil and gas industry, we see a lot of state-owned companies in the oil and gas industry that are significantly lacking behind on decarbonization efforts. And what we see here, that actually quite of the state-owned or partly state-owned companies are the ones that are accelerating faster. And of course, we see that when there's commitments from national governments, from policymakers to really accelerate, there is the ambition to really deliver on this decarbonization that we need to see. So that's encouraging. Although we also see that there is a big gap between, because now it looks very much a European benchmark, but this is very much a global transition. So we also need to make sure that we don't just celebrate this, that Europe is doing great, but we need to make sure that we get also the decarbonization in the global south, in the developing countries ongoing, so that they also have access to clean and affordable energy, and they don't enter into a fossil fuel trap by creating infrastructures that are not fit for purpose in the future. So this is my last slide. What's next? Again, want to say that we show encouraging signs, and that's good because the electric utility sector is also the solution, and we definitely hope that we see further best practices to lead the way. There's of course a continuing strong push for regulation and policies to follow suit. We want to encourage further collaboration within the value chain to, like I said, on the demand side of things, to rebalance it, but also definitely across sectors for the reskilling and upskilling of workers. As mentioned, we need to reallocate carbon budgets to these enablers in the sector in order to really create room to produce the solutions that we all need. And last but not least, we need to continue to push for accountability. That means that if companies have set targets, if companies present their transition plans, it is our duty to create accountability for those plans, that there actually is a delivery against those plans. I know that this was very fast, but I was instructed to do this very fast. I can talk about it for a whole day, but everything we do is available on the public domain. Go to our website, and if you have any questions, you can come to me or send an email, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vicky, for this summary of the main outcomes from your benchmark. Definitely a lot of food for thought. So let me open the floor for some reactions from discussion. And let me start with Karin from EDF. So we've seen that EDF has been ranked fourth among the 68 utilities. So does it mean that that EDF has room for improvement? Karin, what is your comment?
Yeah, I mean, we come from 8th last ranking, so we already improved a lot. I think it's always the case with benchmark that it's a picture at a time, right? And thank God we are all moving. We have to move very fast, as you mentioned, Vicky. I think sometimes one of the issue with the ranking is also that it's not because you don't disclose that it doesn't exist. And there are some elements to it as well where we have sometimes some constraints about disclosure. So I think this is something that hopefully will improve as well on some aspects. But I think the main improvement that I see in this ranking today is the fact that we look at the system as a whole. You mentioned the storage. I think just talking about renewable in itself is a small aspect of what we have to do. Because we know that it's not just a climate issue, it's a systemic issue. There is nature, there is critical metals, there is human rights and just transition, as you mentioned. And so I think this is what I will welcome in the future as well, that we really look at the overall impact, because we can very badly do climate projects, and we know that we have to bring all the elements together. So I think for EDF this is really the main objective, is to make sure that we stay in the planet boundaries, and the social is also very much embedded into what we do. We've seen how difficult that is to make it acceptable for people if they don't understand what is in it for them. And so I think this is the challenge for specifically very big utility, state-owned utility, of course, because we have a special role, of course, in terms of the government policy. But I think at the end of the day, as you mentioned as well, we won't win alone. So it's a coalition effect. I think yesterday was an important day because there was the announcement of the Net Zero Utility Alliance. EDF is part of it. It's a global utility alliance. I think it's the first one. And it will bring together not just European companies, as you said, and the grid companies are also part of it, and they are very critical to allow for this net zero transition. And the last element, but I think we'll discuss it, is we should not talk only about adding capacity, we should talk about sufficiency, because we won't win if we don't decrease. We have to talk about degrowth and not be ashamed to talk about it. So I think this is something that also EDF has been really pushing over the last couple of years. And I'm sure this will be also something I will welcome WBA to look into, how critical we are to talk about reduction in consumption as well.
Thank you, Karine. And I'm coming now to Olivier. Schneider Electric has been ranked the first, actually, amongst the 11 capital goods companies which have been assessed by the World Benchmark Alliance. So I would like to know more about the commitments of Schneider Electric to sustainability, and basically, what are your secrets?
Well, look, first of all, we are not a utility at Schneider Electric, so it's important to understand the two categories of company. So our secret, I don't know if it's a secret, but the recipe, and I hope other company will not take 20 years to make it happen, but we started 20 years ago, number one. The first time we have looked at our CO2 emission and we've tried to publish our own carbon footprint was more than 10 years ago. It was full of estimation, it was completely inaccurate, and since we've progressed a lot. Now, if I tell you what we've done, the first time we really looked at all the details, 7-8 years ago, Scope 1 and 2 was representing 10% of our emission, totally. As of today, it represents less than 1%. So we are close to zero already on our Scope 1 and 2 emission. I would say it's not complicated, it's commitment, it's making sure that you stick to your commitment, but you can make it happen. And for most of the industrial company, you probably know that 80 to 90% of your CO2 emission come from your Scope 3. So what is very interesting, every time a new company, and that's what we share in this kind of forum, every time a new company starts its journey to decarbonization, you start on Scope 1 and 2, which is very important. But you know that eventually you will make it happen. Therefore, very, very early in your process, you should think about your Scope 3 emission. If I come to the Scope 3 emission, which is now 99% of the CO2 emission of Schneider, 10% comes upstream from our supplier, 90% downstream. 10% we are working on it with our supplier. We've committed by 2025 to divide by 2 the CO2 emission, we have our supplier, we have a program, we are asking them to sign and to commit to be part of that program. But bottom line, if I come back in front of you probably in 2 or 3 years, I will tell you 95% of the CO2 emission of Schneider will be Scope 3 downstream. So what is Scope 3 downstream? It's your business, basically. It's a metric that helps you to understand the CO2 emission of every single product that you sell to your customer every day. What is the answer at the end of the day? 50% is about energy efficiency, consuming less. 50% is about the supply. And that's why we are working very, very closely with utilities, because we need badly more renewable to make it happen. Because even if you take a company like Schneider, will make a lot of effort to reduce the energy consumption of our product, to reduce the CO2 emission impact of our product. At the end of the day, bottom line, in a couple of years from now, we will be left with only one solution, which is to make sure our customers have more access to renewable energy. So that has been our journey. Now, the good news to leave you with that thought, every time we discuss with other companies, you don't need 20 years to do it. I think in 5 years, some company today, in the world of today, with technology available, can achieve what we have done in 20 years. But it requires a lot of commitment from the top. If you don't have, and for those of you who know the chairman and CEO of Schneider Electric, Jean-Pascal Tricoire, you probably know how much he has been committed since 20 years. And of course, what makes it easy easier in the case of Schneider Electric, we are part of the solution because we bring solution to our customer that help them to save and avoid energy. And that's a metric, by the way, we have internally, because it cannot be part of your net zero commitment. Net zero commitment, it's only Scope 1, 2, and 3. But we measure also every year saved and avoided emission, what some people call Scope 4 sometimes, which is not regulated. But our goal is to make sure that what we deliver with our solution compensate at least what we emit on our side. It's not perfect, but it's about connecting all the dots between what is your business and how you can impact, what you do internally. And last but not the least, I would say if you ask to Schneider Electric employee why they work for Schneider Electric, I would bet today that 99% they will tell you because of the commitment to sustainability. So it has a huge power of attraction of your talent and retention also of your talent.
Thank you, Olivier. I was just receiving a little texto from Mr. Fatih Birol. He's arriving, but he might be a little bit late, so let's go on with our discussion. What I suggest to do is, before Mr. Fatih Birol arrive, let's discuss a little bit more about what you just said about how to help our clients and our customers to decarbonize and to reduce their own emissions. So my question will be around what are the solutions that we can provide to our customers, to the citizens, to help them as well to decarbonize as a full economy. And I will start with perhaps with Karine. If you could explain to us what EDF is doing in this field.
So like Olivier just said, so we are a bit more Scope 1, of course, but still 80% is Scope 3 as well. We have much more, of course, in the upstream than you, but it's critical, of course, for us to ensure that we help our clients to understand their consumption first. So digital, and Schneider, of course, is very strong in that, but we are also providing a lot of tools for our consumer to understand what is the consumption. Actually, the application of EDF is the largest application used for energy consumption understanding. What we want to do as well is, of course, to attack the big sectors, transport being one of them, and buildings as well, so efficiency. So we are also being involved, of course, in the switch to mobility, EV, to make sure that our clients and our actually employees can decarbonize themselves. Because I completely agree with Olivier, we have to be coherent between what we do for our customers and what we do for our employees, so that they can become, in a way, the ambassadors of our product. So EDF has launched a mobility plan, which is very important in terms of decarbonizing the transport sector, in terms of infrastructure, of course, but also in terms of making sure we give access to our fleet, our professional fleet, which is one of the largest. I think it's 40,000 cars. We are involved in this EV 100 coalition, which is by 2030, all our vehicles will be electric. So that's a very strong commitment, and I think we are the largest deployer of the car fleet switch in Europe. And then, of course, we are trying to foster the heat pump business, which is also a very important development. Everywhere we have clients, so in France, obviously, but also in the UK, in Italy, in Belgium. So our four main markets, we are a very strong provider of services and switch to heat pumps. I think what is very important when you are a big company is to make sure that you align your advocacy. It's one thing to say, but it's one thing to make sure that you are pushing the public policies. And I think this is really also where EDF is very consistent. We are really in Brussels, in France, pushing for the right public policy, the right subsidies to really develop this market that will help our clients to decarbonize themselves.
Definitely. And then my question will be for Olivier. Olivier, could you tell us a little bit more about why do we think that electrification is the best way to get to decarbonization, and how digitalization can drive also this effort?
You know, it's fairly simple to understand, and if you just take the example of your home, the cleanest source of energy to decarbonize usage at home is electricity. Of course, electrical energy allows you to have much more access to renewables, so it is proven that today this is the cleanest way, really, and the best path for decarbonization. And the second point, with nuclear, of course. And the second point, which is very, very important, when you have a clean source of energy, is in the world of today, how you have access to your data and how you basically automate everything. And at home, it's amazing to see, you know, when you install, for instance, a simple control system in your home to monitor your energy and to control remotely, you can already save up to 30% of your energy consumption. Now, home are important, and we don't speak enough about home. I don't know if you're aware, but home is more than half of the CO2 emission in the world in buildings. So we speak a lot about large building, commercial building, hotel, whatever, but globally, home is even more important, residential is even more important. Nevertheless, what I've said to home, you can apply to buildings. Automation of building, making sure you have sensor everyone in the buildings like that, and that help you to understand your energy consumption, whether the building is used and not used, and so on and so forth. It is proven that the combination of electrical and digital is a way and the best way to decarbonize. What is very frustrating in the world of today is the technology are now available. You know, there is awareness, there is competency. 10 years ago, we would have not been probably in the same situation. And last point I want to tell you, we are now a kind of consulting company, you know, with more than 50% of the Fortune 500 company in the world. And 2 years ago, we've done a benchmark of the first wave of company, the one we started 5 years ago, what they do much better than the other company in the world. And I'm talking about large company here. They have all three things in common. Number one, they have a very clear strategy. They look at decarbonization, at the strategy of decarbonization, like you have an HR strategy, a business strategy, a supply chain strategy. Point number two, they have access to their data. They have put in place an ERP of sustainability where they monitor their data, their CO2 emission, which is 80% about energy consumption everywhere in the world. Point number three, every 3 years they launch a new roadmap for decarbonization. And it's a will, strategize, decarbonize, digitize, decarbonize, that they relaunch every 3 years. So there is no magic recipe. Again, if you are committed and you are disciplined with the technology you have today, you can make it happen for sure, in every sector, by the way.
Thank you, Olivier. Mr. Birol is arriving in 2 minutes, so perhaps we can just elaborate a little bit around these issues. Could you perhaps explain or develop a little bit more about energy efficiency? Because it's been talking a lot about energy efficiency during this first part of the COP. Do you have any reaction regarding this new target of doubling the energy efficiency by 2030?
You want me to continue? So first of all, we are very, very pleased at Schneider, and it's a good transition when Dr. Fatih Birol will come, but if you would have been in a COP or in a Davos forum, whatever forum 5-10 years ago, everything was about supply, 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 supply. And we have to understand that if you want to be back to the 1.5 degree trajectory, it's 50% about supply, 50% about demand. And when we say demand, it's about what you say, it's about electrification of usage, and it's about energy efficiency. And by the way, you know, there is always a debate with some people about is climate transition compatible with the financial objective, with the quarterly objective of a private, publicly listed company? The answer is yes, because the energy efficiency business case is very, very easy to prove financially speaking. The return on investment is less than 3 years. So if you invest in energy efficiency, you do first good job for the planet, but you do a good job for your wallet as well. So I'm very, very pleased, by the way, you asked the question, because we see this time in the COP it's much more visible. Now it's not enough, but electrification and energy efficiency plus circularity, which is probably the next big things, is 50% of the solution. So we have to raise, of course, this topic in our agenda.
And actually, I understand that EDF also launched something about this.
Report on energy efficiency, I think it was 2 days ago now, by the Global Council on SDG, which is an EUA emanation after the SDG launch. Yeah, I think what we show in that report is that energy efficiency has been the poor child, I will say, compared to talking about renewables and electrification generally. But clearly, there is a momentum here. The high energy prices, in a way, have probably also put more emphasis towards energy efficiency. In a way, if electricity or energy prices are too low, maybe you don't see as much the interest. When it starts to hurt, then maybe you make also faster decisions. And there are lots of different ways to do energy efficiency as well, depending on where you start. But in fact, a lot of things, I completely agree with Olivier, are now very much available. So it's more about awareness and competencies.
Thank you, Karine. Just in time. Dr. Fatih Birol, you are just in time. We were expecting you. You can please check the micro, just here. Yeah. So, welcome, Mr. Birol, for this special event around the transition of the electricity sector and the role of electricity to achieve net zero. So we had already an introductory discussions around the transition of electricity sector, and we were expecting you for delivering this overview of the role of energy to achieve the Paris Agreement. We know that the IEA has just released a few very important reports just before the COP28, and including this update of your landmark report on net zero. So we will be very happy to hear your view and your expectation for the electricity sector. Thank you.
So thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, you are right. We publish our new net zero report, updated one. But whatever report we have, whatever scenario we have, there is one trend which is becoming stronger and stronger and clearer in the energy world. Namely, the share of electricity in the total energy consumption is increasing substantially. I always say electricity is the future. This is what I am saying. When we look at the energy consuming sectors, in the sector of transportation, we are seeing a huge electrification process now. It started with the electric cars, so-called light-duty vehicles. Buses are coming and following the trucks. In terms of electric cars, such a huge development, and I am very sorry that many companies, including oil producing companies, are not able to read the game. 3 years ago, only 3 years ago, 1 out of 25 cars sold in the world was electric. 1 out of 25 3 years ago. This year, 1 out of 5 cars sold as electric. And with the most conservative estimates, 2030, every second car sold will be an electric car. So electrification is going there, number one. In the households, we use a lot of energy in the households. We see, in addition to the digitalization of different users at home, like the computers, the iPads, the telephones, and so on, we are seeing the heating system in many countries are going electric. In 80% of the world where you need heating, the sales of heat pumps overtook the fossil fuel boiler sales. It is another area. Third area where we use the industry sector. We also see in the industry sector many new applications pushing the electricity upfront. So therefore, very clear trend, electricity is the future, electricity demand will grow very strongly. And I put the electricity access issue in Africa aside for the time being. Now the question is, how are we generating electricity? Now with the current trends, there is a very clear trend. If you look at this year, 2023, of all the power plants built in the world, 80% is renewables. The 5%, about 5% is nuclear power, and the rest is all the fossil fuels put together. In my view, it is very clear that the future electricity generation will be mainly driven by renewables, but also a significant share for nuclear power. And the role of fossil fuels will diminish over time. And I have no question there. The main issue we have two issues which can slow down or hamper the electrification trend is the grids, because we have, as we have, some of you may know, Sophie would definitely know, she sits at our board. We made a grids report to show that the grids are becoming a bottleneck for electrification. Governments, utilities have taught to build power plants, give incentives, subsidies, planning, but they forgot to build the grids to bring it to the consumers. Now it is waking up. This is one issue. The second challenge I see is the batteries, the storage is not yet competitive enough. We very much hope to see that the governments put more R&D, that the batteries are there, the storage is there in order to help us to store electricity. So, dear colleagues, I see electricity as a main driver of a clean energy future. And here in this COP meeting, I am happy to see that the two important suggestions the IEA has made in the past might be seeing the light of the day in the final communique, namely tripling of the renewable capacity, doubling of the energy efficiency, but I also see that there is also significant momentum for pushing the nuclear power. I just come here from a meeting with the Chinese top negotiator. It is also very good, but I should tell you that if we want to reach, I don't want to be the game spoiler here, but I will repeat it, if we want to reach our 1.5 degrees target, we also need to see in the final communique something about the orderly decline of fossil fuel use in the world. Without seeing a fossil fuel use come down, the other measures that the countries would agree, unfortunately, will not bring us to the target that we would like to see. So these are the things I wanted to say. Electricity is the future. Demand will grow very strongly. Demand will be met, the generation will be met more and more with the renewables dominated, but nuclear is coming back as a result of around the world, nuclear policies are changing in the right direction, but we have some challenges in terms of the storage and in terms of the grid building, and I hope we put enough emphasis on that. And from this COP, I also hope to see that these are reflected in the communique together with an indication of orderly decline of fossil fuels in the global energy mix, so that we can reach our Paris targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Birol. We may have time for just one or two questions.
Of course.
Okay,
I have time,
that's great. Perhaps from our panelists, if you want to ask a question.
I will be happy to answer the question, but not ask the question. So.
No.
Yeah, yes, please. Yeah.
Dear Fatih,
Yeah.
thank you very much for sharing these views with us. Beyond the grids that you mentioned, where do you see the main bottlenecks and the main challenges to actually seize the opportunities of electrification and of energy efficiency?
Yeah. So this is, Greece is the biggest one. It is now like a rock in front of the journey of the electricity, because there is so much. For example, our numbers show that today we have about 1,500 gigawatts of renewable plants finished. They are waiting to be connected to the grid. They don't get the permission because there's a lot of congestion in the grids now. This is the biggest problem, and it needs to be addressed quickly, because grids, if you decide today, the construction will take about 8 to 10 years and completion. This is a big problem. The second one is a bit in the future with the increasing share of renewables, Sophie, I think that the storage will be an issue. I hope that we see some good developments on the storage side as well. This is another issue. But I also want to hope to see that the electricity, where we use to consume the electricity, some devices, we use them more efficiently. For example, I tell you, there is in the Asia, developing Asia, the number one driver of electricity consumption is air conditioner. And the air conditioner for example, in India today, a typical air conditioner needs 3 times more electricity to give the same comfort compared to Japan. So if the electricity air conditioners come to the efficiency come to the level of Japan, then they need to build less whatever the plants is, because they will save it there. So it goes hand in hand, these policies.
Thank you.
For your contributions. One of the questions I have is, in our study that we made, we saw that the renewable capacity for solar is expected to outpace the 1.5 degree trajectory, but wind is staying behind still. So what do you see? Do you think nuclear will fill the gap, or do you think that wind will catch up with the expected trajectory that is needed?
So I tell you, nuclear, if we don't make a mistake, we meaning not me, but the nuclear industry, we have the EDF colleagues here, but when I look at the industry in general, it is now their turn, the nuclear industry, to deliver on time and on cost. This is very important, because nuclear, there is a very strong wind behind the nuclear now. I hope the governments will take the necessary measures. I hope the investors behave in line with the expectations. Regulators take the necessary steps, and I see a very strong wind in favor of nuclear power in terms of the large-scale nuclear power plants built. I mean, from China to UK, from UK to US, France, many countries will see new nuclear power plants, the traditional ones. The second, lifetime extension of nuclear power plants. We will see more and more of that. Talking about lifetime extensions, once again, many thanks to the EDF engineers, workers, managers, to come back the nuclear production capacity in France. They did an excellent job in the last 1 year or so. And the third one is the small modular reactors. We have to see that they are part of the game around 2030. And if they're in a cost-effective way there, we would like to see the nuclear power plants moving. What nuclear power plants can help? Everything is linked to everything. In terms of the renewables, the manufacturing of the renewables, solar panels and wind panels, there is a big concentration of the manufacture in one single country. Nuclear will ease up this concentration of the supply chains because nuclear technology is much more distributed around the world. Having said that, in terms of wind, I have high expectations, especially from offshore wind. Offshore wind, we will see the cost will come down very soon. People are looking just now what is happening last month, next month, but when you look at it from a strategic point of view, there is a huge potential for offshore wind cost coming down as a result of the decline in the turbine cost, and the offshore wind will not have some of the challenges that we are facing on onshore wind. So I have high expectations on that. But assuming that many colleagues are from Europe here, Europe has a huge opportunity on wind, and we expect latest by 2027, wind will be the #1 source of electricity generation in Europe. And Europe also, in my view, has to be very careful in terms of the manufacturing side to be a supplier, and unlike what we did in solar, starting good but leaving to somebody else, Europe started good, and this time hopefully we will not drop the ball in the middle of the game.
Thank you. I think
May I go
we have
now?
to.
May I go? Okay, thank you.
To let you free. So thank you again for your intervention. I think it was very insightful. And well, have a good energy day here at the COP28.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's time to move to the second part of our event, and we will switch to French. Actually, since we are going to have a first introduction by Sophie Mourlon about the view of France, how to get to achieve net zero. Sorry, I should have started in French. I switched to French then. Et donc, pour...
So for this second part, we are going to follow a conversation with our guest speakers about the role that could be played by electricity, starting with an example from France. Mr. Mourlon, you have the floor. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to showcase the energy policy followed by France. I came to Dubai yesterday, so it's a good opportunity. After the global vision, we heard from Fatih Birol to tell a few words about the political side of things. There has been a consultation lately about the main orientations of our energy policy, which is to follow objectives for 2030 and 2035. The consultations are to last until December 2nd. The 2nd of December, we've provided the European Commission with the main elements of this energy policy so that they have a vision. The main elements of our energy policies are in line with what Dr. Fatih Birol said. The energy and climate transition to meet net zero, it is so important that there is no room for, I mean, all the solutions are needed. We cannot let aside any of them. The main lines of our energy policies are based on the four main pillars, which is energy sobriety, energy efficiency, low carbon, renewable, nuclear energies, on the same chair, so to say, with full balance. A couple of figures now. The main objectives are first to reduce our energy consumption through efficiency and sobriety by 40% or 50% within 30 years. So it's twice, it's divided by 2. We still have lots of fossil fuels in France. Many people think that the energy production in France is decarbonized to a large part thanks to renewables and nuclear energy. But the truth is our global energy mix is fossil fuels based up to 60%, especially when it comes to heating and transport. So no fossil fuels would mean reducing our energy mix. Within this energy mix, we'd have to develop the low carbon or net zero energies. Heating is 43% of our mix, so decarbonizing, we have to decarbonize it thanks to renewables, and we have to electrify massively, because electricity is more or less 25% of our consumption. By 2050, it will be more than a half, about 55%. So a massive electrification, which means inside the energy mix that is called to go down, we'll see in absolute terms, we'll have an enhancement of electricity, which is a major challenge, because it's 30 years during which we'll have to renew our electric system, and we'll have to enhance its production capacity in order to meet the objectives. Why end-to-end? Because a large proportion of our electric utilities will be major by 2050, obsolete. Most of our nuclear power plants will need maintenance as long as the security requirements let it. So it's 50 years, 60 years time. Studies have to be led in order to see whether we can go further. But should we base on a life cycle? Most of our nuclear power plants have been built in the 1980s, which means during the 2040s, 2050s, they will be over, they will be done, they will be obsolete. So our production capacities, wind, solar, renewables in general, they're supposed to last 24, 30 years, so we have to renew them. Only the water plants won't be obsolete now. The rest has to be rebuilt, maintained, renovated, etc. Apart from that, as Fatih Biol said, we have huge challenges linked with the grids. The grids are the bottlenecks very often. We have renovation objectives. Our grid has been made for a large part, built after World War II and during the 1960s, 1970s, 80s, as far as transport is concerned. So we have many things to build, many things to renovate, many things to readapt not only because of climate change, and that impacts electricity. Additionally, the transformation of our electricity system needs new investments in the grid, because we are going to shift from an energy production system that used to be in France organized around big installations, nuclear plants, fossil fuels plants. We used to have big installations and a transport grid. Now things are changing because of the renewables. This is supposed to be a network of smaller power plants using a grid as well. We also used to have a transport network bespoke made for the power plants. Now it's supposed to be both ways. The things are going to change spectacularly. In order to meet the objectives, as I was saying, we have to reduce consumption, but the electricity production in absolute terms will grow. It's now 480, will be more 550 terawatts per hour. So we are supposed to decarbonize the system. It's already with more than 90% decarbonized, but now the objective is to stop producing electricity using coal. We will still have 2-3 units in some power plants working only during the peak season. in winter. But by 2027 this should be over. Plus 10% by 2030 and even more in 2050. To sum things up, the orientations of our energy policy. First things first, we want to reach net zero by 2050, and we want to be one of the first big and industrial countries that would quit fossil fuels totally, end to end. That's an objective that has been reaffirmed by our president by the beginning of the COP. We want to quit fossil fuels. As said Fatih Birol, it is an organized, we have to quit in an organized, in a controlled way. The transition has to be managed, but this is absolutely necessary, especially coal. It needs security. We have to think about security, and we have to think about the consumers. We have to think about our independence, our energy autonomy. The cost has to be managed. Our scenarios, the modelings show that it is possible. The AIE shows that today's model can be competitive in comparison with what we have today. For a country like France, for which all the fossil fuels are imported, in terms of commercial balance sheet for the competitivity of our economy, of course, the domestic cost will grow, but on the whole, this will pay off. This makes sense financially, economically. To meet these objectives, once again, we have to reduce our consumption, enhance the energy production, talking about decarbonized energy, heat, nuclear. We have to adapt the grids. I've talked about the electricity grid because that's what we're talking about today, but of course we also have a gas network, we have the oil logistics, we have to develop some networks, smaller ones of course, but on vectors like hydrogen, transport networks for carbon as well. We have to warrant our supplying security, because we've seen during the COVID-19 pandemics because of the war in Ukraine, because of the Russian aggression, how much we depend on the energy from outside. We have to maintain the competitivity of our economy. We have to protect the consumers. These are the main objectives of our policies.
Pour cette présentation très claire des grands objectifs de la stratégie nationale et bas carbone française. Donc on a le temps pour...
We have time for a few questions. I would propose the first subject. Certain number of difficult things have been identified, like the grids. That's a point that clearly is delicate in order to reach net zero. Now I would like to ask a question to Karine. On the side of EDF, in France we have the luck to have a system that is mostly decarbonated, but not entirely. What are the problems to decarbonate these last percentage and to reach this electrical fully decarbonated system? Yeah, I think we have to remind the size. 400 terawatt hours, this is EDF, without direct emissions of CO2, which makes us the first producer in the world. The first operator behind us in Europe, its NL, is 3 times smaller. And the next one is 12 times smaller. So of course the challenges are not the same in terms of decarbonation. They are critical in the electric system. And our challenge, and I think it's really what I said in the beginning, we really have to make the whole system function, which implies to think about grids. What happens when there's no sun or no wind? Intelligence of the system, that requires huge investments. We invest 18 billion a year and we'll get to 25 billion a year. So how to get the financial capacity? So that requires an economic model. That was a huge discussion with our biggest owner. We're looking for a balanced solution to fulfill these public missions while remaining competitive. If we take the example of the grid, and typically of the infrastructure for recharging, we can think when you have a shopping mall, quick charging, that should be present there, shouldn't it? So we need to share our sobriety and all the tools that we will have to develop to get to the essential things, so we just don't just add up things. So our challenge is to meet the needs of the decarbonated production, so to be performant industrially speaking. So as Fatih Birol said, this is the big challenge of the nuclear. Will we, on time and at the right cost? So in the industry we have to remobilize itself, not only in France. We need to recruit 100,000 people in the 10 coming years. How to attract 2,000 people is difficult. The whole industry will have to grow around these challenges. That's true for the grid, that's true for renewables. So we opening we go into schools, we need welders and others. We need competences that should not be underestimated. It's not only a question of finance or technology, it's also a question of people that will have to mobilize in the coming years. It was said quite often the priority, in my opinion, is the sobriety. We have to ensure that every expense is made properly, and we have to ensure that the system functions 24 hours a day, 7/7. Olivier, what is the point of view of Schneider Electric, the biggest challenges, in your opinion, to reach this objective of net zero for France? If we take everything that was said by Sophie Moreau, that's encouraging, because we go into an energy in France that will be more and more decarbonated. On the supply side, even it's going to take time, it's complicated, but it's going in the right direction. If we take the other side, the biggest problem is what is the motivation for people, for companies to have access to all these new technologies. We're talking about the electrification of usages. What was said, we'll have 1 out of 2 cars that will be electric by 2030. We know the system of renewing the cars in the case of individuals is a cycle of 5 to 10 years. There are some countries that are a little bit late, but we're talking about France now, so we don't have to worry. But if you take your house, access to heat pumps that will decarbonate your house, it's much more complicated, because you don't demolish buildings every 5-10 years to rebuild them. You will need to find incentives to motivate people in these existing buildings to use these new technologies. In France, we sell solutions for automation for cars. 2022 was excellent. Why? Because there were pressures that were making the individuals to get an interest in reducing the consumption. Why? It's very connected with the cost of energy, of course. So we have 2 ways to motivate companies and individuals. Either you increase the cost of energy. We all look at our invoices for energy. It's true for individuals and for companies. 2022 and 2023 were very painful. You create incentives so people invest, what France does. Last week, it was said that there will be incentives for individuals who will want to modernize their houses. So how can we find the balance between the motivation, how make people want to invest in technologies that are expensive, that will the return on investment is pretty long, and same thing for the companies. But all this equation is very complicated. Honestly, the answer is on all sides, governmental, individual, companies. But we have to say we have no choice, because what we live in now in France and elsewhere in the world is very hot, and it's going to become hotter and hotter. We know that if we to to stop this progressive degradation of climate, we need to take on responsibilities. We have to move faster. I will pass the floor to Sophie. Maybe she has things to say about it, but I will have a question, a small question, provoking you a little bit. We're talking about the updating of the scenario of net zero, something that has become a reference for many countries and actors, and that is giving a global vision of a trajectory allowing to reach the 1.5 objective. In this global scenario, electricity plays, decarbonated electricity plays a great role. How to decarbonate this electricity before 2050 to allow the other sectors, the other industries to reach this reach of 2050. And we are able to decarbonate electricity 10 years earlier than 2050. What is the vision of France compared to this ambitious scenario? As I said as an introduction, we don't have the luxury to choose our solution. The ambition is so high that when I was talking about the reduction of demand, Olivier has mentioned it. On the side of the demand, we need to lower our consumption. We have no energetical system that will be absolutely without impact on matters, on raw materials, on the environment. We won't be able to entirely decarbonate this energetic system who would be identical in the consumption mode to the ones we have today. The impacts are absolutely major here. We don't have this possibility not to reduce our consumption. It doesn't mean, as some say sometimes, to get back to the lives of our grandparents or the prehistorical things. We have to, between two air conditioning systems, between two heat pumps, we have different energetic efficiency. That's fundamental. The electrification can also deliver efficiency. Compare in a car, electric or thermic. There's a difference in efficiency. There are things that are quite easy to do. We've seen last year in winter in France when there were problems with supplying power. In the countries in Europe, we've launched a big campaign of lowering of sobriety, and it worked. We're at up to 17% of less electricity consumed. It was just about moving the thermostat of our of your air conditioning. I hope that in your hotels you managed not to put your air conditioning at 17 degrees. Okay, the reduction of the consumption, and on the side of the electrification, I was saying in France our electrical system is largely decarbonated. What we have to do on the decarbonation, there are challenges in this area, but it reminds, compared to our neighbors and also other countries in Europe, it's for us is the challenge is the renewal. That's a challenge, but to we have to work in such a way that tomorrow's system will be able to answer the demand for energy when we need it and in quantities we need it. We have to also store energy, so we have to be able to answer the demand for electricity and to store it. Today we do it. We do it today, but with means that are old. That is a challenge that will have to be treated on both sides, on the demand and offer sides. We are not forced to have an electrical system that can produce sudden huge quantities of energy. We can recharge charging our cars. Maybe you'll have to charge your cars at 7 p.m. because it would be cheaper. These things can be moved here and there. Same thing for industry. We've seen it last winter with price peaks. There is industrial consumption that can be moved between seasons. We're talking about storing between seasons, but the demand between the seasons, we have some margins to move. We can close some companies. It has a significant impact. And now to finish, I know I'm long, but I have to finish. Mr. Biol has talked about it, Caroline also. We have industrial challenges when you're talking about big installations like the nuclear or more the more scarce dispersed spread installation. We have different reactors, and we want to make 40 gigawatts in wind power offshore and 50 gigawatts onshore. These are quantities that are installed. That's huge. That's a challenge for the industry, and in terms of competence also, that is critical. And as Fatih Biol has said, for the performance of our economies, but also for their resilience and for a certain approach of our energetic sovereignty, it's impossible to develop these things in Europe. This is what we're trying to do with investment plans that are made for this subject, not only to support the production of electricity and energy, but also for industry in France.
Thank you very much. This was indeed quite useful. My proposal is to elaborate now on the behavior part. How to modify people's behavior so that we reduce energy consumption in general in France, in Europe, and in the world. Olivier, what are the tangible solutions you're proposing? Well, as I said, this is the most difficult part. There are three elements. You have financial incentives, prices. When things become too expensive, people change their behavior, or they can think it's important for the future generations, for their children. Those are the two main ways. No miracle here. I think, of course, each and everyone has a role to play, whether you work for Schneider Electric, for the government, whether you're just a house owner. Your behavior, our behavior, each and everyone's behavior has to change. Apart from we put lots of money on design, on infrastructures when building a house. We have to think about putting a certain share on the electricity architecture, on the electricity equipments, the heat pump, the installations, everything that can save you 10%, 15% in terms of energy consumption. It's about not thinking only about how beautiful it is, how practical it is, but how energy saving things are. There is another important thing I would like to tackle. Apart from the behavior, we lack a sector. We've been talking about the French situation. Take a company like Schneider Electric. We have more and more solutions that are adapted for houses. The main obstacle being having enough electricians, competent electricians that would be interested in new technologies. I don't know how many of you in the room live in France, but it's extremely complicated to find somebody, a competent, available electrician that would be interested in going the extra mile. In digging into details when it comes to energy consumption. It is difficult to find a locksmith or a physician in France, by the way. So it's a wide problem, and it's about awareness raising with the younger generations as well. Karine, would you like to add on that? electricity producers, you produce, it's quite counterintuitive because you are producing and selling electricity. How could you talk people into saving electricity? Well, it's not only about climate, it's also about the Earth's survival. We can't make it, we can't push electrons when you lack raw materials anyway. So we are limited anyway. It's about for our business model to be long-lasting, we need sobriety. And anyway, the demand in terms of electric energy will grow, but we have to limit this growth in order to deliver, in order to meet the demand. As far as the behaviors are concerned, you have the carbon 4 study, 25% private, the rest is upon the system. So it's not about naming and shaming, it's not about shaming the individuals, the little customers, but there are signals we should send in terms of infrastructure, in terms of regulation, in terms of behavior. And as a company, let's not give subsidies to the bad place, to the bad actors, to where we shouldn't give them. Now, as for behaviors, we try to come up with solutions that often go through financial incentives. We've launched a certain amount of commercial offers via which we pay our customers for them not to buy energy, not to consume during the peaks. We also try to do it in a pleasant, funny, friendly way. We don't want to punish people. We don't want to shame our own customers, of course. It's about challenges. We call them sprints, we call them challenges. Set a challenge, try to meet it. It's quite funny, it's quite in link with fair transition, by the way. It's about donation, of course. We donate to the Abbé Pierre Foundation for poor people to also have the possibility to heat, to keep their houses warm. Energy precarity is a major issue in France as well, not only in developing countries. We also try to make it easier for students. We try to sell competitive energy. It's also about making it possible for. It's also about simplicity, helping people. The systems we use in order to help to support people has got to be not only generous but simple, like the renovation pension. The government helps us, by the way, but there is a degree of complexity in the system that is a bit of a hamper, a bit of an obstacle, a bit of a pitfall, because the more complex it is, the less efficient it is, unfortunately. Thank you, Karine.
The same question to Vicky. Vous parlez un peu français.
You do speak French, don't you? A little.
What can do the World Benchmarking Alliance to catch this topic and to make sure that companies are sending the right signals?
This is just to keep the translators awake, right? So, no, but I can understand it, but I can't return the favor to speak, to respond in French. But no, I think one of the things that we look at is, of course, what is the role of the private sector in this, and what is the role of these influential companies to not only look at their own production, but also to address the demand side, right? They have the obligation to see how do they engage with their off-takers, which are indeed professional companies or their individuals, to inform them how they can help reduce their consumption, right? But I think one thing that I do want to stress here as well is we look at the concept of the reduction and demand side reduction very much now from a European perspective, right? And from a developed world perspective, which I think is fine because that's where the demand side reduction is. But we also need to make sure that there are still a lot of areas where the access to clean and affordable energy is very much still in development. So we also need to make sure that we explore how these most influential companies can help leapfrog that into not only creating an increase in demand, but also help to address that demand is balanced with the supply that they need in order to, create the developed world that they need. So we have to make sure that we create the right, the right people that can help with that transition in these regions that still have the need to get access to energy, that the right skills are there for people to support that. Because, yeah, as I said in the introduction remark, we don't want to create the same obsolete system that we are now trying to transform here in the developed world, in the developing world, and they need to also make sure that they can get that access to the electricity. But I think it is very good what Sophie stresses out, that the country sets sort of the very high ambition about what you want to achieve as a country, and then within the country, within Europe, and then your question on how that feeds into the global ambition, that indeed needs to translate then, okay, but what do we then expect from the role of the private sector to truly deliver on those national and global ambition? And we, as the World Benchmarking Alliance, will hold these companies accountable on delivering on those goals.
Thank you, Vicky. And I think it's almost time to end this session. And I would like to end with... Oh, pardon.
Yeah, sorry. So, French again. To end this session. So, we've been talking about electricity, about its role in order to meet the Paris Agreement objectives, since this is COP28, which is the yearly meeting that is to implement the agreements we've made there. So I would like to ask you about your perception today during this COP. We've heard commitments and messages made by the President by the beginning of the COP28. There are initiatives followed or led by France. A couple of words of hope for the conclusion about France. What are the steps, what are the bricks that can be led by France in terms of adaptation, in terms of mitigation, as far as electricity is concerned? Thank you. Many thanks for this difficult question. I think President Macron has paved the way, and our position is clear since last weekend, since the opening of COP28. The model we are talking about for France and for Europe is such that we have to mobilize the right means for the model to be a global transition model. President Macron has reminded, and that's aligned with what Dr. Fatih Birol say, we have to meet Paris Agreement objectives, which means net zero. And what net zero means? It means quitting fossil fuels, especially coal. There shall be no salvation without this must. This is a must. As far now as the means we have to mobilize are concerned, we have to develop massively the decarbonized means of production, which is why we hail the pledges in English, plain English in the original, the wishes, the commitments, the pledges, which are to triple the part of renewable energies, to double energy efficiency, and to develop nuclear energy, number 3. So now, outside France, outside Europe, outside developed countries, of course there is an important focus to put on the financing matters. We struggle with financement in Europe, but the issue is even bigger outside Europe for different reasons. It comes in all colors and shapes, and this is why France is committed in terms of financement, in terms of funding the transition in other parts of the world. One last thing, within our energy strategy, the importance of the reflection about upscaling. The model we are going to choose, the tracks we are going to choose need upscaling nationally, but also globally. We have a certain amount of limits. Globally speaking, limits, hampers, obstacles. Within all the modelings, we have to work and go further. The facts are often stubborn, of course. Resources are limited, biomass, and other chapters. One last thing. we gather many things under the banner called fair transition within a certain country, within a certain continent, but it's a global issue, isn't it? So the shapes vary, but it is essential to call it something crucial. The way we answer as a country, as a continent, at all the scales, it is crucial to ensure the conditions, the means will be mobilized. Thank you very much. Those will be the last words. Fair transition. Rounds of applause for all the participants, please. Thank you.
Attends, et c'est qui cette source énergie?
Bah non. Bonjour.
Hello, everyone. We are very happy for these two sessions that we are going to have with you. You must have seen on social media the opening page of the COP, and the critics have been made on the fact that half of the humanity cannot save the whole humanity. Except for me, the other part of the humanity is at this table. So we have a round table with people who are really engaged, and to show how the French companies answer to the challenges of carbon neutrality. We'll have two round tables, first two panels, one on the sector of industry, the second one on the transport. And we are lucky to have the president of the Energy Commission of the MEDEF, Julia, who is of course also responsible of this sustainability challenges at energy, who's going to open this session, and then we'll have a discussion amongst ourselves. We've prepared it the best way we could, so it can be interactive and improvised. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Gilles, for these for this energy-making introduction. We need energy. A small introduction for this first panel. It's about the decarbonization of industry. I am the manager of sustainability in NG. I think that people know NG, but just in case, I will have to tell you, 100,000 people and energy provider, natural gas, and then we're moving to new renewable energies, get new renewable gases, but also we're the number one of solar and wind energy in France. I would like to share with you, with my two functions, co-president of the Commission of Energy of NF, but also a little bit of context about the decarbonization of the industry in France, and we'll move to a few concrete examples to tell you how we do accompany industries on their path to decarbonization. But you know it. A few elements on the decarbonization of the industry and the general figures. In 2022, we've emitted France 4.4 million tons of CO2, of which 73 million, 18%, in other words, is due to the industry. So this is the first position from after the transport and the agriculture. So we're the third. Industry and agriculture is the same weight, 19% more or less. So globally, we can say the industry represents like 20% of the emissions in the country. So we are on a trajectory, and we want to get 55 in Europe. We want to reduce the emissions by 55% between before 2030. The industry has to play a major role in this effort for decarbonization, collective decarbonization. The France has indicated that they wanted to switch from 60% of fossil energy to 40 and 25 before 2035. And for the industry, this is our subject. The President of the Republic has set up an objective to cut down these emissions by half before the end of this decade. The President has said it during his press conference here 3 days ago. We are not on the expected trajectories. The wells, the carbon wells, meaning the forests, are getting smaller and smaller. So we'll have to emphasize and to reinforce our efforts. What does it mean? We have to make it operational, not only at the level of the country. We don't decide at the level of the country. The countries must. It's just a question of this decision. The companies have to be able to do it. So we've asked 50 companies that are the most polluting in France, who are responsible for 60% of the GHG in the industry. We asked them to lower their emissions by 45% between 2030. In reality, this is 55 companies that have signed contracts of ecological transition recently, the 22nd of November, with the minister. This is a consequent investment, more or less 70 billion euro, that relies on two plans, France Relance and France 2030, to liberate, to freeze finances. But of course, it will be heavy for the industries. You have the law of green industry adopted in October 2023, so it emphasizes this decarbonization with 4 priorities. The first one is to facilitate the implementation of the and there is the acceptability in this, of that. The second part of this green industry law is projects of talking about projects of green industry. How to ask all the public orders to be included in this projects to make them much greener, and how to condition public health to make more the transition more effective for the actors. That's the scheme, the French idea. We don't have to forget that we are in a world that is much more globalized. So we have to keep in mind the discussions that are in course. The Net Zero Industry Act, NZEIA, It's supposed to reinforce the production capacities in the domain of technologies that contribute to fight against climate change. So all the technology going from the geothermic heat pumps, electrolysis, biogas, biomethane, carbon storage, etc. The president made a small nuance 3 years. He was talking about the residual character of the technologies of carbon storage. So the institutional environment is moving. So the role and the size of what the industry has to do in terms of quantity and ratios of lowering the emissions, and also in terms of transformation, because this will require to have know-hows that are different. We understand the work tomorrow will not be the same as today. So there will be evolutions, changes like AI or digitalization. The industry will have to become much greener, which will change, of course, the competences required. To conclude, I will give you a few context elements so you understand how we propose, the NG proposes these solutions to accompany this transformation. We are an actor providing energy. We are confronted, we have 3 contradictions, because we are supposed to supply energy that will be safe, so it's never cut. I mean, it has to be continuous. The second challenge is we have this energy has to be affordable in terms of price, of course, because unforeseen prices would not be absorbable. We've seen that last year. The third challenge is the sustainability. It is manageable, but these 3 parameters are difficult to manage together. This is when the challenge is becoming important for me. So we invest a lot in renewable energy. You know, the DNA of the energy transformation will have 58 capacities in 2000. We said 50 gigawatts in 2025 and more in 2030. But the renewable is intermittent, so to ensure the continuity of these deliveries, we have to, of the supply, you have to ensure storage of energy, and the flexibility goes through the gaseous form of energy. Ensure run the fossil gas will play its role because it's storable, but this gas has to become more and more green. So we're working on green hydrogen and biomethane. All that costs 13-14 billion. We spend in 3 years, the coming years, but it's an investment for our common benefit. But our objective is not only to reduce our emissions, but also those of our clients. I will conclude giving one concrete example that we have in Oman, where we have green hydrogen and ammonia factory, something that planned for 47 years, so it's not short-term technologies. We're really transforming the industrial landscape to make it sustainable. I will not tell you more because I know we don't have much time. Just wanted to finish on the acceptability. There may be more decentralized energies close to industries. Our citizens have to get used to see industry and to be proud of it on their territories. This is a great role for the MEDEF, territorial MEDEFs, to work. That's it. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best during this panel.
Alors voilà, après...
Here we go. After these words of introduction, we're lucky enough, apart from the quality of the experts we've gathered around this table, that we have different sectors and different company sizes. The Équipe de France, the company's Équipe de France is quite they have different sizes, different kinds of activity, reason for attractivity, the different kinds of efficiency. We are talking about net zero, and we have to talk about net zero for various types of industry. We have the MEDEF and MEDEF International. They decided to mobilize companies to join us here at this COP to take part in this discussion, which is the opportunity for everyone to choose a position, to express some doubts, but also to play a role in this commitments concert, commitments we wouldn't make elsewhere. I hope, and history shows most commitments are met and followed by acts. I would like to give the floor to Sophie Sidos. Sophie, I would like you to tackle, to build on what Julien has said. You are the co-chair of the biggest cement company in France. Cement is a touchy subject when talking about the transition. So I would be interested in knowing how a company as yours reacts to what Julien has said. You're also the head of MEDEF, of the MEDEF subsidy in Isère. So we're talking about RETROUVEZ, we're talking about environment, talking about climate change. Your industrial basis is creating jobs, is creating prosperity. So you have to conciliate environment and jobs creation, isn't it? Well, lots of things. 3 minutes, sure. We manage it. We manage because we are together and because we are allied on the same policies. We are lucky enough to have a president who, via the France 2030, understood the importance of reindustrialization. He's put 4 billion euros on the table. We are often named and shamed as cement producers, but the fact is the carbon dioxide emissions make it for 2% of the emissions in France. It's 10% in the rest of the world. So I could say it's only 2%, but it's 2%. Could be better. In our company, we've been there for 200 years. My ancestor was the one who invented artificial cement. So it's a long history. It's in our DNA. My daughter joined the company, by the way. She will let it to her children. So it's a long-lasting history. It's a long-lasting story. It's a family thing. When I replace an oven in my factory, it's something that costs 350 billion euros. So millions. Sorry. So if each time you invent a new oven, something that is eco-friendly, it requires lots of money. Building a new factory, mayors often say, could you try to build it, someplace not in my backyard, or build absolutely nothing anywhere. But it's also expensive. We cooperate with other companies. We transform carbon dioxide to make methanol from it. Sorry for the fast pace. 1 minute, okay. Europe makes it easier and faster, but still we struggle here and there. The RED II, as far as the RED II is concerned, we create methanol thanks to carbon dioxide from the industry, but only until 2041, because it's going to be forbidden after that date, after that year. So I have to borrow more or less 800 million euros, but I won't do it for 10 years because that's too short. So it doesn't make sense, That means we have hampers here and there. So please stop creating deadlines. Allow for a long term, allow for a long-lasting story. The EU is a hamper. The EU is sometimes an obstacle for us because the EU says, puts deadlines that are counterproductive from our point of view. No sound.
Total, donc je vous donnerai la parole.
So I'll give the floor to you later. But now, Florence Lambert. So that in 10 seconds you tell us why you are here at this COP and why it's important for you. Perhaps it's your first COP, by the way. As far as your specialty is concerned, and taking into account what's at stake in terms of energy, what's your position? How do you reckon? What's your progress step? So it's not my first COP to answer the easiest question. No, I have lots of experience as far as energy, and notably. So you two persons speaking at the same time. More than 20 years. The testimony will be more about dreaming what could be achieved thanks to renewables. I'm happy to see that not only the train is gone, but many French companies have jumped on the train to go further, to go a long way, to go fast. Batteries plants are being built. I am developing electrolyzers, high temperatures electrolyzers. It's now, instead of electrolyzing usual water, we electrolyze hot water, 250 degrees, decarbonizing the industry, bringing solutions, replacing hydrogen when needed, replacing methane as well. Sophie talked about the ovens, the expensive ones. There is a project that is about replacing gas by hydrogen and using hydrogen to perform oxycombustion, and whenever possible we like to combine carbon dioxide, this terrible carbon dioxide, and transform it into synthetic fuel for planes. I feel all right during this COP. I like this COP. I've seen and participated in many COPs, and I think it is important to feel the temperature and to have a vision. A country needs field-based vision to see what's been implemented technically. We are French, but we work in many territories, in remote regions in France, in southern France, not only in Paris. We are multi-scalers, where each time we open a company, we try to be anchored locally. We build ecosystems locally, internationally, and we'll have to support to this challenge internationally. As far now as shareholders are concerned, we have the CA, the SAB, Vicat, Vinci, Occitanie. The idea now is to be within SLB, to sell abroad as well. Thank you very much, Cindy. Another stakeholder, as far as renewables are concerned and transition is concerned, even more experience, I think. Yeah, that's my first COP, so less experience. What I find extraordinary is the fact industries are transforming. There is another way to transform, and that's a part of our DNA. I'm from another company, Saint-Berger. We were 3 co-founders pushing this company. There was the climate change dilemma, the toolbox, the technological toolbox developed by these 2 startups called SLB, and we were wondering about the way to connect the 3 points: the new technologies, the existing technologies, the future technologies, and how to bring them further in order to decarbonize an industry which is the construction industry, but also industrial campuses, public infrastructures. We are into geothermy. Hello, Marjolaine. We are very much committed in all these topics. Geothermics, under each building you get stones. Stones they contain heat. So the idea is to connect the building to this to this heat from the stones. So it requires a heat pump, so that you it's a loop, a winter summer loop. Stones store heat during the summer, which you can use during the winter. It's a positive loop. New energy has been created earlier. Later, we cooperate with big companies like NG to drive these solutions and to upscale them, shifting from a gas vector to a geothermics vector, so that you reduce by 4 the energy you use, and by 10 the amount of carbon dioxide you emit.
These solutions are part of the best solutions. We're happy to organize in Grenoble in a geothermic a building that is using geothermic solutions. We did that a year ago. When we are in Bureau RETROUVEZ, the partner of all these companies, facing different challenges, also transition challenges. How do you contribute, and how do you what do you do with this mobilization of the industry to build the necessary transitions? I think that for Bureau RETROUVEZ we have our own climatic engagement. We may take the engagement to reduce our carbon footprint. We have many laboratories that are supplied by powered by solar energy. So what is interesting, and I think it's a little bit different from the others, we're not developing the technologies, but we're here to help all those who are trying to develop new technologies. So which we work with Sandy, we work with Sophie, with Florence, I think, but also NG, and we are here to ensure and to give self-confidence of the users, to tell them that these technologies are okay, that we could show or prove that the carbon footprint is really reduced, and also to validate this footprint. And I think it's interesting. We also develop a solution. People don't talk about the emissions scope 1, 2, 3. We've developed our own solution called Clarity, which allows to these industry to see their supply chain in terms of the carbon footprint. Yes, Sophie, when you're a company like yours, when you have this project, you have scope 1, 2 quite pretty strong, yes? Companies are very often very small scope 1, scope 2, but very strong scope 3. So in a company like yours, how you interact with your clients who today have the will to reduce their scope 3 and who have cement challenges, they have questions to ask you. Yes, we are special because we produce locally and we sell locally. So that answer, we reduce our footprint because we don't transport. We are in 12, even 15 countries in the world. So when I want to supply in India, I build in my factory in India, and I sell it locally. So I will not import cement from India to France. We'll have a tax on the frontiers to avoid this import, because we don't want to have carbon in our country, but we can have it done elsewhere. So what do we do today? What do? I put less carbon in our clinker. What do? I use clinker, which improves the resistance of the product. So I use less energy and decarbonate energy. In France, we're lucky to have that. In my trucks, I will try to use lorries that are electric, and I have these, the turning pairs on lorries, so it will be moved electrically. So the company is paying. We're not only competitive compared to others, but at least with the carbonated. We're trying to go along the whole production chain. We're trying to do the carbonated products. For example, our cement is sold in bulk in bags. Our bags, we produce them locally in Isère. We have a company that produces bags, but they are recyclable, so they are not plastic. We don't sell cement in packaged in plastic. She could talk for hours. I cleaned the biodiversity in production site. Recycling today is indispensable. What is the company? When you demolish a building at the end of its life and you use the rubble to rebuild a new one. So you've mobilized recently, but for a long time actually, on these challenges of green energy, renewable energy. How do you interact in this value chain? Do you feel like your clients today pay very big attention to your solutions? It'd be interesting to put it in your carbon balance, which is an anecdote today. No, absolutely. The value chain, as you've underlined, there are two sides, the client and the usage. We are coupling technologically. Today, the technology is 15% energy better efficiency than the old technologies. And with a little bit of help, it transfers from 15 to 30. We work, for example, with ArcelorMittal, who will be this is where we're going to install our first modern electrolysis installation. It's important to understand the needs of the clients and all this. I would like to emphasize one thing. There's another subject that worries me a lot, because today, as I said before, it's fantastic. We have gigafactories that are being opened. We have lots of money to do it. Vercors, for example, close to Grenoble. They're all from Grenoble around this table. It's Grenoble, France, and Europe. And for these factories, there's no money. There is the time that will be very long to develop all this ecosystem of the value chain. Now, what gives me white hair is not the ingredients to develop my electrolyzer. It's the equipment. We've chosen the biggest provider in the world. I will not name it. When I gave him the specifications, the solution was to 11-month delay. Thank God I took ECM, company from Grenoble. So I made a second source precisely to develop an equipment on the side. So beyond all this, when you develop a factory, you don't have to develop all this ecosystem, because it means also working on processes, and this is what makes us competitive. Today when we're talking hydrogen, we're talking about we are afraid to be caught up by the Asia, but that's going to be played in the long run. So we'll try to implement a system that will be competitive in time. So the idea is really to develop all this value chain with providers that will be indispensable, and later when we'll come to industrial secret. It will take time, so we can't be naive on the subject. So I'm playing my part. What I do, I'm trying to take companies to project them in my factory in Béziers, Cindy. And you, how do I interact with our ecosystem? Well, we are technological company. We made inventions, we have innovations to put these geothermic things at the use of the existing buildings. 95% of the buildings for 2050 already there. They're existing. So we have to use innovations to make them available to the public or of local governments and the individuals. Of course, heating is a big expense everywhere. So the challenge is huge. When we see swimming pools that are being closed or social houses that are closed because there's no way to pay the invoices. So this is a democratic, not only ecological challenge, because otherwise we don't protect the economy nor the climate. What I wanted to say is that this ecosystem, there is the public. We are going to associate with people who are much more present than ourselves in the public, who will there's this big conference on the construction here in Dubai. There's the developers and the private. We've done that with Marjolaine, of course, obviously, with mayors and with the developers, with Vinci, of course, builders that are very, very present in this subject. I had forgotten them before, sorry. And with all this question, are we moving fast enough? No, we're not. So how are we going to accelerate as you're present in our lives? We're here a little bit to facilitate interactions between public and private. Here we have a great role to play. So we're talking today about geothermics, about carbon capture, hydrogen. What we're missing here, it's the regulations. Today we see that generally we have everything that is European actors who develop the regulations, but they're not in connection with the reality. And we have the private, the industry, who are really there on sites. This is where they really work. We have lots of commissions and I would call it councils that work on this public-private interaction. We have a great role to play here. We are developing our own regulations to develop our actors. When we're talking about hydrogen, for example, we've launched 2 schemes of certification of green ammonia, but also green hydrogen. We want to ensure to people who want to buy hydrogen that this is green hydrogen.
Something I would like to add. There is the industry, but there is also the finance world, which allows to create new business models and to fund the transition, and that's a huge topic. Okay, conclusion. Julia. Apart from the fact that this panel is extremely diverse, only women, thank you Gilles for being with us, and mainly people from Grenoble or its surroundings, extremely efficient in terms of diversity. Jokes apart, there is no one-fits-all solution. We have to seek for all the forms of low carbon or carbon-free energy. Ismaila said something, Nahla said something important about the bridges between the public and the private world. Acceptability. Wind power is a touchy subject in France. We've created a label, the Veritas office, which checks the impacts on the climate, but also on the landscape, on biodiversity, and on populations, which is a way to create a degree of trust between the civil society, between the population and the decision makers. Thank you. This is the end of the first half. I would like you to take your seats. But first, let's... stick with us. let's have the second half experts on stage as well, and let's make a picture, a family picture. All of you, first half, second half, plus the MP, please. Thank you.
Voilà. Alors, Julia va... Voilà. Alors, on va passer à la deuxième table ronde.
Let's switch to the second part of this round table. So, Julia, we've talked about the industry, about this French dream team, SMEs, big companies, various kinds of companies from different regions, not all from Grenoble. Another central topic as far as the way to net zero is concerned, transport, namely. A couple of words of introduction before the second panel. Hello everyone. Do we have new participants? I'm not going to talk about the greenhouse gases in France, but about heavy mobility and transport. 404 million tons of carbon dioxide in France. Transport makes it for 32%. It's the number one. So let's talk about transport then. And let's focus on the three main typologies. Lorries, first things first. Lorries in 2019, they would make it for around, they would make it for 59 million tons per year. The objective now is to drop it by 44% by 2040 in comparison with 2019, which globally means that a huge part of the reduction as far as those emissions would be supported by 2040 by lorries. How to do it? We have 6 main leverages if you want to decarbonize lorries, which is acting on demand, the public procurement and construction, the model part of the vehicles, greening the engines, occupation rate, loading the lorries, plus distances and energy efficiency, transport. So, if you were to remember just a couple of things, lorries are number one. Second thing, planes, air transport, which makes it for 4 million tons in 2019, a huge part, 1.2% of the global emissions in France. The objective for 2050 to decarbonate 33% of the activity is about buying new planes, more efficient planes, optimizing the transport and incorporating new fuels, sustainable fuels. Last but not least, sea transport. That's indeed a sector for which it's quite difficult to quantify the greenhouse gases emissions because the sector is highly international. But on a global scale, it makes it for 3% of the global greenhouse gases emissions, but still the most efficient in terms of energy consumption and greenhouse gases corrected for ton transported. Sea shipping is 20 times better in terms of efficiency per ton transported than roads and planes. Paris Agreement, there's been an agreement which aims at reducing by 40% by 2030 compared to 2008. In parallel, we have a French plan with millions of support in order to decarbonate the sea shipping. It's a part of the roadmap, the goal being to drop by 50% in absolute terms by 2050, as we said, for industry, those percentages, it's a real change. It's a game changer, and that will need long-term investments and significant investments. Sea shipping, decarbonizing leverages efficiency and conception, how boat conception, energy changing, using better propulsion by wind also is a way to go. And then you have the sobriety notion, which applies as well to the pace, to the boat's shape, pace. Before giving the floor to the experts, I'm sure, as we saw earlier, for the industry, this is where where it becomes interesting and operational. From ENGIE, what we do as far as transport is concerned, we've developed a partnership with CGM. There's a plant in Le Havre called Salamandre, first world unit as far as gas, renewable gas is concerned, methanization for transport. In 2027, Salamandre will be able to supply 11,000 tons per year, big volumes. Apart from that, it's interesting to see how solutions are complementary to meet the demands of the air transport sector. We've launched a feasibility kerosene study it's based on the carbon dioxide furnished by Salamandre. We recover carbon dioxide from installations, their carbon dioxide.
The objective is to deliver 70 million tons of kerosene starting in 2030. The WIA Piniers France is a pioneer on this sustainable flights, let's say. So we have two major projects with the ecosystem, with partners that are ready to engage in a long run, which is extremely important, as we've said before. And to finish this subject, on my part, we see that there's not one unique solution. The electrification of usage is very important, so we need to make a maximum everything that may be done by electrification. There are solutions that cannot go through the electrification. The alternatives are indispensable. All the actors of the chain have to be able to innovate to decarbonate, including transports. So these subjects are really big challenges about energy sovereignty for a country, for a territory. Independence in terms of imports, it has a cost, but it has no price. Thank you.
Nous n'ouvrirons pas de discussion sur la matérialité.
No discussions about the materiality or the double materiality with things that have a value but have no price. Big value but priceless. Okay. Mehdi Sinasser from the RATP development. A wireless microphone should be available for you. That's from us. You are in the whole world and you support many kinds of transitions. How have you become a champion when it comes to decarbonizing transport? Okay, the RATP Dev is the the international part of RATP. We are active within 12 countries. Knowledge, mass transport technologies. Decarbonizing, we are both Asterix and Obelix, to keep it French, because we started very early, just as Obelix, because the tube, the underground, is the most decarbonized kind of transport. The technologies evolve all the time. The offer evolves permanently. So we started early, indeed. Each time you take the underground, you have three dimensions of efficiency. There is nothing more efficient. It's obvious in terms of the amount of people. It's massive. it's mass transport. The amount of people you have per square meter. There is the way you use the assets, because underground trains work 24/7, not your cars, of course. Your cars are active from 10 to 15% of the day. There is something particular, which is we need time. We need time to maintain the equipment. The amount of maintenance hours we have in the agreements is 4 hours, from midnight to 4 a.m., which illustrates how the use of the investment is at its max. Next thing, we run on electricity. The energy undergrounds use. Buses do it as well sometimes, but as you might know, the energy transition as far as electric buses are concerned is possible and started, but not always done. So the electricity use is a filler for us. Now, for what we do every day, everything keeps evolving. Take the underground. The trains are run on electricity, of course, but the way we use electricity is getting more and more efficient. In an automatized underground station or underground train, and we are leaders from that point of view, we have computers, algorithms managing the pace of the trains. So nowadays, within the parameters used by the algorithm, the minimizing of the energy cost is maximized, because we are synchronizing the pace, the start and the end, so that you use as little energy as possible while braking, while reaching a station, while starting and while finishing a travel. That's the first thing. We have a second big vector for decarbonizing, which is bringing as many people as it gets from private transport to public transport, which requires offering a journey from A to B with one single buying act, which means a transport offer. It's from the main points, the metro stations. You have secondary ways, and the third ones, the little stations, the light modes, shuttles, which modes can be organized, like when you have shuttles from the main stations to the less popular ones. And of course, and this will be my last word, there is a huge cultural barrier that we have all crossed in certain towns, in certain cities, but not in all of them. We have to quit this private thinking, this private car thinking. Of course, when living in Paris, people living in Paris or in New York usually don't have cars, but there are cities where, in spite of the existing infrastructures, in spite of the fact that you get some public transport infrastructures, people keep relying on their private cars, and that should change. Liberty, freedom equals transport sharing. The journey from A to B is important, but the RTP, it's materials, buses, trams, but also the MAPI app. It's an application which allows people to plan their journey, not only underground wise, but also walking wise, bicycle wise, car wise, etc.
I'd love to Alstom directly with Cécile. She's going to show us how in this value chain, but also other types of activities, how to interact with all your partners and your innovations to make the transport more green. Net zero, I say. As an introduction, I just wanted to say that with the challenge of the transport, thank you, Julie, that you gave us for France at the international level. Is the emissions of our sector is 20%. So we're at the stage we are on the trajectory of business as usual, like before the COVID. So one of the sectors that is growing. Even everything we're doing, we did the electric, beautiful public transport projects, but we're not good. We should be minus 3-4% each year. So how to do so next year we can have 3% less, and the next years also, not only 2040. So for this you need a common vision. We'll have to face conflicts, tensions on the metals, minerals, on the energy, on the biomass, to produce biofuels. We'll have to manage it. And I think that in this context, the position that was taken by France to make ecological planification, that planning, that should allow us to say that this is where we should be going. We have to put our forces together so we can identify the friction points, let's say. So this planification has to be duplicated. What was written, even if it hadn't been noticed, but I will use it for our part, the public transport will have to accelerate very, very harshly. Every day we should have 2 million people more taking the train, 2 million the bus, 2 million on bicycles. So the challenges are huge, and behind it, huge investments. This is true for France and at the international level too. To finish, to illustrate what you've said, we and Alstom, we are present in Africa and Africa, part of Africa, like Cairo, they want to reduce 35 million euro reduction by 2050, and putting apart this benefits by changing the modes of transport, we also want to decarbonate them so they are more efficient, energetically speaking. I hope that you took the metro to come to ASCO. It's Alstom who's developed and who's created, who's built this line. We've deployed certain innovations in this metro. For example, the air conditioning, that's usually maybe 20-30% less, but we have dimensioned it to the mass of the vehicle. So more passengers there is, more the system works. Help for lighting and new technology also for the rails. And we have substations that supply the electricity that allow to recuperate the energy from braking. These can be completed by the substations. So this substation can use this energy to put it back to the network, to the grid. This is how we can change our daily life. This is a question of solutions, of infrastructure, of evolution in the whole world, with the examples that have been given. In Ile-de-France, everybody's working all the works on the work aspect, the end of the works that will take place in the metro. Sébastien Bougon now, who's going to take us in the air, and he will talk about other innovations and to respond to this challenge. Yes, thank you. We are not at all in the transport. We're not all transporting persons, people. I will tell you the story, and you will see how it leads to a tool that will be used for many things. Okay, Flame Mills was born from a problem that we have in France, is that we want to build much more in wood. We have a renewable resource, huge, but that we don't have access to, and we don't have to make roads because this carbon footprint would be too heavy. So we had to create a vehicle for the national management of forest system. Yes, so you know that the helicopters have a very strong footprint, then they limit to 5 tons, and for 65 tons we decided to create a big program. I'm saying $500 million, so to redevelop balloon, like a zeppelin that will allow to move with the major actors like Brett Whitney, Thales, and so on. We developed this zeppelin, and we developed the company of the operating company, and the company with the airport in Paris that will be able to house these. Well, we call them bays to operate these zeppelins. The consortium has finished the engineering. They started in 2017. We'll build the first machine next year, and then you'll have it certified like any plane to 2 years of testing on the ground and in the air. What is interesting is that this part of wood has become a second question. When we turn to the big industries, we decided to develop this also for their. Our first market will be will deliver lots of big parts for the windmills and containers when there is no port. This is what we call the B2B. But we also do B2G. We work with governments also. For example, north of Canada, who has 25% of both of our actions in our company in this program. It's about connecting the connecting big cities in the north, because the roads are being rebuilt, but it's very, it's called roads on ice, very expensive. In Indonesia, that's a little bit different, but it is the same thing, environmentally speaking. They have more than 1,000 islands. The idea with our zeppelins will be to connect the islands that will have infrastructure to those who don't have any infrastructure. So we're developing for other spots in the world. Moving hospital because we have lots of space in these zeppelins. We can really make a building.
So to mutualize the application in various places and reduce the carbon footprint. So we are not developing a tool for a specific application. For this tool to show extraordinary virtues later. I forgot about one thing, by the way. Why is this tool net zero? Because it's loading and in the air, so you don't have any footprint on Earth, and it's 100% electric. It's floating, so you don't need bags of energy. But there is no footprint on Earth, no footprint in the air. So in the future, it's either reading Jules Verne or watching videos. So we're talking about reality. It's not dreams, but it's in 3 years' time. 3 years' time, in one year and a half, this will be operational in 2027, 2028, and then lots of products should show up. As a spin-off, this will be a huge and beautiful French contribution to this COP28, right in the middle of the Amazon. French, Canadian, and Australian. Since we have three countries, it's a partnership. Merdi, one thing extremely interesting within what you were saying, and which leads me to a question I would like to each and every one of you. The solutions are there. One of the main challenges is how to change behaviors. You being a company that brings solutions, what do you make of how behaviors are changing, and how do you mobilize people? Do you consider it's a public topic, or is it also a private one? It's a public matter. Since it requires investments that have to be backed financially speaking, but the magic thing with transport is you don't have an elasticity between offer and demand with fixed curves. the more you enhance your offer, the more you get people choosing transport. Each time you create a new underground line, you're surprised, you're stunned by the amount of people who show up. You're never done. You always get people. The first element when it comes to changing behavior is the offer. It requires quantity, it requires frequency, it requires services quality. It has to be reliable, it has to be
sécurité et propre,
predictable, secure, clean, and from A to B, from A to Z. So each time you get all those criteria, you get behaviors evolving. It's not, the decision makers didn't tell people in New York to quit cars. It wasn't, upstream. Nonetheless, incentives work, and the decision makers create them, and it's important. Measures taken by mayors in order to limit the use of private cars play a key role, of course. So that's a reality in all the biggest cities in the world, not only New York and Paris, of course. There is one common denominator for all the big cities in the emerging countries as well. Take Sydney, Toronto, Manila, Singapore. The population growth is stunning in all the big cities. So you have a growing population. You want these people to make it to work each and every day. You need good public transport infrastructure. A word from Alstom: what makes you use the underground instead of your car is the time it takes to make it from your home to the place you work in. It requires viability.
Préféré, on va dire le plus confortable.
Reliability. It requires reliability and security, accessibility. We want products being accessible for people. Women tend to use public transport more often than men, because what happens very often in a household is when every time there is only one car, men drive them. We've created a tool that fosters access to stations, because we think that what makes people showing up at a metro station is how nice it is, how comfortable it is, how user-friendly it is. You need light, you need security, you need to feel home, you need to feel good. And this is what we do, what we're working at via a project in Cairo, Egypt. We think we won't be struggling that much with acceptability or use change, because your flying whales, how many flying whales are we going to get in France? 2, perhaps 6 in Australia. So people will see them floating, flying, and this will be 2 persons speaking at the same time. Upstream, the difficulty is more linked with projects creation. Alstom on RTP haven't been there, but each time you start a project from scratch, each time you need shareholders, each time you need big amounts of money, like 500 million for investment, and that's the case here. It's 50 companies developing this flying whale. What it means is, beforehand, you have to convince people, you have to talk people into it. Back in 2013, the awareness wasn't there yet. Things accelerated between 2018 and 2020, and things have changed. For many young companies, we are a bit of a startup because we're young, but we have big means. But for many SMEs, young companies, startups, the big issue, the big obstacle is convincing people. Now, from the public authorities side, they have the means, they have the resources, they have money, they have the tools. BPI France, for instance, is one of the means. They support programs that help decarbonizing. I would like to add something to what Julia was saying. A bit of feedback that shows how committed French people are. I was talking with people from Selma CGM yesterday. There was a round table. We showed how 75% of the companies are French. There is also Carrefour, Total, other stakeholders, showing how we decarbonize transport, goods transport, not passengers, with a topic, the fact that sea transport is less decarbonized than the other kinds of transport. The way we have big steps to make about the amount of energy used by boats, but there is a topic that is quite closely related to what we're talking about in terms of transition, which is life quality for people and air quality, the air we breathe within the cities. We don't talk a lot about it, but each time we talk about transport, harbours, big ports are more often than not close to big cities, and in many cases, within those big cities, the vehicles that show up there, for half of them, it's half of the pollution. And I'm not talking only about carbon dioxide, I'm also speaking about different particles. When talking about the energy transition of the transport energy transition, net zero public transport policy, we remind, and that's a true argument that completes the decarbonization discussion, the enhancing of the air quality within our cities is a topic that it's important for people here and now. So for this topic, more than for others, the discussion, the reflection about air quality, about life quality, those are topics that are also drivers that are a good add-on to this discussion, and less fall within the life quality. After all industrial revolutions, all the new solutions would bring comfort for people who will live them and implement them. Now we are starting a new logic, a different one. It's more about the climate, not destroying the climate more than we used to, which doesn't change the fact that what's been destroyed has been, and we won't change it. The air question, the air quality question where we live, I don't have figures as far as diseases are concerned, but I know that those are big. So the present is operational, and now we have to help transitions you've been talking about. A couple of words about what I said, about the longest sentence ever, and then I'll give the floor to Julia to bring us a bit of a conclusion about the efforts to make by transport, by industry, and we see the link between both is linked with territories, our country's prosperities. Like France, for example, this is the French pavilion, and it's also about how we'll organize collectively our transport, our 4.0 industry, sovereignty, autonomy is linked with this, prosperity, jobs creation, competencies. We didn't talk about competencies, but this is something we will talk about during another table. I'll give you the floor for the conclusion. What are the drivers to go further, to go faster? What the decision makers, what the users, what the final users, what the usual common people, citizens can do? I guess you have ideas about those drivers, Julien.
Okay, air quality. Two examples: surface, under surface. We take London. 30% of our buses had turned into electric in 3 years. But before 33, the metropole want to have no diesels at all. Maybe there will be other solutions than electric. That's an example on the surface. It shows that the air quality for the residents is essential. I will just tell you an anecdote. It's not an anecdote, it's true in Paris and Lyon. When we switched to electric buses, so the garages, once you don't have the diesel, you can use the buildings to build for people to live in, because there's no smell, there's no noise. Under the surface, everywhere in the RTTP networks, the air quality in the metro is a part of our prerequisites of quality. We have no diesel in the metro, of course. We have some particles due to coming from brakes and things like that. But that's a part of a service that we propose to our users. I would like to add the air quality is a major subject, and we've lost it from our site. Well, it's not as visible as it used to be in the subjects that we talk about in this climate aspects. But the beginning of our development of hydrogen, our problem was the air quality, and it's still a very important driver, especially for American market when there's no regulations about trains in California. The major driver is the air quality. So I think it's very important to put it, to make it visible, to tell that all the solutions that will allow decarbonization must lead to an improvement of the air quality in down. I don't have much to add, because our machine will be electric and it will fly very high, so there will be no impact on the population. Yeah, a few words to finish. Yes, that will be an echo of what you said with the link with populations and how the things are felt. What is interesting, from what I heard, the transport is something we deal with on our everyday basis. It's a part of our everyday life, and we becoming aware of the fact that in your subject, the key thing is the change of behavior. In your case, it doesn't change the everyday life of people, and this is the big challenge, transformational college during this COP and then the next COPs. What's the readiness to recognize that in our practices, the everyday practices, there are things that have to change, and the elements that were associated to comfort in the past have to change parameters, and there may be other desires, a form of freedom. We have to limit certain things to find freedom elsewhere. Alignment of companies. This is something that's very important in my opinion. Everyone in his area, we have to apply public objectives on the transportation modes of the employers. For us, it's 0.3 of our carbon footprint. People tell us, "Oh, that's strange. It's really low." It sounds like greenwashing takes something that small. When we have 100,000 people employed who use the public transport to work, whether it's planes or buses, well, you create alignment, because we're checking all our value chain. The decarbonation, the impact that it has, is something that we see, even if it's minimal, because although it's not our specialization, doesn't mean that we don't look at it in terms of responsibility and engagement. So we made something. I'm president of a fund called Rassemblement d'énergie. This is where our employees save money. There's 20,000 people who decided to save money in this fund, and we invest this money into startups that will have a positive impact on social and ecological in questions related to these two subjects. There is one that's called T-Bike. It's about putting electric wheel on your traditional bicycle, so you don't have to buy a new one. So we're trying to be really affordable, and you can travel farther. The second initiative that is very dear to me, Omni. It's a company who has decided to create a kit to adapt the wheelchairs to these kickpads that we have in the countryside. Will allow them to move and to travel farther. And the fact the people, our employees, put money onto it. These are subjects that concern us all. Yeah, thank you very much for following these two panels. We're talking about air quality. Immediately I can see the representative of the ADEME. This is a subject that we're not also, we don't agree with ADEME, not always. There's a big work to be done. That's a sole, actually, the only institution that works. Why do I say that? It's because we're here, we're talking industry, we talked in transport. Right afterward, there will be another panel about fashion and climate. For all those who are here and want to stay, I invite you to stay here to see it. Who will be shed a new light on these subjects of climate and. But there is this question of fashion industry. It's also about our usages, how to mix efficiency, sobriety in a new world. So I invite you to stay in for this panel that will be going to take right now. Thank you all. Tu ne fais
Sorry.
Does Just 1 second. 1 second. Test one. Malcolm, do you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah? Do you want to try it with the translators? No, it works. Okay. Wait a second. 1 second. Now, do you hear me? Yes? Are you sure you want to keep the speakers off? Je t'entends pas.
There is only one channel here.
Okay.
One of the two. It's the same in the two, it's not zero.
No, it's left and right.
Left and right?
Yeah.
There is different microphone on left and right?
No, both.
It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same. Is it on?
I will make a test with you just yes.
Malcolm, 1 second. Test. Check.
You must. One time like that, it's this is not recording, and one more, it's recording.
But I don't see the level.
There is nothing?
No. Do you...
Yes.
Wait. There's level here.
Test.
Wait. Test. Yeah, it's working. Test. Can you try with input 2? Test. Why? Test. 1 second. No, test.
It's higher. Higher.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to verify it. No, because the other side it's
Wait, we'll try. Test one.
I come back with another
Cable. Test.
I got another one.
test one, check, test. Okay, we'll try from the speaker. Yeah?
Maybe we can increase the sound a little bit.
I'm not
No, I mean, like when you're talking, I can hear you.
Yeah.
But it's not really, really loud, but they have a volume button on the side.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry, I don't have something more.
Yeah, me too.
Est-ce que tu sais à quel moment est le fil sur le dégrandeur ADEME? Un petit fil là.
Qui est prévu derrière toi, et 30 secondes après le début.
Oui, c'est les images. Mais j'avais pas mis un sur le dégrandeur.
Ah si, sur le truc au début.
Et il est où? Normalement, il est tout à la fin. C'est là, il est tout à la fin. Slide. Non, on le mettra à la fin. Il faut vérifier qu'il est bien par contre avec les autres avant. Normalement, il est bon, on verra. Oui, juste pour être sûr, ça se prononce comme ça. Vous êtes sûr? C'est sweet.
Oui, to see it's when
Comment ça marche? Est-ce que c'est les personnes qui font défiler, les personnes à distance, elles peuvent faire défiler leur... c'est ça? Ils le savent? Ils les avaient eu au téléphone?
Oui.
Vous les avez eus?
Les vidéos, les 3 vidéos.
Oui.
Oui, ils sont ici.
Les vidéos, non. On parle de PowerPoint.
Yeah, ça.
Oui, mais après, il y a des intervenants par Zoom.
Ah, par Zoom, oui.
Ouais, ils peuvent passer leurs slides eux-mêmes.
Oui.
Ok, ils le savent. Alors, est-ce que tu les as vus? Est-ce que les intervenants...
On leur a dit tout à l'heure.
Ah, d'accord. Moi, je les ai prévenus, j'aurais envoyé un texto pour leur dire.
Oui. Par contre,
Et ils vont... Oui, on va sortir. C'est la seule chose qu'on a besoin de savoir, c'est qu'ils fassent les slides.
Wait, I will talk to someone. Wait, I will talk soon.
You don't have any low XLR jack?
No. I don't have any cables left.
Okay.
It's all
And you don't have an out in
Hello, Jojo. Hello.
here? It's not an out?
Yeah. The H4 that I told you about earlier. It's not working, the 5 and 6, the channels. No, it's not giving signal on this recording. In 20 minutes. Okay. He's coming.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No?
And you don't have an out with that?
No, we have, but it's giving a weak signal.
I'm sure
It will come. Don't. هل في 3 على زوم بدنا نجربهم ولا لا؟
3
فاتوا لهون صاروا هون بحشهم مرة. هول الكلاينت.
عملتوا تيست؟
لا هول الكلاينت بدهم يقعدوا السبيكر.
ايه
فاتوا لهون وصلوا لهون عم بشوفوا اعلانات. اجا مايكل قال له اطلعوا لبرا.
ايه انا قلت له امبارح هو وشيء قلت له ما حدا يطلع
Test 1 check. هلا ما بده هول. Malcolm. Is it working? Test.
نزل ساندويشات شاورما وفلافل هالقد الساندويش عن جد هالقد 40 درهم معقول؟
Yes.
Do you think it'll work with the headset microphones? Okay, then I can hear you very well. And also, Rachel, so there are movies inside the PowerPoint.
Yes, I checked.
Yeah.
Are you gonna test the 3 Zoom?
Yeah, in 4 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
دقيت له لجوجو خليج. لأنه هيدا بده يسجل قال من الريكوردر تبعه. جايب ريكوردر أو بيسجل سيشن. عرفتوا؟ خليج وقت نجرب هول تبع الساعة.
مسموح هالشيء؟
والله أنا ما خصني.
Have you got an XLR?
No.
No XLR.
Did you see his cables?
But what is he using? He said mini jack. He hasn't got it on this.
No, not mini jack.
Zoom 1?
H4.
H1?
He's here.
So if he H8 حدا خبره? Was that the Zoom thing? Yeah. But it's not white and black. It's XLR.
That's all. It's an old one. على يقول له بس انه عم يشتغل على اتش 8 في طيبه وقال طلعت لبرا خلص اشحط يلا حبيبي يلا اشحطني يلا انت وليت الزعتر اشحطني اشحطني
Test 1 check test check test check 1 test 1 check 1.
Right. So let's do a thing. Thank you. Can you plug it? No, plug it.
And okay.
Yeah. Actually, it's okay. I'll just where's the stick mic?
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah. Jojo.
Yeah.
I need to tell you something about this session specifically.
Okay. Well, let me just do. Yeah, go on.
They don't want to use the PAs. They want me to shut them off and use only the headsets.
Oh, they don't want the PA.
No, but I can send the.
No, that's only mics. Tell him to come here with his thing quickly. Tell him to bring it here with the cable. Jesus Christ. Hector. Oh. Hello, Hector. Okay. All right. So are you doing a session now? Are you doing a session now? In 15 minutes. Okay. Give it's a long cable. Yeah. How long are you?
No, I will put it.
No, how long till the first finish?
Here and 15 minutes.
15. So now Hector has a problem with it.
Do you want the fridge?
Yeah, just
You're welcome.
Okay, there's
wait a second, I'll find
test 1 check. Yeah, there's signal.
The signal, yeah?
Yeah, it's working. Thank you.
Okay, so
Test 1 check. Test 1 check.
yeah, but it's Alpha 5. There's mics, but there's not these. So I have to give them that as well. Otherwise you won't hear the VTs. Yeah, that's it. So Alpha 5. Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
We should give
No.
these the translator.
No.
Not those.
Oh, are they only just doing translation?
Yeah, those.
They don't want the mics or anything. Ask him. Get him here. Let me ask him. What language are they speaking? Do you want translation or do you want the floor?
No translation. Just what?
Just the floor.
Just the floor.
Yeah. Okay.
The only one in mono.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So that's it. So, yeah. So this is bus 5. Sorry. Wait a second.
يلا test. هدالكوا تبع الزوم هنفوت لأنه
But Jojo, we can hear everything.
What?
On the Zoom, on his
Can you
record.
hear it?
Yeah.
Has he got it?
Yeah.
Check that he's got it.
It's here. I got.
Yeah, is there?
Yeah.
Check it. Is it there?
Yeah.
But is the VT might not be there.
The?
Oh, because, oh yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. We're testing in this session. I told you.
This is okay? Where was this? Is this, can you actually, yeah.
Yeah, it's off because mics to PA. We don't need the translators.
I know, but it's only mics. Can you reload your session? Is it okay for you to reload your session? Is it close, yeah?
Yeah.
Just do that, yeah? That's why it's good to do that, yeah?
No.
Wait, you know, yeah. Okay.
Test, check, one, test.
Okay. Check, okay?
Test one.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. You're welcome. So that's my cable. Keep it for me. Yeah?
Okay.
So it will be here?
Yeah, it will be.
You just check to press the red button.
I will do.
Don't put it in his way, though.
No. Okay. But Jojo, we're testing this session without the PAs.
Okay, so you mute the PA.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah? Just mute the PA.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know.
Just one test. Oh.
Hello.
Excellent.
And I put the gain on the minimum, not to have distortion.
Okay. But it's recording.
It's recording.
Recording.
Okay.
Malcolm? Yeah. Join with computer audio. Join with computer audio.
Yes.
Okay.
And unmute.
اوكي. فينا نعمل تيست.
يلا بس ثواني. One second.
Okay.
1 second.
ما أنا هلا مشكلتي إنه
هلو.
اوكي انا كل وقت بدي اسمع بداية هونيك خلص اكيد حوطيهم على الاخر بفصلون
هيك بده وطيهم ماكسيموم ما مشى الحال نعليهم.
اسألي لأطفال اسمعنا.
Je fais le test avec lui. Salut, Monsieur Antoine.
Bonjour. Enchanté.
Est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Oui, très bien. Vous m'entendez?
بس ليه نحن ما عم نسمعه؟
I can't hear him. I can't hear him there.
You can't hear
I can't hear him there.
Now can you hear him?
Tell him to talk.
طيب أنا جاي une question about the speakers and moderators. If they don't have the headsets, how they will hear the?
هيحطوا الهاتس. أنا عم أقول له يقنط.
Okay. Yeah. So now the speakers and moderators, they will have to put the headset to be able to hear the Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we'll check. I'm not sure if we can hear the Zoom for now.
Okay. Hello.
في يحكي الرجل.
ايه بس هون ليه ما في صوت على هيدا؟
في صوت عم بسمع.
عن جد؟
ما هل هو بده إيانا نطفي
اوكي.
خليهم يحكوا
Monsieur Antoine et Caroline, vous pouvez nous parler un peu pour voir si on vous écoute?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Moi, je t'entends bien, Antoine, mais je ne sais pas si on nous entend.
Non, je pense pas.
Si.
Ah, là, on est rendu.
وين المفروض نسمعه؟
كل واحد على الهيدفونز طبعا. هاي المشكلة.
Ok, vous pouvez continuer à parler un peu, s'il vous plaît.
Ça va, Antoine?
Oui,
dites n'importe quoi, juste test 1, 2.
1, 2, on est ravis d'être à Dubaï.
Très bien.
Ça va,
Mais
c'est bon. Ok, merci beaucoup,
déplacé,
c'est
toi
bon.
Non, non, là, je suis rue Blonde.
Ouais, c'est ça.
C'est bon?
C'est bon, c'est bon.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. If you want, you can put mute for now, and then unmute your mics.
Maybe I just wanted to double check with you. I insert a video in my presentation, and I wanted to be sure it's fine with the sound on and everything.
Okay, okay. Can we try it now? Or it was that?
It's on the PowerPoint.
Okay, okay. If it's on the PowerPoint, it's working.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Another presentation than this one, right?
They have the same presentation. They just need to change their slides themselves.
Okay. Yeah, they will have to share screen.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez tous ou pas?
Oui, tout à fait.
Oui, oui.
C'est bon. Est-ce que vous pouvez tous parler un par un? On va commencer par... ah non, bon, du coup, Antoine et Caroline, on vous a déjà vu. Mais Marine, du coup, vous êtes connectée. Est-ce que vous pouvez parler pour vérifier qu'on vous entend bien? Marine, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Vous êtes toujours en... Vous avez toujours mis votre microphone en... Vous avez toujours coupé votre microphone. Est-ce que vous pouvez essayer de parler? Attendez, hop. Je vois qu'il y a un chat. Non. Bon. Tout tout le monde est connecté, mais Marine, je ne sais pas si elle nous entend bien.
Ah. Mais elle est vers la fin dans le panel. Elle est apprise à elle. Et s'il faut inverser et le même.
Attendez. Non, mais c'est là, je pense.
Vous me faites comme ça, s'il faut les inverser.
D'accord.
Hein?
Attendez.
Ah non. Je sais pas.
Vous voulez me donner un micro, il faut le faire là. Je le mets juste le truc là ou...
Non. Ellie, can you go and help?
They need that
Yeah, they need to...
Just check with the...
Installez-vous sur scène et puis on va vous mettre votre micro. Madame Caillet, est-ce que vous pouvez vous installer sur scène? On va poser vos micros.
Ah, bah,
Vous allez être possible. Si vous préférez, si vous voulez vraiment, on peut vous donner ce microphone.
D'accord, bah.
Parler dedans.
Ok.
Mais par contre, j'en ai besoin pour les tests, juste là.
Ok.
Ah, vous nous entendez là, Marine?
Oui, c'est bon. Et vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien, oui, on vous entend. Parfait.
Parfait. Génial.
Bon, super. Donc, tout le monde est sur Zoom normalement. Et on nous entend bien. Et puis, vous, on vous entend de votre côté. On va juste refaire un dernier test pour être bien sûr. Donc, est-ce que Antoine, vous pouvez essayer de parler, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Parfait. Ensuite, est-ce que Caroline, vous pouvez essayer de reparler, s'il vous plaît?
Oui, bonjour.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. On vous entend bien et normalement, vous nous entendez bien aussi. Donc, l'événement va bientôt pouvoir commencer. Merci beaucoup et désolé pour les petits soucis avec Zoom.
Prenons le beeper pour passer les slides.
Oui.
Très bien.
Et donc, attendez, juste par rapport à ça, donc tout le monde sur Zoom. Donc, il faudra que vous passiez vous-même vos slides en fait. Est-ce que c'est bien compris pour tout le monde?
Ok, d'accord. Mais du coup, c'est vous qui avez la présentation et c'est nous qui passons les slides, c'est ça?
Non, en fait, normalement, c'est d'après ce qu'on nous a dit, c'est vous avez transmis vos slides, c'est ça, vous avez vos PowerPoints.
Oui, c'est ça.
Donc vous pouvez juste les charger et puis ensuite partager votre écran et puis passer vous-même les slides.
Ok.
Ça vous va aussi, Antoine et Caroline?
Ouais, le truc c'est que j'avais une petite vidéo dans ma presse et que sur Zoom, je ne sais pas faire marcher le son de la vidéo.
D'accord. D'accord. Attendez juste une seconde.
You can hear us? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Explain to them that there will not be sound from the speakers, only from the headsets and stuff, or no?
But they hear everything from the headsets, right?
Yeah, but did you explain this to them?
Yeah, I did. Alors, bon, alors pour la vidéo...
Non, c'est bon, j'ai trouvé, te prends pas la tête.
Super. Et puis, donc, vous Antoine, c'est bon aussi, vous avez pu charger vos slides?
Ouais, c'est bon.
Parfait, donc bon, l'événement va bientôt pouvoir commencer, je vais juste transmettre le micro devant. Sorry, Rick.
They're asking for it.
Yeah. Ça va être...
Alors, je suis désolée, peut-être que je suis arrivée un peu trop tard, mais c'est les slides du PowerPoint qu'on a reçu avec notre PowerPoint intégré dedans, c'est ça?
C'est pas Marine, moi je me suis dit que j'allais présenter ma presse.
Oui, voilà, ouais.
Ouais.
Okay.
Si tu l'as sous la main, dans tous les cas, je pense que ça sera
oui, oui. Parce que du coup, d'accord. J'ai un peu de mal.
Mais du coup, si vous voulez parler en même temps.
Is it okay, the sound? Tu veux faire un test pour le son?
Oui. Test micro.
Okay, great. Okay, shall we start? Tu peux tester?
Tu peux tester le micro?
Teste, parle.
Bonjour, comment ça va?
C'est bon, ça marche.
C'est bon, c'est bon.
Hello, my name is Isabelle. Ok? Super.
C'est marrant, c'est box où il y a les murs qui vont pas jusqu'en haut.
Ah ouais.
Donc du coup c'est...
Ok. 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 Ah, ok. Ah oui, mais le casque... Ouais, ben ouais. Il faut faire quelque chose avec ça ou pas? Il faut faire quelque chose avec ça ou pas? Ok. Mais je vais le mettre quand j'ai la personne. Ok. Ok.
Alors, je m'entends dans le casque, c'est bon.
On va le mettre quand il commence à parler, peut-être. Hein?
Ouais, je sais pas. Tac.
Voilà. Okay. Are we ready to start? Yeah, I'm ready. Yep. So this is the film. Ah non, non, c'est la petite vidéo d'abord, non? Vas-y.
Je crois qu'on essaie de nous parler.
Il y a du son. Oh, so hello, I'm Sarah Lozano, and I'll be introducing you to the participants at this COP28 side event organised by Universal Love in partnership with the ADEME here at the French Pavilion. So the title is Sustainable Fashion for Climate, Paris 2024, Fashion, Sport and Recycling. We would like to thank the French Pavilion for trusting us with this important subject. And to start the proceedings, we have Joël Colosio, who is the Deputy Executive Director of Territories at the ADEME, which is the French Agency for Ecological Transition. Thank you, Joël.
Welcome everybody for this side event about ethical fashion actions linked to the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. I would like to thank the French Pavilion and the Universal Love Association and all the speakers at this side event for their interventions. The clothing industry is at a burning point on its history. it has no choice but to take the path to sustainability. Between a circular economy, eco-design and technological innovation, the clothing and textile sector covers many issues that require the mobilization of all stakeholders, from fibers, producers to consumers. As part of the studies carried out by the ADEME with the aim of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050, sobriety appears to be at the heart of the solution, aiming in particular to rethink our production and consumption patterns to build a more sustainable and united society. The fashion sector will account for 1.2 billion tons of greenhouse gas worldwide, and 4% of drinking water consumption represents considerable challenges. The impact of the textile industry in the environment is now easily observable. Illegal dumping of clothing, ocean plastic pollution, textiles are responsible for 35% of microplastic released into the oceans. It's therefore urgent to reinvent fashion and design with the circular economy. In France, the ADEME, the governmental agency implementing actions for the Ministry of Ecology, contributes to the execution of ambitious objectives, promoting the necessary changes both from the point of view of industry and companies and consumers. First, we support for eco-design investment. 2, better integration of recycled plastics. And third, consumer awareness raising actions. We also focus on the interface between producers and consumers, in particular with the environmental labeling of products that was made mandatory in 2008. Now, the anti-waste law for circular economy and climate and resident law help us to increase action. For textile, for example, for textile sectors, this law stipulates, for example, the obligation to register producers and distributors for the general public with refashions, the eco-organization of the textile sector responsible for the management of the end-of-life textile product. Mandatory consumer information of the environment qualities and characteristics of textile and clothing produce, since for the first of this year. The sports and leisure goods market is experiencing strong growth, ranking as the first largest consumer goods market in France. According to recent studies, sport produces about 100,000 tons of waste each year. And a sporting event of 5,000 people alone generates up to 2.5 tons of waste, 30% of plastic, 30% of metal, 20% of textile. It should be noted that sportswear is usually made of polyester or nylon. There are synthetic material. However, each time a synthetic garment is washed, plastic, microplastic, too small to be filtered by the washing machines, are released into the oceans. It is estimated that 240,000 tons of microplastic are released into the ocean each year. For the next Paris 2024 Olympics and Paralympic Games, the ADEME support the initiative of Universal Law, the ethical fashion triathlon, and we also support investment made to develop renewable energy in the infrastructure created for the Olympic Games by Solideo and Paris 2024. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Joël. So now we're going to look at some of these zero waste challenges that are going to be faced at the Paris Olympics in 2024. So first we'll hear from Antoine de Suy, who is the Strategy and Innovation Manager at Solideo, which is the public body responsible for delivering the Olympic and Paralympic infrastructures. Antoine. Can Antoine hear us?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, and can you see my slide?
And we can see your slides. Great.
Oh, it's perfect. So thank you to give me the opportunity to share some feedback on how we managed to develop the circular economy for the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games constructions project. Solideo is ensuring the delivery of all the permanent infrastructure, buildings, public spaces built or restored for Paris 2024. We started our mission in 2017. We are going to be on time for sure, but that's essential, but not sufficient. Since the beginning of the Solideo's adventure, our governing board and ourselves have had the conviction that the very meaning of hosting these Olympic Games just after the Paris Agreement on climate depends on our ability to make Olympic projects a testimony of how we can respond to the major environmental challenges that cities face. Among these challenges, there is undoubtedly the issue of the carbon footprint of cities, but also the issue of adaptation, how cities and buildings can provide relief, comfort, if it's possible, and at least safety during heat waves, how we can design or reshape cities to support urban biodiversity, and for sure the circular economy. For all these challenges, we set quantified targets that figure in the contracts we sign with all the owners of all the projects. And at the end of the day, as Solideo, from our point of view, we will be able to assess if the Olympic Games will have been a success if we reach our objectives. For instance, concerning carbon footprint, we wanted to divide by 2 the carbon emissions compared to classic construction in France in 2020, considering both construction and 50 years operation. That means for us to be 10 years ahead of the low carbon national plan. And we are on track to reach minus 47%. So, and how did we do that, considering construction? Well, Tony Estanguet said the Paris 2024 Games will be revolutionary. There is actually a first revolution concerning the material we used to build the infrastructure necessary to host these games. Paris 2024 is, in France, a boost for low carbon construction, and particularly regarding the use of wood, of timber, for building structure. We also use wood for smaller things. This is going to be a basketball field on the roof of the Olympic Village. There is a closer look. This is a wooden bridge over the highway between Aéroport Charles de Gaulle and Paris Center, connecting the Paris 2024 Media Center and the competition site for climbing. We used wood, but we still need concrete, at least for central core of buildings and basement and also for higher buildings. This was an opportunity to develop the low carbon concrete industry. This concrete was made with blast furnace slag. This is waste from steel production in place of cement. Here, this is a picture from 2021 of the basement of the new Paris Arena Porte de la Chapelle. In the Athletes Village, we've developed an energy network with the principles of the circular economy. It's both a heating and a cooling network. The energy is taken from the groundwater, then the water is re-injected underground, colder during winter and warmer during summers, so that is neutral over a year. 96% of materials from the deconstruction of previous buildings on the village Athletes Village sites, previous buildings and roads were recycled. That means that represents 500,000 tons of excavated materials, and the rest was evacuated by the river. Here, Athletes housing was conceived to have two lives. The first one during the games, then it's going to be classic housing or office spaces. So some walls and equipment are going to be removed, and 75% of them are going to be reused elsewhere after the games. And for instance, this wall on the picture was designed by Saint-Gobain, and this is a removable wall. This is the Olympic Aquatic Center, where artistic swimming and diving competitions are going to take place. So let's have a closer look at the chairs. They were made from recycled plastic, like bottle caps collected from schools in Seine-Saint-Denis. The company that makes them is called SAS Minimum. It's SME from the social economy. We have ensured that these new buildings are adapted to the future climate. We simulated their behavior using weather data provided to us by Météo France, the French National Meteorology Center. We have developed a lot of green spaces. Here in the Olympic Village, we are planting 19,000 trees. The roof, buildings in the village have either green rooftops or photovoltaic panels on the roofs. And this is, at the first plan of the picture, this is the station of the athletes, and it's going to be an urban park after the games. And that doesn't spoil anything. We will be ready for the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Thank you for that informative presentation. And now we're going to hear from Caroline Lewis, who is the Circular Economy Manager for the Olympic Games in Paris 2024. Caroline, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Great, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Antoine, if you don't mind, because I can't do it. Well, thank you very much. Si tu peux passer. I have the pleasure to represent Paris 2024. Paris 2024 is the organization which is in charge of planning and delivering the competition and the games, the Olympic and Paralympic Games, because we are speaking of two main events. And as Antoine said, Tony Estanguet, my president, wish more revolutionary games, but he also wishes more spectacular, more open and circular games. So we are at less than 250 days from the opening ceremony, and one does circular game means. And Antoine, if you can switch changer la slide, s'il te plaît. Well, when you organize a competition, when you organize a big event, Paris 2024 is the biggest event in the world. It's like operating a little city because you have a lot of activities to deliver. You need some infrastructures, as Antoine well explained it. You need temporary infrastructure as well. You need to decorate. You need to furnish. You need to put some equipment as well to have the competition ready. We need more than 800,000 equipment such as furniture. We also need to host 13 million people. We need to get a roof and get a mattress to 50,000 athletes in the athlete village that Antoine showed you. And then we have also to provide food and beverage for all the spectators. We are expecting 30 million spectators. So all these elements are key activities for delivering the game. And for delivering and operating all these activities, we need to put resources. And as you know, Paris 2024 is a short-term organization. Paris 2024 is going to disappear at the end of the game. So what will happen with all these resources we are putting in place for the competition, for the broadcast of all the competition, and so on. So from the very beginning, we ask ourselves, how do we prevent all these activities, goods, equipment, furniture to be waste at the end? How do we ensure a second life to all this equipment and resources? Et si tu veux bien passer, Antoine. So that's why we developed a circular economy strategy, which is a very simple strategy with 3 pillars. The first one is if you want to prevent the resources, use less resources. So the first pillar is the way we acted and we tried to ever challenge our need of resources with the optimization of the existing material. And the Antoine presentation is a very, very good example that we wanted to have infrastructure. We thought the infrastructure to be used longer. At the athletes' village, we were thought and designed to have 2 lives. Or we always challenge overall needs? Do we really need it? Or can we do with less? And or do we favor rental? And at the end of the day, it happens that Paris 2024 is only delivering and acquiring at the non-rental position 10% of all the equipment. In other words, on this less pillar, we managed to have 90% of all the goods and equipment that are dealt by other entities such as partners or suppliers. The second pillar is, well, we will need to have some resources to deliver the competitions. So when we need this, how can we use our power of acquisition to push new practices of production. So we've been very strong on promoting eco-design. First, I will show you a bit of our program for our production of goods, licensed goods, all with the brands Paris 24 and Équipe de France. So we had a big eco-design program that we supported 60 companies to better produce with the help with ADEME and Refashion. So we really push new practices and to make sure that all the companies after us will follow on eco-design, and they will have these new practices for longer as well. And we put recyclability at the heart of the product of our products we need. For the third pillar, it's all we really push to make sure every equipment will have a second life, and so we are working really hard
Please,
to make sure
Caroline, you have to accelerate, please.
Okay, so maybe we can go to the last slide and the other one. So, what do we do on textile? We have two kinds of textile. Clothing, of course, so we have to provide uniform for our 40,000 volunteers, but also for the French team. So we had the guidelines that we provide to our suppliers, ensuring the eco-designing of the clothing. And as I was saying, we had a training program to support all the suppliers to make sure that they eco-design the goods and clothing. The second kind of textile we have is on look and feel. It's all the banners, panels to make sure that we have the right ambience on our site. And so these are 99% made on plastics and 100% usually put in the garbage at the end of an event. So we work with all the ecosystem of the look and signage to make sure that they were better produced and ensure a second life of these products. And the suppliers committed to have 90% of second life of the product with recyclability and reusing. So this is all fully embedded in a toolkit that you will find on our website for eco-designing, look and signage, and any communication elements. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
That sounds great. Thank you very much, Caroline. Sorry we had to cut you a little bit short there. You've said everything. And now we're going to hear from Isabelle Keir, who is, if you want to go to the podium, Isabelle. She organised the first ethical fashion exhibition in France in 2004. And today she's the designer of the ethical fashion triathlon with the association Universal Love, which has organised this side event. Universal Love is a non-profit organisation founded in 1995, and its aim is to promote designers, mostly of fashion, that are committed to a best practices approach. So can you tell us more about that, Isabelle?
Excuse me, Sarah.
That's fine.
I don't heard you. Okay.
I just explained that you were the leader of the non-profit organisation Universal Love,
okay,
and that you promote designers committed to a best practices approach. If you could tell us some more about that.
Yes, exactly. It means respect for human life all along the manufacturing chain of clothing or product. It means respect of environment, use of materials that are natural or have minimum impact on the environment, highlighting and defense of the world's textile savoir-faire so they can transmit it to the future generation.
Hello? Yes. Sorry. So that's respect for human life, respect for the environment, and highlighting the savoir-faire, protecting the savoir-faire.
Yes.
So how does the association do that?
We organize events in France and abroad, salons, conferences, exhibits, and fashion shows.
In particular, we funded the ethical fashion show, Change Fashion for Climate during the COP28 in Paris, and then in Marrakesh for the COP 2022. We have designed pedagogical tools in partnerships with l'ADEME, such as the underside of my look, what impact do my clothes on the planet. We made an exhibition on a booklet.
Okay, great. Great, thank you. So what do you have planned for us this year for the COP28?
For the Paris 2024 Olympics, Universal Love is organizing... Faut le faire 2 fois, Marcel. For the Paris 2024 Olympics Games, Universal Love is organizing a competition called the Ethical Fashion Triathlon under the high patronage of the French National Education and Youth Ministries and in partnership with the French Agency for Ecological Transition, ADEME, and the Cultural Olympiad in Paris 2024. We have the label of this. The aim of the competition is to raise awareness and support 1,000 students working towards sustainable fashion, recycling of sport-related materials and promoting savoir-faire and innovation in this sector for the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Okay, of course, sports textiles are mostly polyester and synthetic, so it's a highly polluting sector, isn't it? So what you're saying is that the ethical fashion triathlon wants to pave the way for an alternative and sustainable version of sports textiles.
Yes, exactly. We want, let's reinvent fashion and design with a circular economy. Let's consume fewer raw materials through recycling. Let's be creative and reuse waste.
So tell us how you've organized the challenge.
The triathlon, ethical fashion triathlon, is a contest where the challenge is to create a piece of art to wear, a parure from clothing and any second-hand object related to sport. Between November 2021 and May 2024, the competition is for students from professional and technical high schools, always as well as further education, and takes place in 6 regions of France, whose history is closely linked to that of textile and fashion. In 2023, the competition is also opened to international designers. From July to September 2024, during the Olympics in Paris, all the parures selected by the jury are brought together in a major exhibition entitled Ready, Steady, Recycle.
Okay, so the challenge is in 3 parts.
Yes, exactly. The first step is for students in France. Universal Love in partnership with campuses in fashion, design, art in 6 regions, and with local players is organizing 2 days of training in upcycling techniques and raising awareness of circular fashion on each of the campuses. With the help of their teacher, the students then have a few months to create a parure for the contest.
Okay, can you tell us briefly what you mean by a parure?
So you have some example here. So a parure is an exceptional piece that combines traditional savoir-faire from around the world with the inventiveness of haute couture. For the contest, they must be made from upcycled materials such as fabrics, tarpaulins, kakemono, flags, clothing, sneakers, or any object related to sport.
Okay, so it's something between clothing and accessory which makes your everyday look something special, something more elegant. without needing to buy something extra. Okay,
that's
great.
right. So in each region, a jury made up of athletes, representative of the ADEM, the Ready-to-Wear Federation, the Ministry of National Education and Youth, and the organizing committee for the Olympics selects 5 winners. The second step is opening of the contest to international designers. The contest now is opened up to international designers that we contact via our various network and with the help of the Ready-to-Wear and Haute Couture Federation, RETROUVEZ, the NGO, and the World Fair Trade Organization. The challenge is the same: to make a parure from second-hand sports materials and clothing with an additional local craft or artisanal know-how. There is an open call for the international design submission until the end of January.
Oh, so that means the students will be up against international designers also.
Yes, it makes it more exciting. Then the third step is an exhibition during the Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games called, as I said before, Ready, Steady, Recycle. It will gather together all the pieces made by the winner from the 6 regions of France and the international designers. We are expecting 40 pieces from international designers and 50 laureate pieces from French students. In total, 1,000 students will have been made aware of ethical fashion and recycling. 230 haute couture pieces will have been made.
That's great. What a great initiative. Thank you, Isabel. So now we're going to move on to some regional dynamics to reinforce cooperation between local businesses and their local authorities. So we're going to hear from Marine Olacia, who will speak to us on Visio. She's the founder of Sao Textile, which has a project for recycling fishing nets. And then we're going to hear from Vincent Chauvet, who is here, who is the mayor of Autun and a member of the European Committee of the Regions. So over to you, Marine. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, thank you. I'm Marine Olacia. I'm the founder of the SAO and Committed for the Environment. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today to introduce SAO. For 15 years, I worked for the fashion industry as a designer. I discovered the other side of the industry when I went to Bangladesh. I was confronted with this reality which affected me deeply. Harsh working conditions, the environmental impact, air pollution, and above all, mountains of clothes showing the reality of overconsumption. I felt a deep need to act and make a difference for our planet. I quit my job and joined an NGO as a volunteer. During environmental cleanups, a type of waste that was too often collected was fishing nets. Fishing nets is a disaster and it's an ecological disaster. Fishing nets are made with plastic, and when they are lost in sea, it decomposes and pollutes the marine ecosystem. It's 10% of the plastic waste found on the seabed. And when it's not lost, it's accumulated in the large quantity in our ports. Today, the only available solution are incineration or landfill. Textile industry has a massive impact on our environment. It's the third largest consumer of water, and the overproduction is causing catastrophic problems for our planet and people. So I wanted to find a virtuous solution, alternative, a concrete solution with more sense. I create SAO. We collect and transform used fishing nets in France and turn them into 100% sustainable textile. From the net to the yarn, 100% recycled, no virgin materials. Supported by a regional public organization. environmental and marine NGOs, fishermen and local authorities, SAO is part of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. SAO is made in France, circular, innovative, and life-saving for seabed. Ethical production, the relocation of the industry, the fashion industry, and the reduction of the carbon footprint are essential elements for SAO. They are at the heart of our mission. A textile or garment made in France emits up to 50% less CO2 than one made in Asia. It's a more sustainable choice. With SAO, we saved 15 tons of nets in few months. 15 tons that won't end up in incineration or landfill. We estimated that 1 kilo of fishing nets can be used to make up to 7 t-shirts, and saving 1.5 kilos of CO2 per t-shirt. The possibility for reusing waste are endless. I love this quote from Greta Thunberg: when you start taking action, hope is everywhere. So instead of waiting hope, look for action. So who is ready to act with SAO and give a new life to these forgotten nets? Thank you for your attention.
What a great presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maureen. Thank you. Now we're going to hear from Vincent Chauvet, who is, as I'll remind you, is the Mayor of Autun and a member of the European Committee of the Regions. Vincent.
Thank you very much, Joël, and the organizer Universal Law for inviting me. The European Committee of the region is, of course, very committed to this COP, and it's a day like no other today, because during the night in Brussels, the Council, the Commission, and the Parliament agreed finally on what is going to be the next European eco-design for sustainable products regulation, which is going to impact in the coming years everything that we're saying, and this initiative that we're saying that are going to be mainstream, are going to be mandatory. The European Union, and then through national legislation, and France is already ahead of this legislation, is going to forbid the destruction of unsold apparel and clothing accessories. They're going to be also a mandatory use of recycled fibers. They're going to be also a biosourcing of materials. Of course, you've seen that a lot of what we are seeing is made out of oil, and this has to change. And it's very important for me as Mayor of Autun, because we have Dim, which is the biggest employer, the famous French brand Dim, doing a lot of underwears, also with the big view of using less energy, less water, and tomorrow having this challenge of reusing underwear and biosourcing the fiber. It's very challenging, and this is why also we need to work it and to legislate, but also to communicate about it. And what is the best show to communicate this than the Paris Olympics? Here in the COP, it's a little bit the Olympics of climate. I hope we're going to bring many gold medals for the environment, but it's also a big event that needs to be thought sustainable. And in Paris, we're going to have this event. I'm very glad to see also that the organizers are thinking of circular economy, which is also a European roadmap, and it has necessarily impacts on the field in cities and regions. Autun, my city, has also a branch of CEREMA, which is the French Institute for also engineering, local engineering for the energy transition, working especially on new materials, on woods and concrete bridges, for instance, and on circular economy for buildings. So I'm sure that Paris 2024 Solideo is implementing some of the findings and the engineering we developed in Autun, and Paris and fashion, of course, is very important. And I'm glad to see how we can bring the youth with us through the challenges in the lycées. I hope we're going to have a second year after Paris, and that the legacy also will be able to come to as many lycées as possible. In my city of Autun, in Burgundy, we have DN-Made, a national diploma bachelor for fashion, and also we're already thinking with other brands that produce in Autun, like Maison de la Literie, how we have this circular economy and how we educate people, because it was the European Year of the Skill. Of skills, so how we bring the new generation to think differently and to enter the professional world, like Marine just did, with a different mindset and thinking from the beginning, from their diploma, how to use and conceptualize fashion or clothing or apparel in a sustainable manner. So very happy to be here and bringing some of my sport experience to the COP and bringing a lot of the COP to my city once I get back.
That's great. What a great initiatives going on there. So now, Joël and Isabelle, would you like to have a few last words?
To thank everybody to be here. Thank you, Vincent, to accept to say some words of and to give her some information about the negotiation deal with the textile. So it's very interesting. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So for the end, we have just to present our a short film that we made in France in the publicity, which name is Devender, linked to textiles. Everybody, thank you.
Thank you.
Ok, si vous voulez bien prendre place, merci. Non, Ruth.
Please take your seats.
Here? You'd rather? Okay. Well, anyways. Okay. Merci. Merci.
Yes, thank you for coming to this event. We'll try to start it on time, to finish it on time. So let's respect our time limits, because this is 3 events in one with very interesting speeches. So we'll try not to lose too much time. In particular, I will start by myself, not to lose too much time, and to give the floor immediately to our friends who are going to make a few words of introduction. Our event is on the Global Building and Climate Forum, announced by Mr. Michu, that will take place in Paris in 2024 in March. It's the first World Conference of building and their partners. This is organized together with the UN and the Secretariat of the World Alliance called Global MEC. We'll have a first part of sessions that will present the event and the participants, and the second part will show the work that has been accomplished on 2 subjects: resilience, this is very important, and finally, that's not tackled enough, the subject of resilience, and this one, the sobriety. Okay, so I'm giving the floor to who represents the program of the UN for the building, and she will make an introduction for us. First of all, thank you very much. I'm from Brazil, Brazilian and French. I would love to speak in French, but it's going to be too difficult. So I'm sorry, I will speak French.
Very much. I would like to first express my deep appreciation for the government of France, especially the Ministry of Ecological Transition, for their long-standing engagement and collaboration with UNEP. Me and Jonathan, we both work in our Paris office, so we're in the heart of the French space, and we love it. So it's really a pleasure and an honor for us to be there. So we're very committed to the decarbonization of the building and construction sector, and that's why we're very keen to work together, not only through the Global ABC, but also to support and co-host with you the event in Paris, which I'm going to talk about. So I'm here to deliver 3 key messages, and I'll start with the first one. For us to achieve the Paris Agreement, there is no other way than dealing with the building sector. I don't know if you were in the event today of the emissions gap report, and one of the slides that we had in terms of what are the sectors that need to decarbonize for us to be able to hope to reach the 1.5 degree. The first one that comes is the building sector. So there is no way out. We need to work on it. You're all convinced about that. And that's why we're here together. Not everybody is convinced about that. And that's why we need to keep pushing. So there is sufficient evidence that the building sector is a major contributor and a major also area of solution for the decarbonization and resilience. So the building and construction sector today represents 21% of global emissions if you take the commercial sector and the residential sector. And it's a major consumer of natural resources. We all know that as well. And it's also actually where we spend a lot of our time. We are either in a building or we are outside. There is no other place that we are unless we're in the space, which we're normally not, if we're not flying. So the building is our life, and we need to be cooled, we need to be healthy, we need to be able to work, And all these things are very important for us, and therefore there are passive designs, there are resilience issues, adaptation issues, and all these things that I know a lot of you spearhead working groups in the global ABC are working with. The building sector is also very important for our economy. 11% or 13% of global GDP comes from this sector, and 7% of the global employment is in this sector as well. And that's extremely important to know, because if we want to decarbonize this sector, we're going to have to create jobs that will be able to be skilled to do that. And this is a major issue that we need to address. I was talking about building codes and enforcement, but we need skilled people, architects, builders that know how to do this. So that message really needs to trickle down. The second message that I would like to talk about is that of the Global ABC. The Global ABC was born in a COP, in COP28 in Paris, and it is a cooperation between UNEP and France, and this is a long-standing partnership, and this is great because now at the COP28, 7 COPs, we're going to launch together again with the Kingdom of Morocco, the Buildings Breakthrough tomorrow. So the COPs are difficult, we have to walk, it's tiring, but they push the agenda, and there are milestones for us to look back in a few years and say that we launched this Buildings Breakthrough and what we have achieved. But before we get there, we need to also, before I get to my third message, to say that as of today, 27 countries joined the Buildings Breakthrough. And this is great, but we need more countries to join, and we need a financial system that actually helps us to do the implementation that is needed if we want to achieve the objectives of the Buildings Breakthrough. What we're trying to achieve is that all the buildings as of 2030, the normal will be that they are near zero buildings and they are resilient. As of today, in France, only 5% of the buildings are near zero and resilient. So it's an enormous task for us to be able to achieve that. But I think that if we work together and we continue to cooperate through the Global ABC, which gives us a lot of roadmaps and status reports and a blueprint of many areas of action that we need to follow through, I think that this is possible. The last message, and I'll try to be very brief, is that we're all together and we want the forum. How do you call that in French? The Global Forum. I'm calling the Buildings and Climate Global Forum. Yeah, that's correct? Yes. And it's going to happen on the 7th and the 8th of March in Paris. And why is this important? First, it's the first global forum of this kind. It raises the importance of the building sector and the need for the sector, the buildings and construction sector, to decarbonize. It actually amalgamates the commitments from the Buildings Breakthrough, but most importantly, it's going to gather different ministries that normally do not work together to work together. Today, we're spearheaded by the Ministry of Ecology, Environment, Transition, but we need ministries of housing, ministries of finance, urban planners, and all different ministries. And this is not easy because sometimes ministries don't cooperate. So one of the objectives of the forum is to really break these silos, have everybody working together with the objective of actually really decarbonizing the sector. I'm looking at my colleague of disaster risk reduction. We're going to be facing weather-related disasters, heat waves, and the building sector need to be able at the same time to protect us, but also to decarbonize, otherwise we won't be able to be here. And the forum will be a major milestone, and I invite everybody to support us to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for. We're expecting many ministers and eventually heads of state, and this is a very important milestone, and I invite everybody to join forces with us to the forum. With this, je vous remercie beaucoup. Je vous souhaite une bonne discussion. J'aurais besoin de partir, mais je suis très attachée à ça.
I will have to leave now, but I'm very attached to this work, let's say, and I stay very committed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, and thank you to you. To the structure you represent, I would like to give the floor to Emmanuel de Lanversin for a couple of words of introduction. A microphone for Emmanuel. Yeah, it does work. It's okay. Hello everyone, and thank you for this kind introduction, which is also a good synthesis of the topic. For all the reasons that have been described, the construction sector, its architecture and the way to conceive cities, buildings, to design buildings is going through a revolution, a huge revolution, like in the 19th century at least, when coal, steel and steam made their appearance in the cities and reshaped the way we would design our buildings and infrastructures. It did last back then some 50 years, from 30 to 50 years, and I think the cycle won't be shorter this time for that reason. And since our industry is far more fragmented and territorialized, far more crafty, territorialized, geographic, in order to put the whole profession into motion, the whole value chain, it's not easy, because there are pitfalls at every floor, and sometimes you even lack a degree of awareness, which is why we created this Build and Breakthrough. We're going to launch it tomorrow. We're presenting it today. We'll launch it tomorrow. So this is hugely important if we are to launch this radical transformation for the profession and our specialty. It's also about reinventing old traditions, like in Dubai, the traditional architecture from the hottest countries was far better for passive cooling than what we are doing today with the air condition. So the Build and Breakthrough has as an objective to determine major actions that are key and allow to go further together. We've been working for about 1 year together. We still have 3 months before March 2023 to work on it. In March, we're going to organize a construction-specific conference in Paris, Porte Maillot, 7th and 8th of March. Feel invited. The Build and Breakthrough will be one of the topics, not the only one. We should have, we'll have ministerial commitment, 70 countries, 70 ministerial delegations, and all the international organizations one would expect, all the ONGs one would expect, and the some representatives from the whole value chain, because you always need raw materials. There's been a unit report about materials. It's also knowledge, know-how, savoir-faire in French, and all everything that's required to build properly in a modern, climate-friendly way. So quickly, that's the agenda. We still have 3 months. See you then, Porte Maillot, 7th and 8th of March. Thank you, Laurent.
Donc, vous voyez, le programme est copieux. Le programme de l'événement d'aujourd'hui est copieux.
It's a dense program today too, by the way. Feel invited to take part in this first panel with Michael Taylor, Hélène from.
Excuse me, Michael Taylor is from IRENA.
Michael Taylor from the IRENA. Helen, Brian Motherway should be with us online, and Leah Ranalder was trying to catch up with time since we've been running late. She's not with us, so we are going to catch up on time. Okay, what about the French? Can I speak French? Okay. The question I was going to ask, 3 questions within one, in fact. What does the construction sector, what buildings represent for you in your organization? What do you think you could bring with you as a partner, and what do you expect? Michael, if I might start from you. Well, thank you. thank you very much for this introduction and for the invitation that has been made by the ADEME. I'll try to make it in French as long as my notes help me. My notes were taken in English, by the way. So, in order to better grasp the analysis that we've carried out, it's quite clear. Until now, we've been doing lots of steps in terms of electricity. We're having more and more renewables pretty much everywhere in the world, mainly thanks to wind power, both offshore and inland. Having said that, for the energy transition to be complete, to be end-to-end, for it to respect the objectives of the Paris Agreement, we have to put some efforts in the industry, the transport sector, the buildings themselves, and the construction sector, unless we won't be able to perform the abatement in terms of greenhouse gases emissions that we are supposed to and that we have to perform. So we've heard already how complex the construction sector ecosystem is, if to take into account the materials, the raw materials and others, but also the energy consumption, which make the task a little bit more tricky. As we find the forum to be a great initiative, and we see a true interest. We have a true interest in this initiative. That's the end of my notes, so I'm going to switch.
What we really see is there's a real need actually in the sector because of this complexity of bringing in all of the actors, not only across industry but also in the government and in local planning. And so this is an area where it's going to be more difficult for us to achieve a rapid energy transition if we don't have a very holistic approach to solving the problems that we face in accelerating the energy transition in in buildings. And so, we need a forum within which we can share best practice across those different elements that are required to achieve a really sustainable building sector. Which policy packages are working in different circumstances, what elements of those can we export to other jurisdictions, what ones need to be adapted to local circumstances. So IRENA has a range of activities, so we actually do trying to assist our member states in this area, perhaps not as much as we would like to. It's not an area that actually is that prioritised by many of our member states in terms of what they ask us to do, but we do look at it in terms of our scenario analysis, the World Energy Transitions Outlook. We're increasingly looking at it as a source of flexibility as we increase the electrification rate and the share of variable renewables, particularly solar and wind, in the energy system. And so these synergies there are potentially very important for us to achieving the least cost energy transition. But there is also a lot to be done in terms of the systemic kind of innovation that we need to do in terms of technology, buildings use and occupation, and understanding essentially, what is the potential for us to unlock, first of all, more cost reductions, higher shares essentially of electrification as we decarbonise electricity, particularly through heat pumps for space and water heating, but also then looking holistically more at at buildings as part of the energy system when you have solar photovoltaic on the roof, an EV being plugged in, and the heat pump in operation. So there's a lot going on there, and so we think this is a valuable initiative. IRENA, I think, can help with access to our 168 member states. So we have a near global membership. So we're interfacing with them on a level that maybe that you're not. So we can bring some perhaps new avenues for discussion and opportunities. And we can also see if we can leverage the kind of forums that we're in that make sense to also bring in and have an exchange of views. So I think there's a lot of positives here, and I'm quite excited about the potential because it is an area that hasn't received enough attention, and this forum actually cuts to the heart of trying to help the international community move forward on this. So, yeah.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. La réalité en termes de bâtiments et la réalité...
The truth catches up with us, because we see in terms of energy, buildings are becoming not only consumers but also producers. The lowering of it has an influence on the grid, and the manner we can adapt the systems of supply and the systems of buildings plus the decarbonization of sources. That's for about energy, it's an important subject, and not taken in consideration enough, because we're talking with people from energy. The building is something there in a corner. Quite a few sectors. It happens quite often when we're talking about cities with different people, and when we're talking about the planification, transport, water, sewage, and finally buildings, not much. My understanding is that, at least for the Martians, the cities are places where there is a lot of buildings. Thank you for bringing up this subject of energy in our debate. Okay, we'll switch to something very different: the resilience and the exposition to risk. Up to what extent what is the interface about between your agency and the building sector? What do you expect from a forum like the one we're organizing?
Sure. What we do at UNDR is really focus on resilience. And the topic that I will speak about is very similar to what has been provided already. It's really, we need a holistic approach. So when we talk about, the unit I am from is on resilient infrastructure and financing. So when we talk about buildings, when we talk about buildings and the buildings construction sector, we really need to focus on holistic approach to infrastructure. So it's not, sorry. And so it's not really just focusing on the building sector alone, but what we are focusing on at UNDR is really about how do we build more resilient infrastructure. So not only focusing on mitigation, but what we do is really focusing on adaptation as well, because you cannot have mitigation efforts without adaptation efforts. So we have developed a holistic approach when it comes to resilient infrastructure, looking at energy, water, transport, and ICT, which are all sectors that are required in terms of the building space. So in order for helping governments and building more sustainable and resilient cities, communities, we really do need the sectors to work together. This also means working together with the private sector. So we have developed a whole approach in terms of seeing where are the gaps in terms of their infrastructure currently and what are possible solutions. And from that, we have developed a set of principles for resilient infrastructure, which can be used to see how the current practices of infrastructure, to see how resilient they are, and then to provide technical solutions for governments and also the private sector. So this was developed in collaboration with a number of stakeholders, including private sector, including the construction sector. And this, we are also in the process of developing a resilient real estate approach with the private sector. So these are really the private sectors in the UAE. There will be a reception tonight where they will be talking about this actually. So I think this is it's a timely event. So I could bring this forward to the reception today to see what is it that they're looking on focusing and how maybe they can contribute to this forum as well in Paris. So we are happy to collaborate with you on this forum, and we really do look forward to bringing our approach in terms of resilient infrastructure, breaking down the silos between the different sectors, as Ruth mentioned, bring together the different ministries, so making sure that when we go into a country and work on resilient infrastructure, we're bringing together the ministries of finance, the ministries of safety, the ministries of environment, all working together to come up with a holistic approach. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que pendant que je parle...
Thank you very much. Burn Mother, can we put, technically I'm not very good at it. It's not the right person. No. In the meantime, I give the floor to Christa, who replaces Rena Olabert from New Habitat, because New Habitat is also the partner of the organization of this forum. Just want to give a few information about the forum. The forum, the 8th March will be open, but specifically dedicated to ministries, and the 7th of March is really to give to all the interested parties the possibility to speak and to take engagements and to explain what they can do so the building sector adapts. As we can see, it's not only a great emitter, it's also it suffers from the consequences of the disasters and of the climate change. Its specificity is that by investing in the mitigation, we also invest in adaptation at the same time. It's probably one of the only sector where the two things are done together. So Christine, yes, my colleague Leah could not join us. Just a few words to tell you that for ONU Habitat, it's the agency of the UN responsible for cities that you may know. We are really, for us, it's a very strategic partnership, double ABC. Of course, not our angle of attack is housing. And of course, the question of decarbonization is very important. The day after tomorrow, we're launching a campaign called Housing Matters to talk about housing, the crisis in housing, to talk about the gap to be filled, and of course the question of the decarbonization to amplify the mitigation in terms of CO2. So we are very engaged in these works. And you are welcome for the launch of this campaign that will take place at the American University in Dubai.
At 11 in the morning, and it's open to all. So you're welcome. And Mr. Sapoval will talk in an event in the afternoon to talk about this campaign. Merci beaucoup.
Bien sûr, c'est intéressant. Je vais juste.
Of course, it's interesting. I will just remind you, the New Habitat is about cities. Tomorrow there will be the declarations on to strengthen the actions of the local communities. There is this initiative surge of New Habitat that is to reinforce the adaptation to the climate change in the sector. We supported us as France. We support these two declarations. Global Embassy for France and Morocco are at the head of the actions in terms of housing, all that in these initiatives. I will try to shout louder than our neighbors. So, gave the floor to Melanie Slade. Is she online? I see her name, but I don't see her face. Melanie, are you with us? Could you answer the questions? Thank you very much to be with us from Paris, saving all this carbon footprint that would discussed the trip. Melanie she's a long-term partner of Global IC. The world report that is generated by Global IC is done together with the International Agency of Energy. What does the Agency for Energy? What is the place of the construction in this area? What do you expect from a forum like the one that we're organizing? And the same question, what do you think you can bring to its organization?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in developing much of what I wanted to say has been said, but in developing the methodology for the roadmaps for the Global ADC, there were several things that became very clear. One of them was that with the number of stakeholders that we need to engage who don't normally speak to each other. I know that's already been said, but every time we repeat that methodology when we start working with a new country, we go through the same process again where we have to break down barriers between the different stakeholders in the supply chain. And it's something that we keep coming back to. So I'm glad that other people are raising that point because it can't be made strongly enough from our perspective. And also the policy package approach. So we see lots of different types of policy aimed at incentivizing improved efficiency in buildings, but much of the time they're not designed to work together. So again, that's something else that came out of this process that we'd like to reinforce through all of these collaborations, that our regulations, our information, our incentives must be designed to work together. Otherwise, unfortunately, in many cases, they conflict with each other, and that's a lost opportunity and a waste of resources. And then, of course, that leads us to the need to decarbonise end uses in buildings through our heat pumps and various things like that. But that again means that we end up with buildings at the centre of our ecosystem. They're at the centre of our cities. They're at the centre of our lives. And we need to make sure that our new policies, our new approach to policy, properly integrates our on-site renewables, flexible demand in the buildings, our potential for buildings to be our storage devices when we connect our EVs. And what we're particularly keen on using this collaboration for is to say, well, what does that mean to policy? What's a modern building code look like that means that our buildings are ready to be connected to the grid, even if our grids maybe in some cases aren't ready for that connection? We should have every building that goes up from now on grid enabled ready, so that when the time comes, we can switch on to that capability. We can't decide in a few years' time we need that and then suddenly expect the system to work. So we need to be doing that preparatory work now. So our big interest is to work out what policy advice we should be giving to governments to make sure that they're ready to avail of this opportunity when it comes. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Yves.
Merci.
Well, thank you. Obviously, the energy topic is one of those we've been talking about a lot. The AIE is one of our key partners and expresses how important it is to cooperate, to work together upon public policies, which are one of the essential aspects. One of the surprises as we started working with the private sector upon construction is that we discovered the private sector was genuinely asking for regulation, because the investments that they have to perform in order to adapt the production chains are massive, and without visibility, long-term visibility, they can't make the investments. So for fair competition between the various private actors, the only way is to have clear regulation, thanks to what they would get clear vision. You know, it was a surprise for us because we are the lawmakers. We often meet people who ask for less regulation. It was we were happy to hear they want us to work a bit more or a bit faster. Okay, a quick questions and answer session. We often, it's a forum we are used to, but less are you, I guess. So you might have questions about the way we organized, about the way we are to proceed, we are to engage, we are to work, about the documents we might publish, etc. But it's upon you, it's your questions. I see a hand raised.
Oui, merci.
Yeah, thank you. Frédéric Vallier from the Federation. That is a new member of the LVC Coalition. I have quite practical questions, technical, prosaic questions. You're saying the first day would be more about ministers. No. That's clearly the opposite. Okay, sorry. So the partners' day will be on the first day. Okay. Could we organise round tables ourselves, some panels, some debates ourselves, or is it on you? Second question: will we have some bits of space to present things? A pavilion or something like here. Well, that's a tangible question. I like it. Okay. First question. First thing. This forum has been designed for high-level representatives. It's an international forum, and it has to be an international forum. That's what it's meant to be. We'll have delegations from many countries, representatives from various organizations, people used to bilateral and multilateral meetings. That's one of the first elements of answer. We already have a list of workshops around topics that cover more or less the whole value chain. That's about expressing commitments, that's about sending messages to the states, to the governments, but also to the other partners. What we don't want is to write a letter to Santa Claus by the end, saying that's something we can do provided we receive bags of money from the governments. No, it's not provided something. We are able to train 200,000 architects by ourselves this year. That's a commitment. We, meaning the private finance sector, we commit to reduce the emissions by X% until year X. So whoever will be interested, come over, get in touch with me. I can share details with you, and let's be tangible. Let's mean business when we formulate our commitments. It's an initiative. It's not only a building breakthrough, but a cement breakthrough. There is also an initiative concerning wood in construction, and biosourced, geosourced materials. That falls within the LCLP. Sorry for the acronym. It's already complicated in English. I won't even be trying to translate them into French. But that's how things are going to work. I think I answered both questions, didn't I? Right. We'll be organising an expo, a solutions expo. There's a call for offers, a call for candidatures, a call for bids for the next weeks, so that people can propose their solutions. It's a common space, it's a collective space with a lunch, with pitches for those who would like to express some proposals, some solutions that they will have come up with, stands, pavilions with technologies, materials, architecture-based solutions, etc. Feel invited. A mic for this gentleman, please.
Merci beaucoup. C'est Roland.
Thank you very much, Roland, from the Royal Business Council.
Be a bit easier, go faster. My question is for Michael and also Mel. I don't know if she's still online.
I know.
Hopefully. the building sector consumes 50% of global electricity. And I see a lot in the debate, or I hear a lot in the debate at the moment, maybe a risky shortcut. If we just electrify, it will be done because we decarbonize grids. However, it's not that easy because mobility needs to electrify, many other things as well. And so we really need to reduce energy consumption in the building sector so that collectively we advance towards net zero. I was wondering if IEA and Irina, you can help us with the numbers. What is it we need to achieve in the building sector so that we really collectively reach net zero? Maybe the numbers exist. I know there is the net zero scenario from IEA. Can you really help us translate that for the building sector so that we have a clear roadmap? This is how much we need to reduce. And then, yes, switch to renewables and electrification. Thank you.
Melanie, are you still in line? Online?
I am, yes.
Yeah? Okay. Can you take the question?
Yes. So Ron, I'll share this with you offline because I can email you things. But just in broad terms, of the 400 measures in the IEA Net Zero by 2050 roadmap. About 40 of them are energy efficiency measures, and there's a list of those that are related to buildings. They're to do with everything you would expect, the fabric, the appliances and things we use in buildings. And we've got targets or milestones for each of those. So we can show you what the building's contribution is. And I completely agree. I talked about the grid-enabled buildings issue because I think it's particularly important at the moment in terms of the flexibility of our grids and our need to accommodate as much variable renewable energy as possible. But we always refer to efficient grid integrated buildings, efficient first, clearly. So I agree with you completely there. But I'll send you some more information offline so that you can see where those 40 measures come and what the numbers are.
Yeah. Le micro, il est où?
All right, where's the mic? Let's travel a long way. Let's have it back here. Okay.
Very short answer, yes, we can help. Slightly long answer.
So in the World Energy Transitions Outlook, we have the modelisation for the building sector. And indeed, globally, energy efficiency, so this is across the entire energy consumption chain, is as important as renewable energy, the direct use of renewable energy. So, and actually, energy efficiency is mentioned in our mandate as an important component of accelerating the decarbonisation because, that gets you there faster with the same amount of renewable energy. So first of all, we can help you with understanding the building sector in different markets in terms of, what at least our scenario for net zero, 1.5 degree scenario, looks like. Again, we have some KPIs across, at a very high level for specific technologies and energy efficiency and so on, that can also be a useful metric. And and some of the options in terms of electrification obviously help us with energy efficiency at a system level, which is also important to take into account, right? So if you're displacing, so there are some synergies there as well. But I think also we could probably benefit from what happens within the forum as well in terms of refining our modelling of the building sector. So it could be a mutually beneficial process. On top of that, I'd just say that we do a lot of work on innovation and the innovation ecosystem to support the energy transition. And so technologies and business cases for the building sector is a very important part of that because, as I mentioned, we're looking at where the flexibility is going to come from or where the danger signs come from, right, in terms of having a very high, essentially a share of electrification across energy use cases. So, we need to make sure that system is still then stable. So there's lots there we can talk about, I think.
C'est intéressant de voir de la part des gens qui...
It's quite interesting to see that most people talking about energy, for them, they always say that the non-used energies, the non-used energy is the source number one, especially in the global south. We keep on building massively buildings that are not adapted neither to global warming, nor in terms of adaptation, mitigation, or just heat. Two questions at once, because we have to make it on time. Yeah, hello. In French, that's the French pavilion, and that's a French initiative. So, Elena Castaldo, I work for the Wood and Construction Federation. We represent the workers, 12 million workers. They are deeply affected by climate change. They also have a key role to play as far as the transition is concerned. So we have a duty, we have rights and duties. There is a whole part dedicated to trainings in tomorrow's event. My question is about the workers' voice, the workers' needs in the face of global warming and the challenges. As being the IBB, we are ready to bring our contribution for the social part, the people-oriented part to be represented and driven. An important question. Qualifications, conditions. There are two topics within one. That's about qualification. That's about working conditions. Working conditions are affected by climate change. So workers are. So I don't want to tell anything binding when it comes to qualifications and conditions. But now, as for trainings, we're already, as it is, as we speak, working with some of your colleagues. There will be a workshop. You feel invited to feed it. Come over, join the forum, and help us. A couple of words about the way we organize the workshops. The idea was to propose topics and actors who would grab the topics. It's not about us organizing and reinventing the content from scratch to the very end. We would like specialist workers. We would like to have workers talking about working conditions. What we have in mind is we'd like to see what solutions work, what commitments we can make as people, as individuals, as companies, and what messages we could send not only to the states and governments, but to all the actors across the value chain. That's the goal as far as workshops are concerned.
To other parties, one last question. Yes, thank you very much. We are the International Architects Union. We are 3 million in the world, in 130 countries. UN Habitat are our partners. We have our central office in Paris, so I wanted to be associated with this major event that will take place. Two aspects that I would like to add to the question of energy, for the questions related to emissions and the management of waste. What I'm saying is 30% of we generate 30% of waste in the world. The question of the South, when it comes to climate and standards, the question of climate is different, very different for half of humanity. And to finish, our commission. We have a commission of SDGs that works with concrete projects in 130 countries, where we can showcase what has been done we'll show during the forum. I understand there are three questions. The Association of Architects, yes, is one of the first persons that we got in touch with. The International Union of Architects, of course, normally has been alerted for a long time now. Others want to work on a guide of recommendations, what makes a resilient, sustainable building. What we want to do with the architects. The architects tell us that we go in to train 300,000 architects in the world. on specific subjects on circularity of materials and resilient and sustainable buildings. We're preparing a workshop on circularity. What about South? We have subject workshops, not regional workshops. There will be a part that will be dedicated to southern countries and one part that will be dedicated to northern countries. The problems are completely different. It's about renovating in the north, the development in the south. So there's a lot of things that are very different and do not express themselves in the same manner. We really expect to have an important participation of the representation of the governments of the south, and would like to give them the opportunity to produce their own engagements. The idea is not to oppose anything, but to allow, for example, to certain countries not to do the countries to make the to change the growth of. We're talking now about air conditioning. There is this cooling pledge. I know it has been launched yet. Now this evening there will be a cooling pledge. Global MEC has introduced some paragraphs about the passive buildings on the way to avoid the growth of demand, energy demand. All that will be tackled. And only if you want them to be tackled, because the subject is, our role is to supply a framework, but you're the only ones who can manage and direct what is going to be done. So finishing our workshop, thanking very much our partner organizations. There's one part of this partner organization who is present here. We are very proud to host them for the organization of this forum. We think that the fact that they are here gives us a lot of credibility, and that we actually reinforce each other mutually. We share things, and sharing with many professional partners, that gives us the guarantee that the specialist subjects you are dealing with will be seriously taken into consideration. So I give the floor for the animation to Stéphane Flambary for the rest.
On est juste.
Non, mais sur le fond et la forme, c'était parfait. Alors en fait, c'est la deuxième partie.
Actually, this is the second part of the same workshop.
A kind of sum up to be done by Jonathan from UNEP. Marine, je pense que tu veux venir là maintenant ou après?
All right. Okay. Welcome everyone. There's some thermal here. Okay, so welcome again, everyone. I think that you have to look at us and focus. We'll attack the second part by fostering two work groups that are in the global ABC on the subject that have not been announced in the second part, but not, it's resilience and adaptation. The second interesting subject is the question of sobriety. And in English it's sufficiency, but we say sobriété. Okay, it's very loud. Just 3 words of introduction. Our previous colleagues know, and as we have reminded the agenda at the international level, you have to remember that the question of building and also the adaptation question and resilience is nothing new. There was a IPCC report on this, and before the global IPCC there was another initiative that was working on the chain of value and the adaptation and the resilience. And there are reasons that for the fact that subjects are taken into consideration, not only mitigation but also the integration of a building on a territory, the adaptation, the resilience, also the integration of populations. All these subjects are very important and only make the chain more complex. I have four persons with us. The first one will talk about the global ABC. So Julie was going to present us the working group and the activities of the work group. Remembering that we have several slides that will be shown. So Julie.
You've got the translation. You will move the slide. I think it's...
Okay, yes, got the button. Thank you. Yeah, it's on. It's on. I can hear it in here. Can you hear it in the room? Yes, okay. I'm Judy Zakreski. I'm with the International Code Council, which is an organization that facilitates building safety. We develop model building codes and provide tools and resources to help jurisdictions around the world to implement their building safety regulations. I'm the co-chair of the Global ABC Adaptation Working Group, which has a focus on the resilience issues that we've been talking about today. We started the adaptation working group a few years ago because mitigation was really the key focus in all of the discussion about the built environment, and adaptation is about today. We need to address resilience and adaptation in the built environment, and so we have a working group together now where we are focused on these important issues of resilience. And I think that I'm not going to read through the slide, but you can see the kind of work that we're doing, and we'll get in a moment to some of the deliverables that we've had to date, as well as some of the projects we're working on right now.
Alors, ok. Alors, dans ce cas-là, on parlait.
In that case, we will talk directly to Elizabeth, the U.S. building culture. Je suis de Conseil US Green Building.
The Global ABC, we understand that every project is an opportunity to increase resilience, and this is something that cannot wait. We are all being impacted frequently by climate change and our worsening conditions around the world. Just a few words about the Global ABC's working group that Judy co-chairs. It's been really a tremendous effort to coordinate stakeholders, public and private, global entities and organizations around adaptation. And there really is a growth in information and data on risks. And a lot of us have solutions at different scales. And so I think we are seeing it's a time to transform from individual projects to be able to make that part of the business as usual. Every time a building is touched, it's a chance to address resilience. And certainly any new construction really has to be part of that, take advantage of that, the data and the projections, use modern code, use green building systems like we have to really provide that future proofing of our buildings and protect lives. So the adaptation working group has really done a lot of convenings, as mentioned. So.
Peut-être juste pour dire, j'ai oublié, je m'en excuse, je suis aussi dans le...
I've forgotten one thing. I also work for the work operation. We're within the Global ABC. Forgot to tell about it. Now, something else. Judith.
We have produced, I think it's very important.
Yeah, so some of the key resources that have come out thus far. The first was a call to action report that is available for viewing, and that was followed by 10 principles for action, for effective action. And this is really what we need to now put into play more broadly across the globe. And there are also case studies available and a catalog of assessment methodologies, including for cities. And there's a new report coming up that Judy will speak to.
At the beginning of this year, we started an effort to put together methodologies that could be widely used among stakeholders in the built environment to help with resilience. So, you have designers, you have materials suppliers, you have building owners, you have federal, national governments, local governments. There are all of these stakeholders that are involved in buildings. And so the original idea was to offer proven pathways that each of these stakeholder groups could take in order to make buildings more resilient, to adapt buildings. And so we issued a few surveys, and the results were surprising in that there were no common success stories. And so we pivoted sort of mid-year and started to ask, why are we not adapting? We have the tools, we know what to do, yet we're not moving in the right direction as a collective. There are good case studies, but as a collective whole, we are not adapting our buildings. And so instead, we will be launching before the Paris ministerial the full report, but within a few days we'll have the executive summary available of this question, why are we not adapting? And there are about 12 takeaways, as well as a call to action that we found. And so this is part one of what the adaptation working group will be moving into in the coming year. That's to generate interest, to light a fire under the industry, under all of the stakeholders, and then hopefully start to develop some proven pathways that can be used as an intervention, that can be used as part of the Buildings Breakthrough initiatives.
Alors, je pense que ça me permet, on a encore quelques minutes sur ce panel.
Which allows me, since we still have a couple of minutes, to ask yet another questions, because that's not a new topic. The way we ask questions might be new, but the topic is not new. We might find some new elements of proof, some new pieces of evidence. That's what Judith was saying, that we don't lack evidence, we don't lack common will. We all feel like going further, But to end with this first session, Elizabeth, a couple of illustrations of what you do in your institutions when it comes to putting the pressure.
First of all, at the U.S. Green Building Council, we have formed a resilience working group last year. It's been very busy and active and is advising us on improvements we can make to our LEED rating system, as well as other activities. So we have just launched our LEED version 5 for existing buildings. That now requires every building to be assessed for climate risks and for a plan to be put in place to protect occupant safety. So that's one specific example. We are also looking at, we have an education platform that's used by our credential holders around the globe that's in multiple languages. So there's an increasing amount of resilience-related content in that platform. So those are some of the activities.
Wonderful. Judith, if you want to jump in.
So the International Code Council develops model building codes that can be used around the world. We have launched an initiative that is part of the Buildings Breakthrough called Building Capacity for Sustainable and Resilient Buildings. And that is an initiative that is meant to encourage stakeholders, mainly jurisdictions, to look holistically at the built environment. And so looking at beyond building codes, beyond appropriate sized building codes, because sometimes the codes used in developed countries are not appropriate for an emerging economy. So starting with a right sized building code, but then making sure that you have all of the elements in place so that that building code or whatever regulation you have can be enforced, so that you have practitioners that are competent and you have a way of measuring that practitioner competency. You have standards that can be used to help people design and test products properly. That you have, and that define what the standards are for building materials. That you have accreditation and building departments, you have inspectors and plan reviewers, so that there's the whole ecosystem in place to enable the effective enforcement of building regulations. So it's really building that whole capacity.
Alors, merci beaucoup. Peut-être pour conclure cette première session.
Thank you very much. To achieve this first session before we start the next one, an anecdote to show you how complex things can get. We have trainings with architects, urbanists, urban planners. Each time we talk about those transformation principles, they say, well, that's nice, but you know what, if I was to implement all of that between a formal framework for the calls for bids, I wouldn't be chosen. Never ever, because I would be different and expensive. So you see how important it is to work along the whole value chain in order to get a real transformation process and go beyond the pilot projects that we have that are fancy, that are great, but are not always practical enough. Okay, let's go to the next session before we switch to the questions and answers session. The hub. Marie will introduce the hub.
C'est vraiment quelque chose d'important parce que
this is something important because within the change paradigm, the sobriety, the sufficiency, it's for lots of us a notion, an abstract notion, but it's a must as well. It will be interesting and passionate, and that I think it will be at the heart of the debate about the transformation process. We have somebody online, Lorenzo, for this session as well. Lorenzo, are you with us?
Introduce the working group, and after we will jump to you. Okay?
Merci beaucoup, Stéphane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stéphane. And thanks for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you to talk about sufficiency. My name is Marie de Gérard. I'm a sufficiency manager inside the French Institute for Buildings Performance. That's an alliance for economic stakeholders for real estate and buildings, whom we support as far as their transition is concerned, broadly speaking, in partnership and close cooperation with Action for Markets Transformation. We are concentrating on the studies and public policies part. The others are more into operational aspects and in strategies, implementation, behavior changes, models switch. So better consumption, less consumption. I'm here to talk about consuming less, using less. Via this chapter of our work, we've been concentrated for the last 10 years on sufficiency. Last year, there's been a political will to tackle this topic and to lead it, to be a driver, so that we decided to talk even more about it and to have the topic emerging inside the International Alliance for Buildings and Construction, on which basis we've been working for years. Now, we got started roughly 1 year ago, together with the EMT and the ADEM and some other partners. I already organised a conference about how behaviours could be changing and about sufficiency during COP27, thanks to the ADEM, to the international and European direction of the ADEME, we've created a workforce called Action Hub. Many thanks to the Global ABC for this work. That's extremely handy as far as visibility is concerned. It's a bit new to a certain extent, but I hope it won't remain new. I hope it will get mature quickly enough to be efficient. In a nutshell, this hub is built from members from the Global ABC who represent the whole chain, the whole construction and real estate chain. Before building infrastructures, before you plan the use, before you plan the life cycle, since we build buildings, we don't build buildings before thinking about the whole chain and even about the transformation after the end of the life cycle. So what do we do in terms of results? We just got started. We've got one task force, one workforce per month in order to think things over together. The objective is to publish a position paper before, at the occasion of the World Forum by March, as March begins, with the hope to publish interesting results for, I hope the actors who will be there will be interested in. The aim of this workforce is to build upon the IPCC, the sufficiency definition as it has been expressed by the IPCC, and it has to be operational. It has to be adaptable to each reality, each regional, each national, each local reality, while sharing the best practices internationally.
En visio avec nous pour avoir un témoignage et une contribution. Lorenzo qui est très actif dans le working group aussi et donc qui a aussi énormément d'initiatives et de projets. Donc je vais te laisser t'introduire, Lorenzo, et puis aussi dire un peu la contribution. Et la...
I'll let you introduce yourself, Lorenzo, so we can talk about the sufficiency and all the sector. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, everyone. I made my notes in English.
Whatever you want.
Okay. We can quickly start from the definition in the IPCC Assessment Report 6, which introduces this concept of sufficiency and describes it as decreased demand for energy, materials, and land, while guaranteeing well-being for all. So probably I think it's good to make a distinction between efficiency and sufficiency, just with an example, very naive. Technical efficiency means decreasing the energy used to deliver a fixed output. For example, decrease the fuel input to a motor to deliver a certain mechanical power. But obviously then you maintain the service, the kilometers traveled in a private car. Or even you grow the service by increasing the size of the car and the number of kilometers. Obviously sufficiency is another road, is change the type of service and, for example, have smaller cars, limited number of cars, public transport, cycling. So you change the type of service rather than just changing the means to deliver the service. And in buildings, for example, in summer and in certain climates, just to make a second example more on the buildings, you might have a type of service that's called A. All windows are closed all the time, day and night. Men are dressed with shirts with long sleeves, necktie, formal jacket, chairs with thick cushions that act as thermal insulation, and then you have the set point at 23, 24 degrees. Or you have another type of service where the building is designed for natural ventilation. The openings are available, and windows can be opened, for example, at night to allow cool air into the building and store coolness in the mass of the building. And this is more a technical issue in some way, but it's also a sufficiency issue to change the type of comfort and the type of service, relying more on natural ventilation. But then you have also more like men wearing lighter clothes, chairs with sitting and back made of mesh issue, so with no insulation, air velocity by ceiling fans and desk fans, and set point not at 23, 24, but at 27, 28 degrees Celsius. This might appear unrealistic in, for example, in the Western and Northern buildings, but it's done since 15 years in Japan, for example, under a national plan called Cool Beats, where the Prime Minister and the ministers meet for their meetings in short sleeves, no jacket, no tie, and ask to the entire public sector and the private sector to practice light dresses in summer, use ceiling fans, and raise the set point at 27, 28. And from desirability point of view, just to remain on this,
I think if I can ask some additional question, because time is running, and I'm afraid we are going, sure, because we need to have some exchange. Je vais poser à tous les deux.
I will put a question to both of you of the offer principles that we have of this potential acceptability of the trajectory of sufficiency. Why I'm asking that? Because it's not so obvious. So the sufficiency will mean efforts, and so was talking about the temperature in the buildings. It's an effort to be made, and the cost of this effort. This is evolution in the whole value chain. As Mary said and Lawrence said, these are things on which we'll have to work to see what the efficiency is. We need to find what are the levers that we have to work on to ensure what we want to achieve. When we talk about sufficiency, the principal break is psychology and organization, but both are connected. What we see in all the actions when we conduct on sufficiency subject is that the solution, principal one, is to start a dialogue with the actors concerned that participate in these actions, including the building of public policies. And we don't want to take the question upside down. We have solutions that appear before questioning the need. This is what, in my opinion, for me, sufficiency is to put in question the need before acting, and from there to allocate the resources in a more equitable, efficient way. Breaks, yes. Organizational, there's not much dialogue if you go on the ground on the train. You see what is going on. It's not easy to change. It's even more difficult to change collectively. It's difficult to change when we're just individual. That's why we need science, human science, social science that will explain us how do we really function. And all this is cost. There has a cost, economic cost. Thank you. Did you get the question? I was asking what the...
Just mention one, and the solution along the lines you were saying before, that we need also sort of institutional framework so that architects, planners, investors have a framework and just don't try individually to do something in the right direction. And now I think this barrier in part, so we have an answer to this, because in just 3 years ago, all the comfort science has been that we have been developing new models of comfort more in line with interviews of people, so based on sociological and psychological, the feelings of people in buildings. And now all this work, which is in the ASHRAE database on comfort, has been translated into standards. So there is the ASHRAE 55 standard revised in 2020, which includes the adaptive comfort model, the enhanced velocity comfort model, which clarifies and puts in numbers the effect of air velocity on comfort in summer, which is something which traditionally we knew, but was not well framed. Now it is well framed. So what we need to overcome this barrier, for example, is just to diffuse information about these new standards and how sufficiency, for example, in this case of summer comfort, via lighter clothing, air velocity, and so on, can be included properly, formally into the design, and maybe also in the tenders, the public tenders. So I think that we have tools, and to overcome some of these barriers, which are also institutional. And I hope that within this working group on sufficiency, we can really put all these new available tools to work. There are also tools, very simple tools, software tools, publicly available to help designers to include air velocity, to include ceiling fans, to include natural ventilation into their design. So I see barriers, and I see also lots of opportunity to overcome them that we have to include into the work of the next months, hopefully. There are two projects that I want to mention.
Unfortunately, Lorenzo, I'm so sorry. I will have, because there are the closing remark. I'm so really sorry because it's passionate. But by the way, I need to go to the next one because.
Okay.
But thank you so much for being with us. Can you put the last slide? Avant d'aller aux remarques conclusives.
Before to switch to the conclusions that could be made by you, Roland, and not only the members of the working group as it is now, a couple of words. Laurent, I guess you may... Laurent, Roland, or...
Je sais pas, c'est eux qui doivent parler, non?
Non.
Voilà, le temps que vous veniez à la salle...
Before you... I'll tell you a couple of words. To conclude, as far as this debate is concerned, I would like to remind that there is a will among the actors of the construction sector. It's not always obvious. The ADEME has created 4 scenarios for modelings. There are feasibility studies. People often favour the 4th scenario. If I can, a couple of words about sobriety. It's a mitigation leverage and an adaptation way. So it shouldn't be overlooked as long as we've done with other topics, and I'm more than happy to be leading this group, this working group, together with the other partners within the global ABC. I hope the conclusions shall be interesting for everybody. The conclusions we'll come up with in March. Thank you, everyone. I think we're just on time. I'll be leaving the place. Okay, so we still have 2 minutes. No, we started 15 minutes earlier, so you have from 2 to 7 minutes. Okay, lots of enthusiasm. The word will or desire, that's quite positive. Sounds positive. Sounds good. That's the program for the forum. It's dense indeed. This will be the occasion to gather all those who are working in this exciting sector, and to come back to the very origins of the construction. We should adapt the way we build to the local traditions. It's often the best way to build in a climate-friendly way. We are all in. There's a web page on the ministry's website. Should you be interested, feel free to check it. It's upon invitation, so it's not like everybody will make it there. We have this cap, 1,000 places. Ministers have the priority, of course, but the program is not only dense but interesting, and I hope I'm happy to see you agree. Absolutely, yeah. Can you hear me? Roland Hunziker from the WESD. We have to exclude at least 1,000 persons. Not everybody will be there. We need attention. We need to put the focus on the work that has been performed. I would like to thank you for all the proposals that showed up. For us, the WBSCD, just for you to grasp who we are, we gather 230 companies, among which there are multinationals, big corporations, but what we are aiming at is the global value chain, which is a very fragmented one that has been built by reducing the cost when possible, especially when it comes to supplying. There are no incentives to do better, to start doing better. We are now managing an initiative that is called Transforming the Market, how you can go over the pitfalls, because there are materials that fall within a construction system that is paid for by somebody who is the builder is somebody else. So we have to speak a common language. What we are doing now is we are focusing on carbon dioxide, because we have to reduce its use on the whole life cycle. But the adaptation thing we were talking about is the very same mechanism. It's been mentioned. When you're if you don't have incentives, you don't have any you won't have adaptation, you won't have steps. Nothing happens without incentives. What we are doing now is we are doing our best to mobilize the private sector, the companies that could push, that could make the drive towards net zero. Now, as far as sufficiency is concerned, I think as for the construction sector, we should decrease our impact upon nature, on the environment, our footprint. But that's not barely about fulfilling the needs, in plain English. It's above all about fulfilling the needs, of course. Many thanks to France for your leadership. You've created the ABC in 2015. You are now putting your weight behind yet another initiative. You are moving things forward and taking things to the next level. Thanks for that.
ici, comme ça. Ok. Très bien. Je vais le faire. Bonjour à tous, il est pile poil.
Hello everyone, we're right on time.
Great that. For people that want to have the translation in English or French in English, you have headset. Et pour les Français qui trouvent que c'est trop brillant, vous pouvez aussi.
This event will be interpreted simultaneously between French and English. The speaker will shortly choose what languages he would like to keep using during this event.
Ahead. So we are together for almost 2 hours, but we will have different sessions. So thank you so much, because it will be very quick and short but intense. So thank you so much to all the speakers to accept the rules. And so with no transition at all, I will give the floor to Jean-Pascal Tricoire. So sorry, it's not translated in English, so I will just say it in French. La décarbonation des chaînes de valeur, d'approvisionnement et mise en œuvre de la circularité, engagement des acteurs publics et privés. The first roundtable will be more focused on the roles of private sector with the SMEs and the supply chain. And Jean-Pascal, thank you so much, because I know your time is very tight today. And we will have the pleasure to listen to you for a long introduction about that topic, because I know Schneider, it's very engaged to that topic, and also you are a board member of the UNGC. And I know that the SMEs topic and issue for you, it's one of the major issues at the UNGC board meetings. So, Jean-Pascal, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Niels. Good afternoon, all. And I think I'm delighted to participate with you all to this panel. Well, we have a rule that I established 20 years ago at Schneider when I was a CEO. If one person doesn't speak the dominating language in the room, we switch to English. So that's what we do. Apologies for the French in the French pavilion, but we're going to go with English, because we want to communicate with everybody in an inclusive manner. So are we good with the sound? Yeah, sound check with everybody? Right, yeah, good.
Sounds good.
Supply chain. So Schneider is a very industrial company. We have 200 plants, 200 industrial sites in many countries of the world. And we do a lot of the value that we produce for our customers with a larger ecosystem. And if you measure that in terms of carbon footprint, and you look at the carbon footprint of Schneider, 99% of our carbon footprint is with either our suppliers or our customers. So when we commit to be carbon neutral, approved by SBTi, Luis, I think we're company number 59 to be approved by SBTi. When we decide to go carbon neutral, or actually net zero by 2050 and carbon neutral by 2040, then the big priority, or the major priority, is to embark our ecosystem, because this is where 99% of our footprint is going. But I would go further than this. When you think sustainable, it's not only about carbon, it's about all the values that you carry in the company. So if you believe in social standards, those social standards have to apply to you, but also to your chain of suppliers and customers. And that means the symbiosis with your suppliers and your customers is much higher than before, because you have to respond of ethics, environment, climate, all across the value chain, from the supplier to your scope 1 and 2, which is rather small for us, less than 1%, and then to our customers, which is actually for us 85% of the carbon footprint. So we've had, from that point of view, a very structured approach, and we've been working really in depth with our suppliers, and I'll take the upstream of the chain, of the scope 3, and we've decided to focus on the top 1,000 suppliers which are supplying Schneider, and we've launched with them a carbon project through which we help and support our suppliers to cut their carbon footprint by a factor of 2 in the next coming 3 years. And as we measure today, we are on the right path to succeed and to achieve that objective. So now, if those suppliers do the same thing with their suppliers, you see that we are starting a value chain or an attitude which is really positive for the whole supply chain. When we started really were on, maybe I should rewind a little bit for those who don't know Schneider. I've been CEO of Schneider for 20 years, and when I was given the keys of Schneider, I was really convinced that we would need to be a company that would last. We would need to fully align sustainability and strategy, our mission, our value, and our purpose. So we've repurposed Schneider to supply technologies to industries so that they would be more efficient and more sustainable. And that's the first consistency that we put into place. And then I wanted a sort of compass for the associates of Schneider who are operating in more than 100 countries, a sort of compass through which everybody would have the same value or would be working according to the same standards. And at that time, the UN was just creating the Global Compact. So Niels, we've been probably company number 3 adhering in France to the Global Compact. And I remember the first time the 3 of us, there was Carrefour, probably Suez and Schneider, we were in a meeting and then we decided to go to see our suppliers and to say these are not 17 at the time, the SDGs and everything. People looked at us and say, why would we do that for only 3 companies? And today, fast forward 20 years after, we are 22,000 companies at the Global Compact. I think the French network is actually the largest or second largest. And when we work together, it really has an impact. It's also a place, the network of the Global Compact, with small and medium enterprises are working with large companies, and we can really help each other in progressing in all ESG dimension on all the SDG. Last point I would like to make is that when we look at carbon footprints, it's not only beyond your own company, it's not only beyond your scope 3, your scope 1 and 2 to scope 3, it's your whole industrial sector. And I'll try to be a little bit more explicit about that. When we work with our suppliers to help them decarbonize, that decarbonization will benefit to our competitors and to all the value chain of our industry. And working on that idea and working with our suppliers, we realized that there was something to be done. So I'd like to share with you 3 things that we are doing at Schneider, this time as a provider of technology, consulting, and capabilities. We've launched an initiative with the pharmaceutical industry, whereby the pharmaceutical large companies have commissioned us, or have asked us to work with their suppliers, supplying actually all of them, to be more energy efficient and more energy renewable, and to be more carbon neutral, which benefits to the whole industry. We've worked and we signed one more member today with Google, an agreement of that sort with the semiconductor industry, going down to the data center, where everything we do for our suppliers, going from the chip to machines actually, for chip manufacturing, to the chips, to the PCBs, to the computers, into the data centers, so that we all work together to decarbonize, efficiency on decarbonization, so that everybody benefits. And we've had, which had never happened before, some customers like Walmart in the US engage in Schneider to work with their suppliers to help their suppliers decarbonize so that they could benefit in that from the scope 3. So my only conclusion here is to say that when we start in sustainability, it's important to remember or integrate that this is team sport, right? As a good old say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And the only way to go into sustainability is really to go together in all dimensions, with your supplier, with your customers, and sometimes with the competitors of your industry. With that, I wish you a great session. I think I have to escape, unfortunately, to the next session.
And we will have a film so you can escape.
On just as Niels is here, frankly, for those who are not part of it, I hope all of you are part of it. The Global Compact has been the best initiative for sustainability, as it offered a compass, a language, a grammar that we can all share. And that makes that when you work with both your customers and suppliers, we immediately understand each other and align on the right objective, plus the fact that it's a great space, a great agora for exchanging best practices on helping each other. Plus, it's a fun club.
Thank you so much, Jean-Pascal. Now we have a movie, for a short movie, so maybe we can play it now. Yes. That's a direct session. If we don't have it, we will have it at the end, but okay. Count to 3. Okay, no movie.
Les émissions de scope 3 des entreprises sont 3 à 4 fois plus élevées que celles des scopes 1 et 2. Pour décarboner les chaînes d'approvisionnement, plusieurs axes se dessinent. Le choix des matériaux joue un rôle essentiel. Chaque matériau a son empreinte carbone spécifique, du bois au ciment, du métal au verre. Le transport des matériaux et des équipements achetés est également crucial. Le mode de production influe considérablement, des émissions liées à l'énergie jusqu'au processus de fabrication. Mais une transformation majeure réside dans l'augmentation de la circularité, une idée simple mais puissante. Éviter la production de déchets et transformer, autant que possible, les déchets qu'on ne peut éviter en ressources. Les émissions de CO2 du secteur des déchets sont estimées entre 3 et 5%. Pourtant, développer la circularité aurait un poids 4 fois plus important sur la réduction des émissions mondiales. Éviter la production de déchets, c'est concevoir pour allonger la durée de vie, réparer, remanufacturer, anticiper sur le réemploi, permettre la récupération de matières premières, produire avec des matières recyclées et enfin valoriser l'énergie contenue dans ce qui n'est pas recyclable. L'éco-conception consiste à concevoir des objets moins nombreux pour un usage plus intense et permettre leur réparation, réemploi, réutilisation et recyclage. Le partage de données entre acteurs est également essentiel, tout comme la construction d'écosystèmes industriels favorisant les échanges. Enfin, un cadre facilitateur doit être instauré, avec une réglementation adaptée, un soutien financier, des formations et un cadre contraignant pour suivre et contrôler ces pratiques. La lutte contre le réchauffement climatique exige un effort collectif. La COP28 représente une étape essentielle vers un monde où l'on minimise les déchets, optimise les ressources et atténue efficacement la crise climatique. Ensemble, dans un esprit d'unité et de détermination, engageons-nous à soutenir des actions transformatrices pour inverser les conséquences du changement climatique.
Well, Louis, you are the CEO of SBTi. I'm sure that everyone here know what SBTi is about. Can you please explain us the importance of COP3 emission and overall calculation and targets?
Hello. Thank you. Bon, merci à tous.
Well, thank you very much. I could understand French, but I haven't been speaking French for years. So thank you for giving me the possibility to speak English, which I'm going to do.
I think I'll be a little bit of a broken record here, but as have been presented, engaging Scope 3 emissions, its own Scope 3 emissions on your supply chain that the battle against climate change is going to be lost or won. As it had been presented, here the number were four times higher, but actually on average at a global level, it's actually 11 times higher for all the sectors that the emissions on Scope 3 are 11 times higher on average than Scope 1 and 3 emissions across all of the sectors across the globe. So that's really where things happen. That's where the battle is going to be won or lost. So what do you need to do? Well, the first thing is estimate the size, right? Quantify it. You cannot manage what you do not measure. So the first thing is really quantify the Scope 3 emissions so you know where you get the biggest bang for the buck, where you can start, right? Usually the 80-20% rule apply. Maybe 20% of effort gets you 80% of the way there. But we do recognize that data is hard, right? But for the first estimation, this materiality assessment, you can do whatever you have available, and that's an essential piece, is doing that inventory. But then obviously it's hard and very hard to measure that year on year because the data is not available. So there are other ways of doing that. And one of the ones, as it has been presented, is the more folks are in, the easier it gets for everyone. So your Scope 3 emissions are somebody's Scope 1 emissions, so engage them. And there are methods within Science Based Targets Initiative that a way of tackling Scope 3 emissions is supplier engagement. If folks join SBTi, you're somehow tackling your own emissions, because if they're on track to reduce their own Scope 1 emissions, it means that your Scope 3 emissions are also on track. So we have launched a campaign called Supply Change to call folks to bring their suppliers in, because again, the more they're in, the easier it gets for everyone, and the beauty is that we make this machine work. Your suppliers are in, the suppliers of the suppliers, and the suppliers of the suppliers, and this is really what's going to bring this exponential change, and not progressive change, but exponential change to the system.
Olivier Blum, you are the Executive Vice President for Energy and Management at Schneider. What are some of the main challenges and best practices learned from Schneider Electric Supplier Decarbonation Program, the Zero Carbon Project?
Well, look, first of all, the advantage when you go after your chairman, I think he has said everything. So I might repeat what he has said. But more seriously, Jean-Pascal said it already. When we realized, again, that Scope 3 was really the biggest part of our CO2 emission, we looked at what we can do with our supplier. If you take a company like Schneider, we have a large number of suppliers everywhere in the world. 10% we are a very large company, probably like Schneider, so it was quite easy actually to engage them. But very quickly we realized that 90% of our suppliers were medium-sized companies. So to answer your question, what was the challenge was to say, hey, what can we do to make sure that we embark our supplier in our own decarbonization journey? We want them to be committed, but at the same time, we know we have to give them support. So then came the idea 3 years ago to say, let's commit at Schneider, first of all, publicly, that we want to divide by 2 our Scope 3 upstream. So basically, the CO2 emission related by our supplier. And let's go to this 1,000 top supplier, and let's build a program where we tell them, in short, if you commit to divide yourself by 2 your CO2 emission, which is your Scope 1 and 2 in that case, we will put a lot of resources to help you to go through the journey. And when I say resources, what does it mean? Training, because most of those companies, again, they don't understand even CO2 emission at that point of time. We help them to define what was their baseline, basically, understanding where are their CO2 emissions, defining the trajectory. And at the end of the day, very quickly, we also realized that without a certain number of tools, it was very difficult really for them to go through the journey. Interestingly, and I was at that time leading strategy and sustainability for Schneider Electric globally in a different position 4 years ago when we launched it. I was expecting when I launched the program that we'll have 50% of our suppliers committing to the program. I'm very proud to tell you that today that 100% of our suppliers, they have registered in that program. And to make it very clear, because the second question I get is, did you tell them that if they will not register, they will not be anymore a supplier of Schneider? No. We say, we take your time. If you don't want to join this year, you will join next year. But within 12 months, basically 100% of them have committed. Now, what has been the most difficult? Creating their baseline, very difficult, because most of them, they started from scratch. What was very interesting at the beginning is really to convince them why it was important. But very quickly, they realized that they are not only a supplier of Schneider, they are a supplier of other companies. And more companies were asking them really to provide a certain level of commitment. The second point that helped a lot, data and environmental data was something which was more and more critical for many companies. So they realized that to sell their product in the market, they should provide more and more environmental data. And the third point, and to tell you the truth that I was not anticipating myself at that point of time, for some of them in different geographies, they started to realize that what we know as large company in terms of disclosure, in terms of external reporting, was also coming to SME, to mid-sized company in many geographies. So they started to understand that they would have to disclose their CO2 emission in the next 3 years. So they say better that we follow a large company like Schneider and that we really take the benefit of that. So a lot of difficulties, but we are on track. We are happy after 3 years. And the good thing, we have a couple of people in the panel who are suppliers of Schneider, so that will be interesting to hear from them how they have been through the experience.
Nice transition. Wage 2, so your turn. You are the chairwoman and legal representative XTL. Can you share about your decarbonation journey and what does a typical customer-supplier collaboration look like? And I think you are working on the packaging company, so it's interesting to know your links with Schneider.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm excited to present the key highlights of our decarbonization journey. Recently, we've successfully finalized our science-based targets. and are about to publish our climate action report. Our targets include an ambitious goal to achieve operational carbon neutrality by 2030 and to achieve net zero emissions across our entire value chain by 2050. Thanks to our ESG advisor, Turbo Net Zero Corporation, helping us along the way on ESG. We actively integrate circular economy principles and low carbon practices across our value chain, spanning from procurement to product design, production, transportation, and disposal. Knowing how significant the impact of climate change will be on future business activities, we reshape our decision-making process and include climate scenario analysis as a key factor. Our market position benefited a lot from ESG. We rated AAA in capital market ESG rating from Wind and an EcoVadis Bronze rating. Looking forward, we aim on achieving the silver within the year and gold within next 2 years. Now turning to our collaborative efforts. A typical customer-supplier partnership needs constant engagement and close communication with procurement teams. Schneider Electric stands out in our interactions by prioritizing sustainability. For instance, our commitment to the Zero Carbon Project targets a 50% reduction in operational emission intensity from 2021 to 2025. SE actively supports our sustainability goals through various engagement and support programs, including comprehensive decarbonizational training covering energy efficiency and renewables. SE's commitment extends to on-site visits by sustainable procurement experts, providing hands-on implementation support. XTL's pride in being selected as Schneider Electric's Master of Decarbonization in China reflects our dedication. It's truly an honor here to present as a Schneider supplier, and we are very grateful to this customer-supplier relationship with Schneider for more than 2 decades. Our company was founded in 1983, so I'm the 3rd generation, and our company is one of the biggest one in China for packaging, and also one of the most earliest one to go public. So we're looking forward to the future supplier for the Schneider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Philippe, so you are the Vice President at Henkel. It's interesting because I think too, that you are both clients of each other, Henkel and Schneider. So it's interesting to see how it works together, and more broadly, also how you work with your own suppliers on your upstream supply chain. So you have 2 questions.
Yes, thank you, Niels. I think I can handle. First of all, a quick word on Henkel. So Henkel is one of those large companies that is a supplier of Schneider. So we are a 20 billion company with 50,000 employees and operate 180 factories around the world. So Henkel is also, as Schneider, a forward-looking company that really takes this climate crisis seriously and try to take the right actions. We have a very interesting relationship with Schneider because we are not only a customer of yours, but we are also a supplier. So we have that dual relationship. I want to explain on how we work together and how we try to make a progress here. First, Henkel has a large detergent business, but we also are the world leader in adhesives, sealants and thermal management materials. So in that, we are actually providing materials and solutions to Schneider to improve and make better equipment to begin with. And we are also involved in lots of activities that are related to improving your projects. Then Schneider, in return, is providing services to Henkel. So we are using your Aveva software in our industrial network to manage energy and improvements and efficiency. We are also using your consulting services around how to improve our renewable energy. And you have been advising us, for instance, on how to establish virtual power purchase agreements in US and also beyond. Then, of course, it was already mentioned by JPT, Henkel is also part of the Schneider Electric Zero Carbon Footprint Project. We have been extensively working together, not only joining, but really actively exchanging as 2 large multinational companies and how to make progress along the value chain. And I think that has been a very, very fruitful initiative so far. And then lastly, Henkel is working together with Schneider Electric on a pilot via the World Business Council for sustainable development along the Pathfinder project and develop a methodology for Scope 3, because data transparency is today, and it was also mentioned, one of the key challenges on how to overcome in the industrial value chain those challenges we have today. But we believe also, coming to your second part of the question, Niels, is also, Henkel is also a formulating and a chemistry company. So we also have our own supply chain. We work with our own suppliers. And I think that is also very important to mention, that we, of course, today have to realize we are still dependent on fossil fuels. And our suppliers also need to take action on their side to address their own emissions and to also drive transition, how to overcome the chemical process and how to also take energy. And in the best case, also electrify their processes, so either hydrogen or e-crackers, so that they can work on their own carbon footprint as well. And then what is also important is, I mentioned already fossil fuel, we need to also talk to our suppliers about the feedstock. So it's also, of course, that we need to move away to biorenewables, but we also have renewable carbon and other materials, recycled, could be carbon captured. So now we need to be very open-minded also with our suppliers how to improve though. And even though not all the efforts we are taking are immediately going to be accounted for by GHG or SBTi, I think we still believe that this is a very important driver to work on those new materials and new platforms to make progress in that direction. So I hope that clarifies, Niels, the role of Henkel in this journey.
Perfectly well. Thank you so much for having been so short. Louis, we have been talking about transparency, but also about data. So maybe you can explain us a little bit more about the importance of data on Scope 3.
Thanks. Usually, we're trying to sometimes I hear from some folks that this accounting system is too complicated. We need to make it as easy as it is for a financial sector disclosure and accounting system. This carbon stuff is just too complicated. I usually respond back to folks as, yes, it's true, but do you know that the first standards for accounting date from the late 1800s? It took us more than 100 years to get where we are today. It seems easy because there are 2 million accountants that go to graduation school, 4 years studying this stuff to become financial accountants. So it's easy because we created a system that took a long time to get there. For carbon, we need to recreate that, but we don't have 100 years. And I'm pretty confident it's not going to take 100 years. So what do we need to do with data? The first thing is, again, we recognize that the data, especially on Scope 3, as we discussed, is hard, but it cannot prevent action, right? So the first step is actually to quantify however you can on your inventories to estimate the size of the challenge so you can prioritize. Then, I mean, the system is going to be created. I think there are many folks that are inventing new technology to track and map that. But again, the more are in, the easier for everyone it gets. So again, my recommendation is try to collect, continue to work with the folks that are developing the technology solutions to get the traceability of the data, etc. But the more your suppliers are in, the more are going to be starting to quantify their own Scope 2 emissions. The more data you have on this data lake that will eventually feed up to these technologies solutions that folks are developing. So again, measure the overall to take action, continue to invest and work with the folks there are many folks that are creating innovative solutions for data management, but bring suppliers in, because if they measure their own stuff, that is going to ultimately feed into this data system that we all need.
So Olivier, Schneider Electric invests a lot to help SMEs to decarbonize. So maybe you would like to share with us some specific examples of how you are helping your suppliers chain.
Yes, sure. So first of all, to rebound on what has been said, data is very critical, and for us, large company, it took us, I would say, probably 15 years to start to be fluent with our own CO2 emission. But you don't need to be accurate at the beginning. You need to start and to update step by step. And what we are trying to do with SME is to tell them, you don't need to be perfect day one. What is important is start with your Scope 1 and 2, have an estimation. Next year you will upgrade. And after a certain point of time, maybe you will make it more and more automated. But we are trying to give them the confidence, exactly what we said, that they need to get started. That's very, very, very important. And they have time to be 100% accurate. That's point number one. The point number 2, if you are familiar with decarbonization, the first thing you do as a company is you look at your scope 1 and 2. And a big part of the opportunity is to have access to renewable energy. Again, when you are a very large company, you talk about PPA, power purchase agreement. When you are a large company, you have many people who are capable, who understand the topic. You have legal team, finance team, and they can negotiate those PPA agreements. When you are a small, medium-sized company, it's a nightmare. It's super complicated. So what we do to answer your question, when we build those large programs with our clients, like we mentioned Walmart before, or with the pharma industry before, and actually we do it with our own supplier, we help them to aggregate their PPA needs, and we make sure we negotiate on their behalf PPA agreement with a potential supplier of renewable energy. Without this kind of consortium, they would never be able to do it, because standalone, those companies cannot do it. So again, if I keep it short, having access to data, learning, having the confidence, having access to PPA. And the next part, if we have time later on, I will explain to you how we help them really to digitize all of that to make sure it's more and more automated. But I will stop there for now.
Thank you. Weishu and Philippe, maybe you want to share one best practice of your own company for a greener future, because this is one of the questions, how to decarbonize for a greener future. So what best advice, practice you would suggest to the audience?
For me, as much as we think data is important, I want to emphasize today bias to action. Start small, also to your point, but start and take the action. At Henkel, we have set ourselves very aggressive targets, but plant by plant, site by site, we are moving forward, decarbonizing our own operations, having established, I think by now, the 5th or 6th plant already carbon neutral, and we do and take those actions that we can actually influence ourselves. Because if everybody in the value chain takes those actions and in their influence of control, then I think together as a team make the progress in the right direction, and then we will learn from each other, and I think that will make all the difference.
Weishu.
Yes. So at XTL, we've set our SBTI net zero target, and our next big goal is to decarbonize our entire value chain. We've added a decarbonization section to our supplier code of conduct and are planning training sessions for our suppliers. With Schneider's support and guidance on us, we're confident that we can help our suppliers do the same. Driving value chain decarbonization and contributing to COP's climate change goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we are on time, so we have 5 minutes to have some questions from the audience. So maybe if you want to ask 1 or 2 questions, we need the mic if we want the translation to be accurate. Does anyone want to ask any question to the panelists? Or maybe you are so clear that they don't want to ask any question or afraid. Do we have a mic for the audience? So, one question from Corinne.
Actually, I'm going to seize this opportunity to make the link between panel 1 and panel 2.
Go on.
As in terms of levers of actions to decarbonize, what is your take on investing into eco-conception and making products having a longer lifetime, easier to recycle? I'd be really happy to hear your thoughts on that.
So, Olivier, Philippe, who want to start?
Look, that's a very, very interesting question for us. We said it before, Schneider Electric, 10 years ago, 10% scope 1 and 2. Today, 1%. 99% is scope 3. We talked for a couple of minutes about what we do with our supplier. If you think through what is the biggest challenge for us, is not even the supplier part, is really our own products, our own business. And I can tell you on my agenda today as a leader of energy management, eco-design is by far the number one. How you design your product to make sure that at the conception level, at the development level, at the manufacturing level, they are less carbon intensive. How do you design product to make sure that when they are used by our customer, they consume less energy? I can tell you it's not easy, but I'm quite confident. My biggest topic today is about circularity. How to make sure that when we design a new product, we make sure that it's serviceable, it's eventually recyclable in the future. We all carry mobile phone. What happens every 2 to 3 years we change mobile phone. the mobile phone of the future, and that's the same in our industry. They need to be easy to retrofit. So that's the next big topic. Now, I can tell you in 3 years from now, if I come back in front of you, 98% of the scope of the CO2 emission of Schneider Electric will be on scope 3 downstream. And if we don't solve what you are talking about, basically we will never make it happen. So that's by far the next biggest challenge we have in our agenda.
Philippe, do you want to add an answer?
Yeah, very interesting question. I would agree. And for the world leading player in the adhesive space, it's very interesting because, first of all, you can use an adhesive to repair certain things, but then on the flip side, if you use an adhesive as a chemical bonder, it's also very difficult to debond. So you pick your phone, of course, in such a phone there's a lot of application, but if you want to recycle it, you need to think about how to debond it. And so for us as a leader in the industry, we're thinking day in, day out, how can you make it happen? How can you design such a device for sustainability that you, during the use phase, but also for the recycling phase, you can actually then dismantle and recycle it in the right way. That's for us a very important driver. And of course, then I have to add also for us a big change, also enable our customers to design with our solutions for sustainability. How can you make more lightweight products, more efficient products, better thermal management products? So it's a big topic in our industry, and we're working with companies like Schneider how to get better together on this one.
So we have another question on the audience, but do we have a mic? Yes? So, over there.
I arrived late, so I apologize if you spoke about it, but what's your take on the importance of advocacy from companies themselves? Because you do have competitors that may keep insisting on business as usual. So for you, it may be an economic loss to focus on environmental principles. So what is the role of companies in advocating themselves for frameworks, policies that actually pose restrictions on your business so that you would not have such a high competition with the rest of the world?
So Philippe, you have the mic if you want to answer.
Yeah, I mean, Henkel has a purpose, pioneers at heart for the good of generations. And I start with such a purpose, and I think it's important to have a guiding principle to show the entire company and the society what you looked at. And we heard from JPT earlier that he aligned strategy and sustainability in one component. And I think that is for me very impressive, that thinking, because there is no different strategy in sustainability and business. It needs to be made of one. And I think that's very important to show this to your stakeholders, to show this to the world, that you go ahead. And of course you then need to also influence other stakeholders, but I think showing your own action and aligning your strategy to your goals is a most decisive key here.
Olivier, you want to add something?
Look, your question is very valid. It's super important. I don't think, first of all, we all share the same planet. So I don't think we should speak about competition when it's about the planet. And I can tell you, when you are in the same industry, I'll take the example of Schneider. We sell our products through distributor to many, many customers. Our competitor, they do the same. Now we have two options. Either each of us, we work in a parallel universe, or we try to go in our ecosystem, in our industry, to say, hey, let's make sure we speak the same language when it's about environmental data. Let's make the life of our channel, our intermediary, easier. Let's make sure we make it easier for the final customer. All of you, as a consumer, you are trying to be green. Now, when we all face some product, it's a nightmare today. You don't understand, because one company will speak the same language, another one another language, and at the end of the day, we are talking about greenwashing because we don't understand. So as an industry, we need to work together to make it easy for customer or consumer in some case to understand, for all the intermediaries. And again, the example we've shared today on the way we worked with our supplier is a very important one. So again, we share the same planet. So for me, it's not a question about competition. And to your point, yes, large companies have a big responsibility to be very strong advocate, for sure.
So, do we have a last question? No? So, if people need more time to think about a question. Louis Wakeshoe, do you want to add something about the conversation we had today? You didn't have the opportunity to share with the audience? Yeah, the mic is here.
Thank you very much. So, since our industry is kind of under a reconstruction phase, and we have benefited a lot from ESG. Since my family was chairman of Foundation of Industry in Commons, so the government support is very crucial in our business. And also, while the industry is going down 20 to 30% this year, we have a boost of 15% to the revenue this year. So actually, ESG is a really good target and also a really good tool to achieve better business. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Luis, maybe the last word, and if you want to share our next step about SBTI, because you are doing so many works today and so many different fields on SBTI.
Thanks. Yeah, also very quickly, I mean, for us, I mean, one of the things that we want to do is revise the standards that we have and create the new ones, because after 2 years, there's a lot that has been learned. We're navigating the edge of knowledge. Nothing has been done, so we definitely didn't get everything right. So that's one of the things that we want to do. Second thing, we want to continue to grow. Again, when I first joined SBTI 2 years ago, was around Glasgow. We had 1,000 companies with targets validated. Last year in Charm, we had 2,000. Now we have 4,000. So it's really about the exponential growth. So we need to continue this momentum going to really make this transformation. But my final comment was going to be, I mean, we discussed a lot about the data and etc. The importance of setting what good looks like from the start. And that's what we're trying to do, right? What does an ambition looks like? Because it's so important to define what good looks like, where's that you want to go, because otherwise you don't know if you're getting there. And I want to applaud the leaders here, because it takes leadership to do this. And more than taking leadership, it takes courage to do this. Because again, it's not just leadership, it's courage, because sometimes you're jumping over the cliff while you're assembling the plane as you're jumping off the cliff. But that type of courage is needed. And I applaud the leaders that do that. I'll just conclude, I'm not American, but I like to use this example. When JFK made the famous speech, we'll get by the moon by the end of the decade, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. They didn't have all of the technology to get to the moon, right? But 10 years later, they were there. And it took all of that leadership and the courage of defining that and providing the resources for inventive people to create the solutions to get there. So I applaud the leaders that have this courage and then empower your teams to deliver those results.
Thank you. I think we're on time for one last tiny question. But I don't know where's the mic. Yes, what here on the front.
No one has a question. I'll continue. I believe in what you're saying. Just one question on accountability. You mentioned the Global Compact, but I ask all of you, what are the frameworks and policies that will make you accountable on this? I do appreciate the positive messages we are receiving. It's amazing. But to what are you accountable?
Yes. So that's a fantastic question. So we start with ambition. And then you start to move to delivery. SBTI was originally defined for ambition, but there's a lot of, now we need to move from ambition to delivery. So one of the steps of our revision of our standards is actually to see how can we facilitate the communication of delivery. Obviously not for us to do everything by ourselves, we want to replicate and also recognize that there's a process to that, but that is going to be part of the discussion of the new standard. But again, with the view that you really need to get the ambition right, and then the delivery, we have to learn together on how to get to the delivery.
And if you stay until the end, you will have the answer for one of the UNGC representatives for the conclusion. Thank you so much to all the speakers. Thank you so much. We can applaud. You did it well. Thank you so much. And now it's time for the next panel. Thank you so much. And I'm calling Corinne on stage. 2 minutes d'avance. 2 minutes d'avance.
So let me introduce the second part of the panel, and I will call to the stage Sabrina Soussan, ladies first. Sabrina Soussan is CEO of Suez. Then I would like to call Mr. Rolf Paillet, the Executive Secretary of the Conventions of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm. Mr. Roland Marion, Director of the Circular Economy at ADEME, the French Agency for Environmental Transition, and Corentin Dupré, the President of the French Solid Waste Partnership. And on this, I will switch to French. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm giving you time to choose the right channel on your devices. Okay, it's better this way? Yes. So, we just heard a panel, basically the industrial perspective about the decarbonization of the supply chains. And we heard to what point this work is complex, this interaction with the supply chains, how complex it is. First of all, there's a problem to obtain the data, is how to assess our emissions, and then to search for the data that allow us to assess them and to link it with each one of our suppliers. It's also about defining the common objectives of economy, materials, and energy consumption. In this second part of the panel, we would like to dig inside one of the levers that called the circularity. So how to make these supply chains more circular, and why is it really necessary to address the climatic emergency? I don't know if you heard in the small film that was there at the very beginning, there was this small illustration, the waste represent 33-5% of the global emissions. But if we attack the circularity, if we implement it, we could reduce by 20% of the global emissions. These are figures that we read here and there. They have to be verified scientifically, but it's important to make the connection. I would like to ask to Corentin Dupré, as a French representative of the waste economy in France. So I would like to know what is your idea of supply chain and so on. But before answering this question, I would like to present quickly the French partnership for waste. Just a small word. We have to speak slowly for the interpreters in the booth. So I wanted to present our association that has been created recently and 1 year long old. It's about hearing the voice of French actors in plural at the international level, the voice of the state agency, economic actors, Suez, for example, who is a part of our partnership, academic institutes, and local government that ensure the collection and treatment of the processing of waste. So I represent also SITCOM, a syndicate of that processes the waste in Paris, 6 million residents. So what we do with this association that does not exist, that there's no equivalent in any other country, it's we have the ambition to collect 100% of waste and zero waste of the waste of the resources. Sorry, not wasting resources. We have to be very aware of the present situation today. According to certain studies, there is 40% of the waste in the world that are managed, but they even go to dumps or they are incinerated directly outside. We want also to conduct projects of cooperation projects. We do it in Kazakhstan and the Philippines. We know what this reality that is difficult everywhere. It's difficult to change the strategy. It's not like coming and to come there and to say just do what we do. We have to see the whole road, and to remember that the priority of the priorities before talking about processing. I think that we're doing it good in France. We have to collect first of all the waste. I'm saying it also because it's a subject everywhere in the world and also in the world. The cost should be reasonable for citizens of both sexes who finally pay for it. So this world context connected with the increase of the volume of waste being a fruit of growth. There's a real indexation between waste volume generated and the level of life. We think that 3 to 5% of the emissions, world emissions of CO2, that was in the film shown at the beginning of the first panel. We facing the necessity, obligation to change the paradigm. Not only we have to decarbonize our supply chains, but we also need to produce less waste, and we need to say what it means. It means, first of all, build objects so we can get repaired or reproduced. Secondly, the question of the reemployment of the same object by another person. Third, the reuse of a part of the object or the whole object by another person. Fourth, recycling. And what's about that? All that is the reduction of decrease of the volume of waste that we generate. Everything that is not necessary, like the numerous packagings that we still have in the major part of the products that we buy. Just words of hope. I have figures from France. 2020, the word of pandemic. We were closed for long weeks. Meant a significant reduction of waste. We thought that after that that the world would be more virtuous. Well, no. The waste, the quantity of waste is growing. It's optimistic and pessimistic to say it. But we see again a decrease of the volumes in 2023. But this is for social economic reasons. This is because of the inflation. I'm ending here. When we have to materially or financially, we can consume less and generate less waste. So we are able to do it, so we should start to do it because we choose it.
Donc, Roland Marion, je vais m'adresser à toi maintenant. On a entendu de Corentin finalement ce changement de paradigme qui est nécessaire pour passer à la circularité. Et donc pour toi, quel est le rôle des politiques publiques dans l'accompagnement de ce changement ?
Bonjour à tous. Je vais répondre à cette question, mais je voudrais d'abord faire un tout petit focus sur un point qui a été évoqué dans le film et que vous avez repris en introduction de cette table ronde, qui est le lien entre les politiques déchets et les émissions de gaz à effet de serre. En France, uniquement les déchets ménagers, ils génèrent en enfouissement 6 millions de tonnes de gaz à effet de serre. Mettons ça de côté. À côté de ça, le recyclage sur le territoire français permet d'éviter de l'ordre de 20 millions de tonnes de gaz à effet de serre sur l'ensemble de son cycle de vie. Voilà, de l'autre côté dans la balance. Si on rentre sur le champ de l'économie circulaire, on a calculé à l'ADEME qu'en augmentant de 3 ans, nos objets de consommation quotidienne, on permettait d'économiser 15 millions de tonnes de CO2. Je ne parle même pas encore de la décarbonation liée aux usages du déchet résiduel sous forme d'énergie, ce qu'on appelle les combustibles solides de récupération, mais simplement en permettant d'avoir des durées de vie plus longues de nos objets de vie quotidienne, parce que leurs principales émissions de gaz à effet de serre sont liées à leur production et à leur transport, on économise 15 millions de tonnes de CO2, donc 20 plus 15, et encore on ne fait pas l'addition de l'ensemble des apports sur les émissions de gaz à effet de serre de l'économie circulaire. Maintenant, pour répondre à votre question, pour entrer dans ces chaînes circulaires, on casse des modèles établis dans lesquels on a des relations clients-fournisseurs qui sont linéaires et qui s'arrêtent à un moment donné. Et donc, il faut les accompagner, d'une part, par une réglementation, alors oui, qui est contraignante, mais qui montre aussi globalement le sens qu'on veut donner et le point d'arrivée auquel on veut aboutir ensemble. Donc une réglementation d'un côté qui est claire et qui montre des pas de temps à la fois ambitieux et à la fois raisonnables pour muter les chaînes industrielles. Deuxièmement, il faut de l'accompagnement technique et de l'accompagnement financier. Je vais prendre un exemple pour illustrer cette affaire-là. 2015, loi de transition énergétique pour une croissance verte, qui fixe à son article 4 l'objectif de diviser par 2 l'enfouissement entre 2010 et 2025. Donc on est en 2015, on se dit on a 10 ans pour diviser par 2 l'enfouissement. Bon, on met ça sur la place publique, mais ce n'est pas suffisant pour avancer et pour se dire comment est-ce qu'on va atteindre cet objectif. La loi prévoit des objectifs en quelque sorte subordonnés à cet objectif macro. Par exemple, extension des consignes de tri sur l'ensemble du territoire à tous les emballages et harmonisation des poubelles de tri sur l'ensemble du territoire pour que les Français puissent retrouver partout en France le même geste de tri qui permettra de trier et recycler les emballages. Parallèlement à ça, on accompagne financièrement l'ensemble des collectivités à compétences déchets pour adapter leurs centres de tri qui permettront, à partir du 31 janvier 2022, et donc c'est le cas, d'accueillir ces déchets qui viennent anciennement des centres d'enfouissement et qui vont avoir une deuxième vie. Donc on accompagne financièrement et techniquement. Ce n'est pas suffisant, parce que ces déchets triés vont devoir trouver une seconde vie. Donc il faut organiser le monde de la régénération et de la plasturgie pour qu'ils accueillent ces nouveaux déchets triés et qu'ils puissent intégrer dans des chaînes de production nouvelles des déchets qui avant nous échappaient. Donc là, on met de la méthodologie et on met du financement et on va un peu plus loin en disant à ceux qui sont finalement très éloignés du monde des déchets, dont le métier est de fabriquer des objets en plastique. On les accompagne financièrement pour qu'ils puissent intégrer de la matière recyclée, qui parfois est plus chère que la matière vierge, qui pose un problème, à la place de matière vierge ou de première extraction. Et en même temps, la réglementation continue son mouvement de fond en essayant de résoudre les problèmes d'équation économique entre matière vierge et matière recyclée. Par exemple, en imposant des taux d'incorporation obligatoires à l'échelle européenne dans des emballages. À partir du moment où c'est obligatoire, même si c'est plus cher, on est bien obligé de le faire. Et donc on décorrèle les équilibres économiques entre l'ancien monde et le nouveau monde. En modulant les contributions des filières à responsabilité élargie des producteurs en fonction de la qualité des produits. Donc en réalité, plus votre produit sera de bonne qualité environnementale, moins il coûtera cher sur le marché, et donc plus il sera facilement recyclable. Et puis en accompagnant par un certain nombre de réglementations et de financement l'ensemble de la chaîne de valeur. Juste un mot, est-ce que là on a fini de boucler la boucle? Non. On a bouclé une boucle matière. Il nous reste des choses qu'on ne peut pas recycler. Il faut les envoyer en valorisation énergétique, la fameuse filière de combustible solide de récupération qui nous pose des problèmes d'encadrement communautaire en Europe, mais qu'on arrive à surmonter. Et là aussi, il faut réussir à rendre cette matière énergétique compétitive par rapport au gaz ou au charbon, puisqu'elle décarbone par rapport au gaz ou au charbon. De nouveau, des ambitions inscrites dans des objectifs de long terme par l'État français et des financements qui vont avec. Et puis pour finir, on est là sur le cycle du déchet et on voit que le cercle vertueux, réglementation, accompagnement technique, financement, permet d'avancer dans ce sens-là. Et la réalité, c'est qu'on avance effectivement avec beaucoup de difficultés, mais on avance dans ce sens de circularité de la matière. On a aussi tout un travail à faire sur les produits, sur la conception, sur les modèles économiques, sur la durée de vie, vous l'avez dit, sur les réemplois, sur la réutilisation, tout ce qui permettra aussi de diminuer des tonnes de déchets qui hier allaient à l'enfouissement et qui demain retourneront dans des cycles productifs.
Merci Roland, c'était vraiment une vue d'ensemble très complète. J'aimerais me tourner vers Madame Sabrina Soussan, en tant que CEO de Suez. Vous faites face à la fois au défi de la décarbonation de votre propre supply chain et au défi des activités du recyclage. Donc, j'aimerais d'abord entendre votre point de vue sur les difficultés à mettre en œuvre la circularité dans votre propre maison.
Déjà, vous m'entendez? Ouais, c'est bon. Déjà, Suez, je vais rappeler qui est Suez. Donc, Suez, c'est un leader mondial dans l'eau et les déchets, avec 40 000 collaborateurs. Et nous, ce qu'on veut faire, c'est fournir des solutions de plus en plus efficaces et également de plus en plus circulaires. Ça, c'est vraiment clé. On veut également s'assurer que les ressources limitées de la Terre soient préservées. Comment on fait ça? Et ça, c'est peut-être, mes deux collègues en ont parlé un peu auparavant. En fait, moi, je ne veux plus parler de déchets. Les déchets, ce sont des ressources. Donc, c'est soit une ressource en énergie, soit une ressource, ce sont des matières premières secondaires. Et je pense que c'est comme ça qu'il faut penser dans le futur. Donc, on a produit chez Suez 2,2 millions de tonnes de matières premières secondaires en 2022. Donc c'est un chiffre quand même. Une entreprise comme nous, on produit en fait de la matière. 2,2 millions de tonnes. On a produit également 8 TWh d'énergie. On n'est pas un énergéticien. Donc tout ça, ça veut vraiment dire qu'on est dans l'énergie circulaire. Et on parle de 5 R. On a parlé de la réduction des volumes. La réduction, c'est important. Je vais vous donner quelques exemples pour ne pas répéter mes collègues. On a des contrats. On est payé aujourd'hui, un acteur comme nous, on est payé au volume collecté, qui est un peu aberrant. On devrait être payé au volume qu'on arrive à économiser, au volume de déchets économisés. Et on voit de plus en plus de modèles économiques qui arrivent en France. En un an, par exemple, à Montauban, qui est une ville du sud de la France, on a réussi à économiser 7%, à réduire de 7% le volume des déchets ménagers et donc augmenter les matières à recycler. Donc ça, ce sont vraiment des exemples concrets, donc il y a de l'espoir. Après, on réutilise, on a le réemploi, Monsieur Dupré en a parlé, le réemploi à Londres, on a un entrepôt énorme où on a 130 000 objets en vente avec des plateformes digitales qui permettent de réutiliser, réemployer des objets qui ont été réparés, comme des bicyclettes, des encombrants, plein de choses comme ça. Donc ça, c'est le réemploi. Après, on a le recyclage, on vient d'en parler. Le recyclage, c'est au cœur de tout. On travaille par exemple sur le plastique. Aujourd'hui, le plastique recyclé est plus cher que le plastique vierge. Il y a quelque chose qui ne va pas dans le système. Donc, comme vous l'avez dit, il va y avoir de l'incorporation, des taux d'incorporation dans les normes. Aujourd'hui, c'est un gros sujet. Nous, on a investi beaucoup. On a beaucoup investi dans ce recyclage. On investit dans le recyclage chimique qui va nous permettre aussi d'atteindre le plastique qui part soit en enfouissement, soit en incinérateur, au lieu de pouvoir être recyclé. Donc tout ça, il faut un modèle économique. Donc c'est un peu les défis dont vous avez parlé. Il faut un modèle économique, sinon ça ne marchera pas. Sachant que le papier, par exemple, le papier recyclé a besoin de 3 fois moins d'eau, parce on n'a pas parlé d'eau, mais l'eau c'est aussi un sujet, et de 3 fois moins d'énergie que le papier qui vient du bois. Donc tout ça, c'est un modèle qui marche, mais après il faut que nous tous, on le fasse marcher. Un autre R, c'est le sujet revalorisé, donc c'est la valorisation énergétique, on en a parlé, je pense que ça c'est vraiment aussi c'est clé. On parle du biométhane, on peut valoriser on ne pense pas seulement aux valorisations énergétiques type incinération, on a le combustible solide de récupération, on a aussi faire du biométhane à partir des déchets de l'eau. C'est quoi les déchets de l'eau? C'est les bouts de stations d'épuration. Avec les bouts de stations d'épuration, vous faites du biogaz. Avec les décharges, vous faites également du biogaz. Donc tout ça, il faut le valoriser et c'est ce qui nous mène, nous, à nos 8 TWh par an. Et le dernier point, on en a parlé au panel précédent, c'est repenser. Ça veut dire quoi repenser? Ça veut dire mettre au départ de la chaîne l'éco-conception. On travaille en ce moment sur les pales d'éoliennes, qui va être un gros sujet. Comment recycler les pales d'éoliennes? Donc on travaille avec un groupe de travail des industriels pour concevoir ces pales d'éoliennes pour qu'elles puissent être recyclées beaucoup plus facilement. Dans le recyclage, j'ai oublié un sujet très important qui est le recyclage des matières premières rares, recyclage des batteries. On a annoncé un projet avec Eramet, donc des batteries des véhicules électriques, où on sera capable de recycler le lithium, le nickel, le cobalt et de le remettre dans la boucle. Donc ça, c'est vraiment de la boucle fermée. Donc on travaille sur tous ces sujets. Les défis sont des défis technologiques, mais on travaille dessus et on investit. en tant qu'acteur privé, avec nos partenaires également. Les défis sont des défis aussi il faut trier, il faut pouvoir trier, il faut que le tri se fasse de façon efficace. Donc là, on a des technologies digitales qui nous permettent, avec des reconnaissances, d'améliorer cette qualité de tri pour pouvoir mieux valoriser et recycler. Et le dernier point, c'est un défi économique dont j'ai parlé. Il faut que le modèle économique soit un modèle qui soit viable pour tous les acteurs.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Soussan. Donc, je sais que vous avez un impératif, donc au moment où vous devez partir, n'hésitez pas. J'aimerais rebondir sur le sujet des matériaux et des objets qu'on va aller miner quelque part pour y récupérer de la matière, et me tourner vers Monsieur Paillet. Monsieur Paillet, vous êtes secrétaire exécutif des conventions de Bâle, Rotterdam et Stockholm. Vous êtes donc chargé d'établir des cadres internationaux qui réglementent les mouvements transfrontaliers des déchets. Et donc, là, dans ce dont on a entendu parler, on a parlé de cette nécessité de les faire bouger d'un endroit à l'autre pour pouvoir aller récupérer cette matière, en tout cas dans certaines situations. Donc, quel est, d'après vous, le rôle de la Convention de Bâle en ce qui concerne ces mouvements pour accompagner la transition vers une économie plus circulaire?
Merci beaucoup, Corinne. Et c'était très intéressant, le premier panel et ce deuxième panel aussi, parce qu'on parle des innovations, des conceptions et des entreprises qui sont basées en France. Et maintenant, on va sortir un peu de la frontière de la France, mais tout de même, il faut dire que la France a aussi des îles et des pays éloignés, les dom-toms. Alors, il faut aussi penser aussi les enjeux pas transfrontaliers forcément, mais transpays. Voilà. Alors, dans une économie mondiale et globale comme on a maintenant, l'aspect des chaînes de valeur, c'est très important, que ce n'est pas dans une direction seulement, où on utilise les matières premières pour faire des produits, comme Schneider et tout ça, qui fait des grands produits, mais aussi à l'inverse, qu'on complète la circularité. Alors, comme a dit Madame Soussan, il faut avoir un changement pas juste de mentalité, de procès, mais économique. Et cette pensée doit pas être uniquement dans un pays, mais à travers les frontières. Et la France est unique parce que vous êtes dans une communauté européenne avec les différents pays de l'Europe. Alors c'est déjà une communauté. Et puis vous avez une autre communauté, c'est la communauté mondiale qu'on avait avec la dame qui était avant de la Chine, qui est la Chine qui fait des produits qu'on envoie en France et partout dans le monde avec Schneider. Alors, il faut voir comment on peut changer le pensée dans ce domaine pour avoir la circularité. Parce que quand on utilise quelque chose, on consomme quelque chose, alors il faut penser maintenant à l'inverse. On va gérer les déchets, on va le mettre en énergie, on va le mettre en récupération des produits premiers, secondaires, les ressources premières, secondaires. On ne va pas l'appeler déchets. Mais tout ça, ça dépend aussi des capacités des différents pays. Alors, il y a des pays qui ont des technologies avancées pour récupérer ces matériaux primaires, secondaires.
Because this material already agglomerated, it's put together to be consumed. We'll have to re-separate them. That takes energy. So, as Madame Soussan said, this is about the eco design. We should think about the management of waste since the very project of the design of objects. So to re-engineer them. So we have to rethink the management process. So the convention of Basel that manages the transporter of waste. If we don't call it waste, there will be a whole list of annexes to the convention. There's a lot of products that are reusable, like plastics, like different metal elements, but also when you talk about batteries, the list is very exhaustive. We use a system, what we call PIC procedure, prior informed consent. This is how we PIC in English. This process says that if a country wants to export waste or products to be recycled or to have environmental management to another country, they sign something with the country because this country may say, yes, I can accept this waste, and I have the capacity the possibilities to manage it, like to get back the primary materials. The problem is when this country got these materials, the secondary materials and primary materials, is it acceptable to put them back in the product? And this is something complex that we're dealing with because these products may be contaminants. There was a company that has made a study. The perception of people is very different with the raw product than later. So there's different levels of acceptance. So the assessment of the carbon emission in this cycle is important to see if it has a good side. It's good sides and bad sides. When you're talking about the convention in Basel, they took a decision because we have 185 countries. They took decisions on plastic, so they decided to try to see how we could export plastic waste in a way so a country that accepts them is not a recycle bin. So recently they made a decision on the electronic waste. So that will enter in force in next year in January, and all the countries who started from the Basel Convention. Yes, all the countries from the EU. They cannot export electronic waste to another country if there is no big procedure, if they don't declare what they export. We can imagine electronic waste. Today it's not only computers, things like this, but also refrigerators big there because there is some electronics in the refrigerators. Cars, there's a lot of electronics. You can even buy clothing that tells you if you feel good or if you feel hot. So electronics again. This will gonna change a lot the way we're thinking about electronic objects. So and I will stop here. I just want to say before finishing that this convention of Basel allows us to go back and to see how we build, how we support the reuse of all products. So there is effects on both sides of the life cycle of products. Yes, in the framework of this convention, Basel Convention, the manner in which the products will be treated in this prior informed consent agreement require that these products have to be treated in an environment respectable way. It will be interesting to see to which point we can push this framework in future to really ensure that the countries who receive these objects are able to treat them or to process them better than the original country, which today is not a criteria that has been implemented. It's the legal framework that's different in France than in other country. The target country, today they play a lot on it. It would be interesting to see how this international framework changes in future, so they don't play with these elements anymore, or less. Something that Mr. Tricot said in the beginning. Together we go farther. It's excellent. It's difficult to work with 155 countries. We don't go very quick, but we can implement things that are very powerful once they are there. We're getting to the end of to our discussion. So I'd like to ask to Corentin Dupré to share with us a few thoughts on the success factor of the circular supply chain. Before answering to this question, actually it's a beginning of my answer, as I wanted to react to what Sabrina has said before she left us. She said the first reflection I wanted to share, if an industrial representative of the industry tells us that we can think about future remuneration of the company for the avoided quantity of waste, we are at the heart of this change, paradigm change. That says a lot about the collective reflection we can do on this subject. It was also said that the waste is a resource. I agree, but partially only, because if the waste is becoming a resource, it's in relation with a very expensive cost. It's true in France, but inevitably elsewhere too. So this is something we have to keep in mind, because we can be as ambitious as possible. I'm always coming back to the acceptability of this subject, but it's one of the factors, success factors, the acceptability for local populations. Another reflection on all the waste we will not manage to avoid or recycle. We will have to inject them in a circular loop. We're talking about circular energy. So here again we can rehabilitate the waste that becomes energy again. So we share this ambition to finish the burial. In Paris, we are at 7% of the burial of the waste. It's less than the whole region and much less than the country. Okay, well, almost 2 million of tons of the waste that we process in our units is used to heat up 300,000 houses, and that's also saving of CO2. Here, the waste becomes a resource. Maybe not monetary, but it is an energetic resource that is very essential. To get to the heart of the question, the transition, the fact that to waste less waste, we have to discuss onto the producer and the recycler to identify the good methods, low carbon recycling methods. Also to reduce the distance of transport, because the logistics is very good. We've reduced the carbon footprint by, for example, using the transport by river. In according to Romainville-Bobigny will allow us to send the waste farther than we're doing today, but lower carbon footprint. We can go to Rouen, Havre, and it is cheaper in terms of carbon footprint than processing them closer. I wanted to say also that's another factor of success is in the chain, territorial chain. I was talking about on the view we have two in Paris, one on the north and on the west of Paris. The fact is that can relate today on a company that is in Limay at 50 kilometers, less than 50 kilometers from this coating center. So we are at the heart of this ambition of circularity. And just if you allow me, I just like to finish on one of the success factors, and I'm coming back to the question of the acceptability for the populations. More than acceptability is the engagement of our citizens of both sexes, which is indispensable in my opinion. And I'm saying again, as the president of Sectum, we made a great information campaign in the last months on the question of waste, with a signature saying, sort your waste better, so people become aware of certain things. A few years ago we would say something else. Start by reducing the quantity of waste. Maintaining the resources means also financial resources of the local governments and also of the taxpayers, so they become aware, and we have to keep repeating that, because in order to be efficient on these questions we have to be followed. And it will never keep repeating enough times these messages, so they are shared as intensely as possible.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear a round of applause for our speakers.
Et j'aimerais appeler, alors on avait...
We also, next slide please, thank you. We thought Mathilde Bord-Laurent would join us, but someone replaced her, last minute change. I don't know your name, sorry, but the Agence Française de Développement, the AFD, will share a couple of words of conclusion for us and open a new perspective, a new prospect, something more international, with a focus on emerging economies, developing countries. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm replacing Mathilde Bord-Laurent. I work with her. Climate Nature unit. She's sorry. She wanted to join us, but she just couldn't make it. I would like to thank the speakers, thanks to whom we gathered precious pieces of information for us as developers concerning the good practices and the pitfalls to avoid while encouraging a real value chain circularity. It goes without saying that this allows us to know how to develop supplying chain circularity for manufactured goods. And it's also about the non-valorized goods. As a climate bank, we used to be a development bank. We were pioneers. We were the first being 100% aligned with the Paris Agreement objective, because this was about minimizing as far as doable the use of resources, which necessarily has an impact both on the climate and the nature aspects. It's very important for the AFD to always conciliate both sides of both priorities together. For the AFD, the Agence Française de Développement, French Development Agency, we are the development arm of the French government. We have 3 units. The AFD is more around, Contreparco is more on the private side, and Expertise France is concentrated in complementarity, more keen on technical cooperation. So the perimeters differ from each other. We exclusively work in emerging countries as the AFD, and I wanted to share with you a couple of observations we've made based on the activities we carry out in these countries. In 2020, that would represent 1.2 billion euros. The development, both urban and rural areas, waste management. The pitfalls we observed, classics, I guess, those among you who are lucky enough to be working in the same countries as the AFD does will agree with me that those pitfalls are very often linked with governance and institutions. It's quite difficult to have access and to have high-level counterparts facing what we face in terms of waste management locally. What's difficult as well when talking about supplying chain circularity is we ask for actions that go beyond the national scale, don't we? While our DNA is about working either with states or local authorities in order to have an impact that will go beyond a circularity on an impact on circularity that make things quite difficult, which is why we try to have access to a transnational dimension. Another pitfall we've identified is money. Financial resources are often weak, limited in comparison to the magnitude of the needs in terms of collecting waste and valorizing or upcycling. Another thing linked with governance. In many countries, we work with 150 countries, money is state-owned. The states have this propensity to, they rarely consider waste management as a top priority. They're often keen on transport and industry, other topics in developing countries, while the actions, the measures, the competencies are very often very locally gathered, locally concentrated. Having said that, the AFD does support the countries using various tools. We have financing tools at the national level. We lend money locally as well. We are one of the few banks that can work that way in Turkey, for instance, so that we basically make sure the local authorities will be the very owners of the money we are lending. Not all the countries are as decentralized as Turkey, but everywhere, in each place we get a certain degree of decentralization. We try to work that way. With public-private partnerships, sometimes the amount of competencies is sometimes another challenge. Sometimes we use PPPs so that to bring expertise and or non-existing practices where we are working, which requires financing models that are robust enough to work that way. We also support people technically. It's about capacity building, about practices sharing, experience sharing, knowledge sharing, which is what we do. As it has been said by several panelists, within the AFD, we are convinced that acting on supplying chain circularity is about decarbonizing states, about the state's decarbonizing trajectories, which requires ambition, which makes it mandatory to integrate the NDCs, but also the long-lasting strategies. This is one. It goes beyond. It is the Article 99 Paris Agreement, circularity, all the kind of goods, both everyday individual consumers or the industry. It's also about integrating within the NDCs the end of life scope 3 GHGs as indicated by several panelists. Concretely speaking, that means we have to reinforce these strategies and regulations at the national level in order to sustain a zero-waste approach, optimizing the production resources and grasping the raw materials and residual energy. This is based on three pillars. The first is about structurize and finance waste collection so that you can use, reuse, recycle and upcycle rubbish waste. You need to you need all the scales, local, national, transnational. If you want to work across the whole value chain, it has to be wide. You need action leverage at the local, national and supranational world scale. Finally, third pillar, you need to facilitate coordination between producers and recycling chains in order to foster the both eco-conception and the material eco-conception, as it has been showcased in this video that synthesized very well all the topic. Thank you very much and congratulations for that video, by the way.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. This call for action is synthesized on these postcards, these tiny postcards. Of course, we're saving paper, aren't we? We're eco-friendly, but you feel invited to take some when leaving. I would like now to ask Miss Anna Krupp to join us on stage for a couple of words of conclusion, a couple of concluding words from World Pact. My name is Anna Krupp. I'm from the Environment and Climate Global Pact, United Nations. My French is quite poor. Pardon my French. I've moved to the United States a couple of years ago. So sorry about that. As it has been said a couple of times today, the private sector is an essential engine, an essential driver for climate action, playing a huge role as far as the reduction of GHGs is concerned at a world level and for biodiversity. Companies in particular, those who are within the OECD must send crystal clear, strong signals. It requires trustworthiness, reliability in order to mobilize money for a fair and efficient transition. Within our organization, we would like to showcase some pieces of ambitious work that has been realized in order to underline that the private sector is not only concerned by climate action, but acting and working. We have a platform thanks to what companies can share their experiences, their ideas, look for solutions together, and better understand how they can contribute at best in order to fight climate change and provide with platforms and tools for a better and greener future. We are catalyzing ambitious and trustworthy actions. We've heard many times that the supply chain evolutions are difficult to forecast. Companies consider the scope 3 as the most difficult, and there's a reason for that. But this is also the most impactful. We are at the middle of the way, and when it comes to the SDGs, the Global Pact has launched an initiative that calls upon companies to reinforce their commitments, providing strong commitments, tangible commitments, gender equality, sustainable finance, climate goals, net zero based on climate science and in accordance, in alignment with the 1.5 scenario. Feel invited to cooperate closely with us, with your local networks, in order to make huge steps in terms of sustainable development. We have to go further, we have to move forward, and we have to move faster. Thank you.